Chapter 782. Ao Jiao, is what she said right? Ao Jiao nodded and said, more or less. These 3 spirit herbs surpass rank 9 and can be considered peerless. Anyone who has them would not lack astral coins. Xiaochen said without batting an eyelid, can you give me these 3 spirit herbs now? Seeing that Xiaochen seemed to waver, Ying Qiong rejoiced. She said, I can't, but I can think of a way to collect them for you within 1 year. Xiaochen calculated the time. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have accumulated enough astral coins to advance to half-sage after 1 year. If the other party could really do it, he could consider it. To Xiaochen, the core painting piece could greatly increase his strength. However, it was not an opportunity for him to advance to martial sage. If Xiaochen could advance to martial sage 1 year earlier, his future accomplishments would be higher. For the sake of the Thunder King, he needed to advance to martial sage as soon as possible. Compared to advancing to martial sage, half a core painting piece was nothing. Alright, I promise you. If you can really find the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower, you can come and look for me at any time. Of course, if you wait too long, I can change my mind at any time. Ying Qiong smiled sweetly and said, it's a deal. Take the spirit herbs you bought from the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion as a small gift from me. After a while, Xiao Mei entered the pavilion and brought out 2 sets of all the ingredients for the Breaking Sage Pill. Aside from the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower, there were still a few spirit herbs and strange fruits that Xiaochen had not collected. However, these were not too rare and could be found after some time. The crucial thing was the 3 spirit herbs that Ying Qiong mentioned. These were things that could only be found by luck and not sought. That was the real headache. In the end, Xiao Mei said somewhat apologetically, as for the heart-nourishing flower, it is a rare spirit herb. Normally, no one would take it out for auction unless there is a large-scale auction. Directly consuming the heart-nourishing flower could strengthen the toughness of a cultivator's heart. The heart was the weakness of all cultivators. There was no need to worry about people not buying it. Xiaochen didn't have much hope, so he waved his hand and let Xiao Mei go. The total value of the pile of materials was more than 2 million star coins. Ying Qiong was willing to pay for it, and Xiaochen was also happy to let her pay for it. This is where we part ways. Goodbye. Since he had achieved his goal, Xiaochen didn't want to waste any more time here. He got up and left. Ying Qiong stood up to send him off. Looking at his silhouette, her jade-like hand touched her red lips. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable light as she sighed, I don't know if it's him or me who's losing out. This lady's first kiss was actually taken away by such an unromantic person. After leaving the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiaochen asked around about the whereabouts of the 3rd evildoer, Zhong Zhenghao, who won the bid for the Broken Thunderwood Sword. He found out that Zhong Zhenghao had not returned to Hunluo City for half a year since he won the bid for the Broken Sword. There were rumors that Zhong Zhenghao had offended a major character in Hunluo City and did not dare to remain. So he took the broken subdivine weapon to the even more dangerous and chaotic primal chaos domain. The people gathered in Hunluo City were only human and fiend race loose cultivators. Furthermore, there was only one province. The primal chaos domain was different. It gathered all the loose cultivators of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. It was a truly chaotic place. There was a vast difference in the degree of chaos between the two. When Xiaochen heard this news, he could only sigh helplessly. It looked like his plan to retrieve the Broken Thunderwood Sword would have to be shelved indefinitely. After killing the inferior grade martial sage of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he could not remain here for long. Now that everything was settled, Xiaochen directly left the city and flew for 3 days and 3 nights in one go. Then, he landed in front of a rather desolate valley. This place is already completely out of Hunluo province. There is no longer any danger. The experts from the Eternal Heavenly Sword School headquarters should not be able to find any traces of me. Xiaochen landed in the valley and muttered to himself. In the valley filled with rocks, Xiaochen cleared out an empty space. Then, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Strands of heavenly sage laws surged in Xiaochen's body, and his quintessence recovered at a visible rate. The clouds in his dantian slowly piled up. After using the Thunder Dragon steps for 3 days straight, Xiao Chen had exhausted too much quintessence. He would not be able to recover to his peak state so quickly. Thunder Dragon Steps was a movement technique that merged Thunder Steps and the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen gave it this name. The name was not very nice, but it fit the image. 6 hours later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A bright light shone in his eyes. His quintessence had completely recovered. Ao Jiao, accompany me in practicing with the saber. You should have benefited a lot from your cultivation at Misleading Fog Lake, right? A beam of white light came out of the immortal spirit ring on Xiao Chen's finger. Then, the petite and cute girl with a Lolita face and an exceptionally voluptuous figure floated out. 2 sabers of light materialized in Ao Jiao's hands. Her bright eyes looked at Xiao Chen as she smiled. This is really rare. To think that you actually want me to accompany you in practicing with the saber. It looks like you are not as calm as I thought about your 1-year appointment with Bai Wuxue. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of deep thought. Then he said, the extreme north of the Kunlun realm is a bitter and cold land. It is desolate and uninhabited, and danger lurks everywhere. Since ancient times, many genius cultivators have fallen there. For Bai Wuxue to emerge from there, how can I underestimate him? Ao Jiao withdrew her smile and said, that's right. Back then, the Thunder King was there as well. That place was a world of ice and snow. In the depths, there were even some remnants of the snow race of the ancient 100 races. Even the Thunder King did not dare to underestimate their inheritance. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has the strength to kill an inferior grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is a loose cultivator ranked in the top 10 of the evil cultivator ranking. He is not an ordinary inferior grade martial sage. Ao Jiao raised her pretty eyebrows slightly and said, hee, don't undervalue yourself. Right now, everyone in the entire Tianwu domain does not think highly of you. They are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. However, I believe that you will not lose. Now that the great era has arrived, the situation in the Tianwu domain is changing. The geniuses of the 3,000 great realms will all appear. There will definitely be a place for you on the stage of absolute geniuses. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. Then he said, let's practice the saber. Help me test out some of my recent ideas about the lightning tribulation saber technique. Gladly. There were less than 3 months left to the 1-year promise. Including the time spent on the trip to the Extreme Insects headquarters, there was less than 2 months left for Xiao Chen to comprehend the new lightning tribulation saber technique. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to reinvent a new saber technique in 2 months. From a certain perspective, modifying a saber technique required even more time than creating a saber technique. Creating a saber technique depended on comprehension. Once one comprehended it, one could instantly create a saber technique. After that, one just had to slowly polish it. Back then, the ancestor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion observed a spirit beast undergoing its tribulation and gained some comprehension. In one night, he created the lightning tribulation saber technique. However, when modifying a saber technique, one had to consider its rigor. After all, a complete saber technique involved many things. If one changed it slightly, there would be changes. If one was not careful, one might end up crippling oneself. Hence, rigor was crucial. This required a cultivator's accumulation and understanding of saber techniques. The days in the valley went by one after another. As Xiao Chen anxiously modified the lightning tribulation saber technique, the time for the duel approached. The time for the duel slowly approached. Several of the Tianwu domain's geniuses in closed-door cultivation also came out. Thunder and Lightning Palace, at a palace floating in thunder clouds, and Juanxi, dressed in azure, slowly walked out of the clouds. He stared at the extreme insect in the north with some anticipation in his eyes. Bolts of lightning flashed behind Juanxi in the dark clouds, creating a very terrifying, mysterious phenomenon. It was like he was immersed in a sea of lightning. First senior brother. A few true inheritors passing by saw this scene and quickly flew over to greet Enjuanshi respectfully. Now, Enjuanshi had fought to a draw with the holy son, Feng Wuji. His prestige in the sect already surpassed that of several inner sect elders. The respectful expressions of these true inheritors were not fake at all. They all came from the bottom of their hearts. There is no need to stand on ceremony. How many days until the duel between Bai Wuxue and that Haotian sect disciple? Enjuanshi asked calmly with a sharp gaze. The other disciples were somewhat confused. Why is first senior brother so concerned about this? Could it be that a person destined to become a joke is worth first senior brother coming out of closed-door cultivation early? Replying to first senior brother, the time will be up in 1 month. Bai Wuxue has already returned to the extreme Yin sect. However, there has been no news of that white-robed bladesman. He is probably afraid now. Although these disciples muttered to themselves, they still answered Enjuanshi's question in full detail. 1 month? It is time for me to depart. How can someone who comprehended the immortal state of thunder be afraid? Enjuanshi revealed a smile on his face. Then, he turned into a beam of lightning and vanished from the sight of the true inheritors. This caused these true inheritors to be stunned for a long time before they managed to react. In the drill ground of the Shimin noble clan, Shimin Bao was currently sparring with a senior of the clan, exchanging pointers with his saber techniques. Every move was sharp and boundlessly exquisite. There was also an extremely ferocious aura that made others want to retreat. That old man dealt with Shimin Bao as he nodded to himself. After exchanging pointers, the old man nodded and said, "Successor, your improvement in the past year is gratifying. The old ancestor's teachings were not in vain." Shimin Bao casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. When he recalled the days of being taught by his great-grandfather, he could not help but tremble. A ferocious light flashed in Shimin Bao's eyes as he said, "For the sake of that person who once humiliated me, I have not relaxed at all in the past year. I just hope that he will not disappoint me." Jun Si slowly walked into the residence that belonged to Shui Lingling of the Haotian sect. Jun Si whispered, "First senior sister, it is time for us to depart. The transportation formation cannot take us directly to the extreme Yin sect. It will take another month to get there." Shui Lingling raised her head, feeling somewhat fatigued. She asked, "Is there still no news of Shaoqin?" Jun Si shook her head and replied, "There is no news of junior brother Shao within the 100 provinces of the Tianwu domain. I believe that he must have left the Tianwu domain and have to use the Bushin Palace's intelligence network to find out." Shui Lingling said helplessly, "Not just anyone can use the Bushin Palace's intelligence network. Even the sons of the 3 holy masters do not have such authority. Could something have happened to junior brother Shao?" Jun Si asked somewhat worriedly. "Or perhaps it is like the rumors say, he is afraid to go." Chapter 783. Undetectable worry flashed in Shui Lingling's eyes. She smiled and said, "That won't happen. He promised me that he would definitely return. As for the rumors, there is no need to care about them. Let's go." The sky turned dark. Boundless thunderclouds churned like a river with huge waves, rising and falling without end. The vast sky stretched for 50 kilometers around, filled with darkness. With one glance, it looked like the sky was about to fall. It was so dark that it was scary. Pooh! Suddenly, it seemed like a strand of saber light tore through the thick dark clouds. It was like a hole appeared in the sky. Boundless light poured out, forming a dazzling pillar of light. In this dark and gloomy world, this beam of light looked exceptionally resplendent. Dang! Ding! Ding! 2 figures flashed in the light, quickly exchanging moves. Bolts of lightning moved around the 2 like raging pythons, causing the sky to flicker endlessly. Gradually, the surrounding lightning no longer looked like raging pythons. Instead, they turned into realistic raging pythons. The huge lightning pythons had purple scales on their bodies, clearly visible. The eyes on the snakes' heads were like lightning, revealing a ferocious look. Over 100 lightning pythons danced around the 2 of them. From a distance, it looked like many lightning dragons dancing in the sky. That spot of light started to move. It was like a heavenly saber slicing the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around in half. The two clashing figures continuously moved along with the light. The sound of weapons clashing was like heavenly thunder. It was oppressive and filled with boundless explosive power, causing the air to buzz. Even when the shockwave reached 3 kilometers away, its might did not diminish. Many flowers and trees trembled and withered. The two fighting were none other than Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. After comprehending day and night, they slowly perfected their brand new lightning tribulation saber technique. When the light completely sliced through the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around, the thunderclouds scattered and the darkness was swept away. The blazing sun's light poured down without holding anything back. The golden sunlight illuminated the land once more. Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao stopped fighting and turned into two streams of light. In an instant, they landed in the desolate valley. Ao Jiao gently waved her hand and put away the lightsaber in her hand. She smiled and said, "Hee, not bad. In less than 2 months, you have more or less finished modifying the new lightning tribulation saber technique. Furthermore, its might is extraordinary. It probably won't take long for the lightning phenomenon to turn into a flood dragon." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, a look of joy on his face. By relying on the immortal will of thunder and the unforgettable divine lightning talisman deeply imprinted in his mind, the process of modifying the lightning tribulation saber technique went much smoother than Xiao Chen expected. For the new lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiao Chen removed the state of wind and the state of cloud, continuing to strengthen the state of thunder. Without wind and clouds, there would be no thunder. Only when the wind and clouds changed could thunder move in all directions. This was the old lightning tribulation saber technique. If Xiao Chen wanted to bring out its might to great perfection, he needed to have some understanding of the state of wind and the state of cloud. However, now Xiao Chen gave up on it. The reason was that he simply did not have the time to comprehend the state of wind and the state of cloud. Rumor had it that in some of the large-scale auctions in the Kunlun realm, there were crystals that could allow one to comprehend all sorts of states after consuming them. Unfortunately, they were very expensive. Even large-scale auctions could not be held on a whim. Distant water could not quench present thirst. The more important reason was that even if Xiao Chen comprehended the state of wind and cloud and brought out the might of the old lightning tribulation saber technique to great perfection, it would only be a peak earth-ranked martial technique equal to the 4-season saber technique. In the end, it was not a heaven-ranked martial technique. It could not keep up with Xiao Chen's current progress. He needed to completely break the rules and come up with a revolutionary innovation. He needed to forge the new lightning tribulation saber technique into a saber technique equal to a heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it needed to have a stable room for improvement, something that could accompany him for a long time. Since there was no wind or clouds, how could there be lightning? Without lightning, how could there be a lightning tribulation saber technique? The idea that Xiao Chen came up with was very simple. In the past, the scattered state of thunder had extraordinary might. However, it was scattered after all. Now, the immortal state of thunder was completely condensed. The lightning that it casually shot out was no weaker than natural lightning. That was right. The idea that Xiao Chen came up with was to use his immortal will of thunder to replace the lightning produced by the collision of wind and cloud, using it in the lightning tribulation saber technique. As the might of the immortal will of thunder increased, the lightning tribulations that the lightning tribulation saber technique materialized would continuously increase as well. This would be sufficient to accompany Xiao Chen for a long time. Using one's body as lightning to materialize a tribulation was the essence of the new lightning tribulation saber technique. Aside from the last 3 moves of the new lightning tribulation saber technique, the starting moves and storing up power all changed. Xiao Chen pulled it into 12 moves. There were 6 basic moves, 3 moves of lightning gathering, and 3 moves of killing. Collecting his wandering thoughts, Xiao Chen looked to the north of the boundless sky and muttered, "It is time to set off. Along the way, I will try to upgrade the berserk lightning python mysterious phenomenon to a lightning flood dragon." Naturally, this inspiration came from the tens of thousands of true dragons around the divine lightning talisman. Naturally, It was impossible to make lightning transform into a true dragon in one step. Xiao Qin could only take it slow, taking it step by step. Starting from the berserk python, then the lightning flood dragon, then the true dragon, and finally the true dragon lightning. The blazing sun shone down from the sky, casting a long shadow on Xiao Qin. Ao Jiao looked at the radiant Xiao Qin. Her lips curled up in a satisfied smile. The two figures turned into beams of light and flew out of the valley, disappearing into the sky. Target: the first 9 ranks of the great families of the north, the Extreme Yin sect. The Extreme Yin sect was the top sect of the 27 northern provinces. Among the 9 ranks of the great families of the entire Tianwu domain, this sect was second only to the Thunder and Lightning Palace, which the Thunder King presided over. The sect had 20,000 disciples. On the surface, there were 2 Emperor Wu, who guarded the sect all year round. Even after experiencing several demonic calamities, the sect did not fall. Outside the vast starry heavens, there were still many Emperor Wu of the Extreme Yin sect. Such a secret was not something that outsiders could know. Over the long years, the Extreme Yin sect had become the center of the north, establishing a high prestige. In terms of prestige and status, the Extreme Yin sect was much higher than the top sect of the south, the Haoyan sect. Practically no sect in the north dared to oppose the Extreme Yin sect. They relied on absolute strength and accumulations. As for the Haoyan sect's prestige, it relied more on its new top true inheritor, Shui Lingling. Its strength and accumulations were not much higher than the Full Moon Pavilion and the Thousand Mystery sect, which were also in the south. Normally, the Extreme Yin sect was very lively. There would always be cultivators from the other sects in the north coming to ask for advice or spend large sums of money to buy medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and spirit-gathering pearls from Extreme Yin City. However, today, the Extreme Yin sect was exceptionally noisy. A large group of cultivators had already gathered at the challenge peak outside Extreme Yin City. Thousands of beams of light could be seen from the horizon, heading for the summit. The challenge peaks of the various sects were all about the same. A major character had shaved off the summit and turned it into a vast drill ground. At the center of the martial practice grounds was an enormous arena meticulously constructed from various precious ores, and not far from the arena was a bronze bell that was filled with an ancient charm. When the bell rang, it meant that the challenge had begun. A figure stood quietly on the arena with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Wisps of faintly discernible cold air spread out from his body, causing the air to become extremely cold for no apparent reason. This was the top true inheritor of the Extreme Yin sect. Despite the changes in the Tianwu continent, his fame did not diminish. One of the 7 giants, Bai Wuxue. The beams of light heading for the summit immediately stopped a kilometer away from the summit, not advancing any further. Everyone knew that Bai Wuxue had personally killed an inferior-grade martial sage loose cultivator 3 months ago. If they really fought later, the shockwaves would quickly spread to the entire summit. However, not many people believed that Xiao Qin would come. It is almost noon already. That white-robed bladesman still has not appeared. He probably will not come. How could he dare to come? Right now, Bai Wuxue does not even care about inferior-grade martial sages. He most likely comprehended a will. Now that I think about it, what that brat said back then was just a joke. After all, Bai Wuxue is Bai Wuxue. I guess he received news that a lower-realm demonic genius that challenged Bai Wuxue not long ago directly crushed him to pieces, frightening that brat. The Sage War of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking will start soon. Perhaps Bai Wuxue will be able to fight against the 4 holy scions. Similar voices rang out in the crowd in the air. The rumors all favored Bai Wuxue. No one thought highly of Xiao Qin. In the end, strength reigned supreme in the Kunlun realm. Now that Bai Wuxue had defeated a martial sage with his fist, his fame grew. Naturally, the winds would change. A tyrannical beam of light flew by. It was the Shimen noble clan's Shimen Bao. When he saw the lonely Bai Wuxue in the arena, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingxing, and the mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi, who had been in the limelight recently, all arrived. The arrival of so many young demonic geniuses surpassed everyone's expectations. Some had not expected this, so discussions broke out. Just at this moment, a huge purple bird slowly flew over from the distance. Someone immediately recognized it as the Haotian sex Shui Lingling's spirit beast, the profound sunbird. Look, the Haotian sex people are here. The white-robed brat is really not up there. Some sharp-eyed people did not discover Xiao Chen's figure above, so they immediately made a big fuss. The Haotian sex people on the bird's back could not help but show unsightly expressions. Jun Si frowned and said, "These people are really snobs." First senior sister, could it be that junior brother Xiao Chen is really not here? Someone behind Jun Si asked. Just as Shui Lingling was about to answer, she heard a commotion in the crowd. She turned around to take a look. Behind her, a thundercloud scattered. It was the newly promoted Holy Scion, and Juanxi, who had arrived. And Juanxi's appearance immediately raised the atmosphere to a climax. Even Bai Wuxue, who had his eyes closed in deep thought, suddenly opened them. Snowflakes flashed in his eyes, materializing a boundless, mysterious phenomenon of 5,000 kilometers of ice, blazing with a boundless fighting spirit. And Juanxi smiled faintly. His figure flashed, and he landed on a nearby peak, no longer bothering with Bai Wuxue. Chapter 784. Time slowly went by, but Xiao Chen still had not arrived. The cultivators, who originally had some interest and hope, all lost their patience. Several of them even started cursing in low voices. What **T agreement of 1 year? He is just a coward. To think that Bai Wuxue even formally acknowledged him. It turns out that he is only SOS. Even if he did not want to come, he could have just sent someone to admit defeat. He made us wait for so long for nothing. He has thoroughly embarrassed the Haotian sect. When Jun Si and the others on the profound sunbird heard these discussions, they could not help but show even more anxious and unsightly expressions. Regardless of the reason for Xiao Chen's cowardice before the fight had even begun, the Haotian sect's reputation had been tarnished. Jun Si said hesitantly, "First senior sister, I think we should discuss this. Dragging this out is not a solution." Shui Lingling's gentle face remained calm as usual. She said calmly, "Don't worry. Since he promised me that he would return safely, he will definitely rush over." Boom. Just as some of the extreme insect elders were getting impatient and wanted to announce Xiao Chen's forfeit, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly tore through the sky. It was like a spear descending. In an instant, it crashed into that bronze bell. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the deafening sound of a bell rang out incessantly. When the bell rang, the rumbling thunder and the deep chime merged together, echoing everywhere and rushing to the clouds. A figure landed somewhat hurriedly. As he looked at Bai Wuxue, who was in front of the arena, he said calmly, "Xiao Chen has arrived on time for the agreement of 1 year." On the profound sunbird, Shui Lingling's pretty face melted like water. An indescribable joy appeared on her face as she smiled and said, "I just knew that he would rush over." The bell's chime resounded endlessly. The purple lightning that descended from the sky was still very mighty. Arcs of electricity crackled and danced around the ancient bronze bell, showing no signs of stopping. The moment the white figure appeared, the cultivators hovering in the air a kilometer away from the challenge peak could not help but look over. He really made it. He knows that he will lose, but he still dares to come and fight. He has some guts. He's just asking to be humiliated. What does it matter whether he comes or not? You can't say that. Cowering before a fight and coming as promised are two completely different things. Let me ask you, if we knew that Bai Wuxue could kill half-sages, would we have the courage to come and fight? That's right. No matter what, I admire your courage. Xiao Chen's arrival was out of many people's expectations, and the criticism about him lessened by a lot. Knowing that he would lose, he still dared to fight. This courage earned Xiao Chen a lot of positive evaluations for his victory. Shimin Bao smiled, and a murderous intent appeared on his face. He said in a cold voice, "I hope that Bai Wuxue can spare your life. Otherwise, this will be too boring. The top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, had a similarly hostile gaze. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Unexpectedly, you managed to break through to half-sage in 1 year. However, you do not stand a chance against Bai Wuxue." The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, and the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing both showed expressions of pity. Xiaoqun managed to break through to half-sage in 1 year. Such talent could be considered top-notch even in the current age of martial artists where heroes were rising together. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun ran into Bai Wuxue. Defeat was certain. It all depended on whether Bai Wuxue was willing to spare Xiaoqun's life or not. Otherwise, if Xiaoqun fell here, it would truly be a pity. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to see the heavenly sage laws behind Xiaoqun. However, these peak experts could see it with one glance. Although they could not see it clearly, the fact that Xiaoqun could comprehend heavenly sage laws proved that he was a martial sage. Such a cultivation realm and talent shocked several people. However, they still did not think much of Xiaoqun, as his opponent was simply too horrifying. He could even kill a martial sage. How heaven-defying was he? How demonic was he? So what if Xiaoqun advanced to half-sage? Among everyone, only Juanxi, who was on another peak, looked up at Xiaoqun thoughtfully. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The extreme Yin sect elder looked coldly at Xiaoqun and said expressionlessly, "When the bell rings, life and death will be decided by heaven. The duel will begin immediately." After saying that, he floated away from the mountain peak without saying anything else. Bai Wuxue wore robes of alternating blue and white. His handsome face was cold, showing neither joy nor sorrow. When he saw Xiaoqun rushing over, his expression did not change at all. "I haven't seen you for a year, and you've advanced to the half-saint realm. Not bad. Unfortunately, I didn't stop. If I admit defeat now, I can let you live. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop later." Bai Wuxue said indifferently as he looked straight at Xiaoqun. He had absolute confidence in his strength. Xiaoqun's pupils constricted. He smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? In that case, I'll return those words to you. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself." Bai Wuxue did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky for no reason. Soon, a thick layer of snow covered the ground. Holy icy palm imprint. Bai Wuxue took a step forward and threw a palm strike. A huge icy palm appeared out of nowhere and smashed towards Xiaoqun. Compared to the great icy palm imprint of the past, this holy icy palm imprint seemed more spiritual. It seemed to merge with the world. Xiaoqun looked up. Amid the snowflakes, he could even vaguely see an ancient sage sitting in the air. This palm strike came from that sage and not from Bai Wuxue. This is the extreme Yin sect's superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. No one has succeeded in practicing it for several hundred years already. It has an extremely high comprehension ability. It looks like this Bai Wuxue does not intend to waste time with Xiaoqun. The moment he makes his move, he wants to kill him. It's over. Bai Wuxue is too direct. There is nothing to see in this battle. The moment this palm strike was sent out, it elicited startled cries. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxue had even succeeded in practicing this move. Shui Lingling and the true inheritors of the Supreme Sky Sect, who were on the profound Sunbird, could not help but show nervous expressions. Interesting. However, that should not be all you are capable of. Xiaoqun looked around and made up his mind. His figure flashed as he quickly dodged. The ice palm imprint, which was circulating with holy light, directly cracked the arena with a bang, and the entire mountaintop was shaking. The might of the holy icy palm imprint was very impressive. Boom, boom, boom. The palm was like a mountain as it pressed down on the dodging Xiaoqun. The entire mountain started shaking intensely. The arena crumbled into countless shards, filling the air. The moment it started, the battle spread across the entire mountaintop. The cultivators watching from afar had great foresight. Before that huge palm, Xiaoqun seemed very insignificant. As he dodged continuously, it was a shocking sight. Every time, he would be nearly suppressed. After dodging a few times, Xiaoqun found an opportunity. He pushed off the ground and nimbly dodged the holy icy palm imprints. Then he soared into the air and charged at Bai Wuxue. Such an ingenious and nimble movement technique attracted many praises. However, Bai Wuxue smiled coldly and quickly formed hand seals. His lips curled up in a mocking smile as he said, "I was just waiting for you." Suddenly, two incomparably huge icy palm imprints appeared in the air. Then, Bai Wuxue pressed his hands together, looking like two mountain peaks about to merge together. In an instant, they trapped Xiao Qin. This sudden scene caused many people's expressions to change greatly. Xiao Qin, who was trapped between the two palms, looked very insignificant. There was no chance for him to dodge. If Xiao Qin got caught between the palms, he would not have a chance to survive. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxue still had such a trump card. Just as everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, a majestic and resonant sagely song suddenly rang out. A golden light descended from the sky. The resonant sagely song recounted the legend of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's past deeds materialized into golden scrolls flickering in the sky. As the sagely song rang out, the gears of time spun. The legend turned into an epic of vicissitudes, then into a glorious myth. Many people had an illusion. Looking at the picture scroll that flashed between heaven and earth, it was as if they were looking at ancient history and imprints. They felt a sense of worship. Bang! Xiao Qin punched to the sides and infused the legendary energy into his fists. Before everyone's shocked gazes, the two holy ice palm imprints shattered into ice shards that filled the air. The ice shards reflected the light of the sun, giving off a multicolored light that formed a dreamy scene. In this scene, Xiao Qin's white robes gave off the feeling of a celestial being in heaven. You are not the only one who knows a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Xiao Qin smiled coldly to himself. Then, a clump of electric light burst out from under his feet as he instantly executed Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao Qin's figure flickered, and he sent out a radiance of deities. The situation instantly reversed. Xiao Qin, who had been fleeing all over the place, actually turned from defense to offense. Bai Wuxue's face sank. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Qin to break his holy ice palm imprint so easily. When Bai Wuxue saw that majestic, resplendent pillar of light, he stomped on the ground. Rumble! Suddenly, a 3-kilometer-tall snowy mountain rose behind him. A white-robed sage sat at the peak of the snowy mountain. In that instant, this place firmly stabilized. Bai Wuxue did not move his feet at all as he directly threw a palm strike at the incoming pillar of light. The sage at the peak of the snowy mountain opened his eyes and sent out a palm strike at the same time as Bai Wuxue's palm strike. It seemed like the two's movements overlapped. When the sage made his move, ancient sagely music resounded in the sky, sounding very distant. Instantly, snowflakes fell from the sky, drifting even faster. There were even several snow tornadoes spinning wildly in the distant sky. Such a mysterious phenomenon was truly horrifying. The cultivators watching from a kilometer away could not help but move back another 5 kilometers. The overwhelming might was as immovable as a mountain. Bai Wuxue firmly caught this majestic, resplendent light with his palm. His feet did not move at all. He even froze that light into ice, shattering it piece by piece. I have obtained the inheritance of the ancient snow race. No matter how strong you are just a joke before me. When Bai Wuxue saw the light turn into ice shards, he could not help but smile cockily when he easily dealt with his startlingly mighty move. So what if you can shatter my cold ice hand imprint? You will still be defeated. However, before Bai Wuxue's smile froze, Xiao Qin had already arrived before him. Xiao Qin did not feel dispirited at having his deity's light imprint dissolved. All Xiao Qin wanted was to get close to Bai Wuxue. Clearly, he had already achieved his goal. Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A beam of divine light tore through the barrier of the sky and entered Xiao Qin's body, causing his aura to soar. Everything in the world seemed to want to prostrate in worship. Before this aura, the snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly froze. It was like time stopped. Xiao Qin roared ferociously, and a golden light spread out. His white robes fluttered, and his long hair gave off beams of light as he punched. Bai Wuxue, who had received this move head-on, had not expected Xiao Chen to suddenly bring out tenfold his combat prowess. The snowy mountain behind him started to crumble in an instant. The sage who was sitting at the peak of the mountain was blown to pieces. Break! The 3-kilometer-tall snowy mountain crumbled, and Bai Wuxue's momentum broke. He went flying back like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he flew back 1 kilometer and landed outside the platform at the summit. The snowflakes stopped dancing, and the strong winds stopped howling. Xiao Chen stood calmly on the summit, looking coldly at Bai Wuxue, who was filled with shock and incredulity. The surroundings were quiet. The situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. Just a few moves had already made everyone's hearts surge with excitement. No one had expected such a result. Unexpectedly, that white-robed brat knocked Bai Wuxue into the air. Chapter 785. In the distance, Shimen Bao's pupils constricted slightly. Shock appeared in his eyes as he said softly, "What exactly did this fellow experience in the past year? To think that he managed to gain the upper hand." However, Feng Xingxing frowned slightly. He whispered, "This fellow has only practiced this fist technique for 1 year? In that case, I am too disappointed." No matter how ferocious this fist technique was, it was still unorthodox to a bladesman. Furthermore, he could not defeat Bai Wuxue with just this fist technique. Bai Wuxue hovered in the air, and his expression turned grave. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he no longer looked down on him like he did at the beginning. After not seeing him for a year, "It looks like not only did I have a fortuitous encounter, but you are also extraordinary. However, just based on this, you will still lose." Bai Wuxue's face sank as he turned into a beam of cold light. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a crystalline beam of light in the air, giving off a cold light. Suddenly, the figure of that sage appeared once again. Beams of cold light flowed in the air, giving off a boundless might. The cold light flashed, and heavy snow fell from the sky once more. Bai Wuxue instantly arrived before Xiao Chen and sent out a palm strike. Bai Wuxue did not believe that Xiao Chen could continue using his tenfold combat prowess. In terms of close combat, Bai Wuxue definitely held the advantage. Bai Wuxue guessed the beginning correctly but not the end. Indeed, deities descending could not be used continuously. However, in close combat, that was not Bai Wuxue's advantage. The two of them quickly started fighting. Loud explosions rang out as the lightning and the cold chi clashed, resulting in terrifying shockwaves. Soon, the shock waves from the two's battle flattened the entire mountain by about 30 centimeters. Lightning flickered amid the snowflakes, creating a wondrous scene. In an instant, the two exchanged 100 moves. As they attacked, they did not give way to each other. They did not take half a step back, giving the other a chance to gain an advantage. Xiao Chen's thunder steps and Bai Wuxue's mysterious cold light movement technique were brought out to their limits in the air. Those with weaker eyesight wouldn't even be able to see the afterimages of the two of them. If it weren't for the terrifying phenomenon in the air and the loud bangs that pierced straight into people's hearts, no one would think that there was some kind of earth-shattering battle going on here. Dance of snow, 100 flowers bloom. The snow turned into flowers. Thousands of pure and holy ice flowers spun gently, containing boundless killing intent. They formed a beautiful storm that swept toward Xiao Chen. Energy ignited, green cloud burns the sky. Xiao Chen was not afraid at all. He directly burned half of his vital chi, and the blue sky seemed to be burning. A true dragon rolled in the sky, and a dragon claw descended from the sky. The 10,000 flowers shattered into countless ice shards that shot out in all directions. Dance of snow, 100 flowers blooming. After Bai Wuxue's first move was broken, he immediately used his second move. Hundreds of flowers, roses, peonies, azaleas, parasol trees, and laurels, bloomed. They formed the 100 flowers grand array, containing a world of its own, intending to trap Xiao Chen to death. Xiao Chen's face darkened, and he did not hesitate to execute the Kuan Peng fist. A massive shadow descended, and the aura of the ancient Kuan Peng spread out. The rock hated the sky for being too low when it spread its wings. After the 100 flowers grand array broke, Xiao Chen broke it with one punch. Then he continued fighting with Bai Wuxue. Such a soul-stirring battle forced the spectators to retreat another 3 kilometers. Their expressions were strange. Originally, everyone thought that this battle would end quickly. They did not expect it to be so intense. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen would definitely lose. However, not only did he come, he even managed to push Bai Wuxue to such a state. Bai Wuxue broke every move he made. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. After exchanging another 100 moves, they were still evenly matched. However, Xiao Chen lost his patience. He knocked Bai Wuxue back with a punch and immediately retreated. Then he looked at Bai Wuxue coldly. "If that is all you have, then I think you are only SOSO." With a flip of his hand, the slender lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. When the saber appeared, the crowd exclaimed softly. They suddenly realized that Xiao Chen was also a bladesman. The eyes of the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingxing, and Wang Meng, the bladesman of the 7 giants, immediately lit up as they quickly looked over. When Bai Wuxue saw Xiao Chen take out the lunar shadow saber, his expression remained calm. He still had a trump card that he had not used yet. He believed that as long as he threw out that trump card, no matter how strong Xiao Chen was, he would not be able to change the result. From the very start, Xiao Chen was destined to lose. Boom! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, and a bolt of lightning immediately tore through the sky. Boundless thunderclouds churned continuously. Soon, the thick, dark clouds stretched for 50 kilometers, looking very horrifying. The instant the electric light flickered, Xiao Chen ingeniously used the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber in the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Bai Wuxue's expression changed slightly. He suddenly discovered that he could not make out the trajectory of this ordinary saber strike. He did not know where Xiao Chen would come from. So. Bai Wuxue could not help but reveal a horrified expression as he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. A purple light flickered, and a saber light tore through the protective quintessence on Bai Wuxue's chest. Then, it landed heavily on the inner vest he wore. Thunder roared, and boundless electricity exploded on the saber. Bai Wuxue's body was blasted back like a cannonball. How can this be? How did he execute this saber strike? It was very stunning. The cultivators who used the saber all cried out in surprise. Even Feng Xingxing, Wang Meng, and the other 2 became somewhat excited. Their gazes were very complicated. "After not seeing you for a year, your saber techniques did not disappoint," Feng Xingxing muttered to himself. The look of pity in his eyes intensified. He said, "If Bai Wuxue had not comprehended a will, you might have been able to win this battle." The other people who knew about Bai Wuxue also revealed looks of pity in their eyes. After Xiao Chen executed the lunar shadow saber, he gained the upper hand in one strike. The brand new lightning tribulation saber technique forced Bai Wuxue to retreat. Bolts of electricity formed berserk pythons around him. Bai Wuxue roared ferociously. That horrifying might caused Bai Wuxue's aura to plummet to rock bottom, unable to rise again. His earlier disdain and calmness vanished. He was now in a sorry state. The 100 electric pythons merged into one and released motes of golden light. Then, together with Xiao Chen's lightning tribulation, they turned into saber lights sweeping at Bai Wuxue. Bai Wuxue clenched his teeth and held on. The sage sitting on his head sent out a palm strike, and a snow mountain appeared in front of Bai Wuxue. Bai Wuxue leaped up gently, and his body merged with that sage image. He appeared very dignified as he sat on the peak of the mountain. The lightning tribulation descended, and electricity split apart. That snow mountain mysterious phenomenon started to shake continuously, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Bai Wuxue, who merged with the sage image, had a calm expression on his face. His gaze turned cold as he suddenly stood up. In that instant, the sky seemed to have risen significantly. Bai Wuxue's aura, which had fallen to rock bottom, soared back into the sky. The dark clouds above him resisted for a while before being torn apart by his aura. Under the sunlight, Bai Wuxue stood at the peak of the snow mountain. He looked very beautiful, like a god of ice and snow. Crystalline halos flowed out from under his feet. The teetering snow mountain became firm and firm in an instant. A rebounding force shot out and directly blasted the thick lightning python away. "Let's end it here." Bai Wuxue snorted coldly and looked up. The cultivators who met his gaze immediately felt an indelible chill appear in their sea of consciousness. The mysterious phenomenon of the snow mountain collapsing and the boundless storm lingered in their minds. It's a will. The will of ice. Bai Wuxue really comprehended the will of ice. No wonder he can kill martial sages. For people with a will, fighting above their cultivation realm is as easy as eating or drinking. The fear they felt on a mental level made the surrounding cultivators all cry out in alarm. There had long been rumors that Bai Wuxue comprehended the will of ice. However, rumors were just rumors. Now that they saw it for themselves, they were all greatly startled. Shimen Bao could not help but reveal a sinister smile. He said, "In the end, this fellow still managed to force Bai Wuxue to use the will of ice. Unfortunately, I cannot kill him personally. What a pity." Feng Xingxing and the others sighed and shook their heads. Once the will of ice was used, no matter how big of an advantage one had, it would all vanish. Even if Xiao Chen did not lose, he would not be able to escape death. Shui Lingling, who was on the profound sunbird, had a terrifyingly calm expression. At some point in time, the purple bow had appeared in her right hand. She clenched it so tightly that it seemed like she would break it. Only in Juanxi, who was on the other peak, did not show any changes in his expression. From the moment Xiao Chen executed the lightning tribulation saber technique, he had confirmed some of his guesses. No matter how talented you are, or how great your luck is, challenging me Bai Wuxue is fated to be your misfortune. A murderous intent flashed in Bai Wuxue's eyes. Illuminated by the light, Bai Wuxue stretched out his hand and pointed. A white light surged out from his forehead, and the light of his will formed white rings of light visible to the naked eye. Bai Wuxue's forehead lit up, and a small ice sword with a flowing light shot out from his finger towards Xiao Chen. This was the form of Bai Wuxue's will. The small ice sword was only about the size of a palm. However, the energy it spat out made space tremble continuously, as if it would tear at any moment. A huge pressure encased Xiao Chen. A flood of ice and snow seemed to form behind the small ice sword, rumbling like 1,000 horses galloping forward. Several people could not bear to watch this, so they closed their eyes. Another unparalleled genius was about to fall. The age of the martial epic was the best stage for geniuses, but it was also the grave for countless geniuses. When Xiao Chen saw the small ice sword approach him, he smiled instead. He said softly, "I thought you had some trump card. So it is this. It seems like I have a little bit of a will as well." The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun around and flew out from his forehead. The huge pressure instantly vanished before the immortal will of thunder. Chapter 786. Without giving the crowd any time to be shocked, the talisman crashed into that ice sword. A melodious shattering sound rang out. The thing that Bai Wuxue's will took shape shattered in half. A purple light flashed. At the summit of the snowy mountain, Bai Wuxue vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could express the shock in his eyes, the purple lightning talisman struck him. Electric light burst out, and the light of an immortal will poured out. The 3-kilometer-tall snowy mountain directly melted. Shock waves surged, and Bai Wuxue's body flew back 5 kilometers before crashing heavily into the cliff of a mountain. With a loud bang, the mountain peak was immediately split into two. The huge mountain peak collapsed heavily towards the ground. Xiao Chen flew over, and the talisman automatically returned to his sea of consciousness. Then he swung his saber, and a saber chi tore through the sky like a crescent moon, directly chopping the falling mountain in half. Xiao Chen gently drifted over and landed beside Bai Wuxue, who was covered in wounds and coughing up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he kicked out and sent Xiao Chen tumbling down from the middle of the mountain like a sandbag. When the crowd saw Bai Wuxue being casually kicked away by Xiao Chen like a cripple, They thought about how Bai Wuxue had said that whoever challenged him was unlucky. They could not help but find it ironic. Who exactly was unlucky? As the crowd watched Bai Wuxue fall, the answer went without saying. The extreme Yin sect elder who announced the start of the duel earlier looked at Xiao Chen with an extremely cold expression. Then, he gently drifted over and caught the severely injured Bai Wuxue. When this elder saw Bai Wuxue's body covered in wounds and charred skin, his face twitched uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect ended up like this. Without a month of rest, he would not be able to recover. Damn it! The elder's face darkened, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who was halfway up the mountain, the heavenly sage laws behind him could not help but move. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy flowed like a river and rapidly gathered towards him. Buzz! Just as he was about to make his move, a wisp of fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a beautiful trail in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell towards him like a falling star. It was so fast that it could not be described with words. The old man was startled and quickly withdrew his killing chi. Then he hugged Bai Wuxue and pushed off, his figure flashing into the air. As soon as he took a step forward, the stream of light descended and instantly sank into the ground. A finger-sized hole appeared in the ground. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Boom boom boom. Without any warning, after a second of peace, countless spider-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and the entire ground exploded. Rocks filled the sky and shot out in all directions like sharp arrows. A deep, spiral-shaped crater with a diameter of 500 meters appeared. The power of this arrow was incomparably shocking. What is the extreme Yin sect trying to do? Are they not going to admit their loss? The rules of the challenging peak are set by the Bushin Palace. The disciples of the various sects are free to challenge others. Life and death are up to heaven. Grudges are settled fairly. The elders of the sect are not allowed to make a move. Just as the old man was about to lose his temper, a clear and elegant voice rang out. Shui Lingling appeared above him on the profound sunbird. She held up her purple bow and pointed it at him expressionlessly. The surrounding cultivators could not help but show interested expressions. Was this extreme Yin sect planning to go against the world and challenge the rules set by the Bushin Palace? Girl from the Haotian sect, don't be too overbearing. Naturally, the extreme Yin sect will not do something so dishonorable. The extreme Yin sect can afford to lose, and so can Bai Wuxue. A loud and clear voice approached from afar. It was a skinny old man walking over with a gloomy expression. When the cultivators in the distance saw this person's face, they could not help but take a few steps back. A deep fear flashed in their eyes. The extreme Yin old man actually came out. That is normal. Bai Wuxue is the disciple he is most proud of. How could he not come out after being injured to such an extent? However, Xiao Chen is really surprising. The extreme Yin old man was an expert of the Tianwu domain, second only to Emperor Wu. In this era where Emperor Wu was fighting in the starry heavens, he represented the peak of the Kunlun realm. When facing this person, just a glance from him would cause one to feel immense pressure. Shui Lingling suppressed the panic in her heart and said, "Many thanks for senior's magnanimity. Xiao Chen, let's return to the Haotian sect." Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on the back of the profound sunbird. He discovered that there were many familiar faces on the bird's back. Aside from Jun Si and the others, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu were among them as well. Xiao Chen looked at their identity medallions. After not seeing them for a year, they had already become true inheritors. It looked like gold would shine wherever it was. Congratulations, senior brother Xiao. A few people offered their congratulations, and Xiao Chen responded to them one by one. They were all familiar people, so he did not stand on ceremony. Shui Lingling looked cautiously at the extreme Yin old man and did not say anything. She controlled the profound sunbird to spread its wings and turn into a beam of azure light, flying far away. After all, this was the extreme Yin sect's territory. While the other party did not dare to play any tricks, there was no guarantee that they would not do something in secret. The earlier they left, the better. As they watched the group leave, the cultivators who had rushed over to join in the fun all had complicated expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought that there would be nothing to see in this battle. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be so intense. The process was filled with twists and turns, extremely dangerous. The final result was also unexpected. Bai Wuxue had brought out the will of ice and launched a great counterattack. Originally, he should have won. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would comprehend a will as well? Furthermore, that will of thunder was much stronger than Bai Wuxue's will of ice. The moment it came into contact, it shattered Bai Wuxue's will of ice. If the will of thunder was damaged, it would harm the cultivator's foundation. Bai Wuxue's injuries might even affect his cultivation. This was a severe loss. Of the 7 giants, Bai Wuxue was the first to comprehend a will after Anjuanshi. His future should have been bright. Bai Wuxue had used this arranged battle with Xiao Chen to use Xiao Chen as a stepping stone, reaching the sky in one step and rising rapidly. Who could have imagined that the result would be the opposite? Bai Wuxue became Xiao Chen's stepping stone, becoming famous instead. After today, the name of the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen, would shake the entire Tianwu domain. He would appear before the eyes of all the major factions, and his fame would catch up to the newly advanced Holy Sun, Anjuanshi. The crowd slowly dispersed. Soon, the extraordinarily bustling challenge peak also slowly dispersed. The old man hugging Bai Wuxue said with a sullen expression, "First Elder, we are really not satisfied with letting that brat leave just like that." Many figures landed at the foot of the challenge peak. All of their auras were terrifyingly strong. Unexpectedly, all of them were superior-grade martial sages. They were all major characters of the extreme Yin sect. Any one of them could sweep across the 27 northern provinces. At this moment, these strong martial sages all focused their gazes on the extreme Yin old man. With just a word from him, these people could instantly catch up to Xiao Chen. They would immediately kill Xiao Chen like he was an ant. They would absolutely not let him leave alive. The extreme Yin old man glanced at the weakened Bai Wuxue. His emaciated face looked terrifying. He slowly said, "There is no need. That girl, Xue Lingling, definitely has a will clone of the Haotian Emperor on her. Even if all of you go, you will not be able to stop her." However, Wuxue is so severely injured. How is he going to participate in the sage ranking 1 month from now? Our extreme Yin sect is counting on him to get a spot. Indeed. If the 2 supreme elders in closed-door cultivation know that we messed up this matter, they will definitely hold us accountable. The big shots of the extreme Yin sect behind him all chimed in one after another. They were clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. Ignorant. The extreme Yin old man's face sank as he snorted coldly. When the others felt his rage, they all shut up. Even if we kill that brat, will Wuxue definitely get a spot? You don't have to worry about the spot. The will of thunder has a suppressive effect on the will of ice in the first place. It is a good thing that Wuxue is injured. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This matter will make him calm down. Without destruction, there can be no construction. The old man hugging Bai Wuxue thought of something. His expression changed and he said, "First Elder, are you saying?" The extreme Yin old man said indifferently, "Coincidentally, Wushue's will of ice shattered. While it is being reconstructed, I will think of a way to add an attribute into it." When the others heard this, their eyes could not help but light up. If they could add an attribute into the will of ice, such as light, massacre, ruin, darkness, or destruction, then Bai Wuxue would definitely benefit from this disaster. This was definitely a blessing in disguise for Bai Wuxue. His strength would increase explosively, and his chances of obtaining a slot would increase significantly. However, if one does not comprehend an attribute on their own, forcefully adding it in would be like drinking poison to quench their thirst. It would be a huge obstacle to Wushue's future growth, an elder said somewhat worriedly. The extreme Yin old man smiled mysteriously and said, "I have my own ways. Just wait and see. What does one arranged battle count for? The most important thing is who has the last laugh." The azure profound sun bird pierced through the clouds in the gorgeous sky and a gentle breeze. Xiao Chen stood on the profound sunbird and casually chatted with his junior brothers and sisters from the Haotian sect about their experiences in the past year. From the time they set out from the Haotian sect to the time they entered the savage forest, 1 year seemed very long. However, to Xiao Chen, it felt like it was just a thought. This feeling became even more intense when he told others about it. It gave him a comprehension of the great Tao, of how time flies. There would be many more years like this on the path to the peak. Be it bitter cultivation or searching for fortuitous encounters, 100 years might be but a flick of a finger. After the profound sunbird flew for 2 days, it stopped in a provincial city with a transportation formation. Then, Shui Lingling spent a large sum of money to transport the group to the Haotian province. The familiar silhouette of the Haotian city appeared in Xiao Chen's vision once again. The group bade each other farewell, and Xiao Chen prepared to return to his residence to rest. Junior brother Xiao Chen, wait for a moment. Shui Lingling, who had not spoken along the way, smiled gently and called out to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party. He said, "First senior sister, you are looking for me." At such a close distance, Xiao Chen did not dare to look at Shui Lingling directly. This gentle girl had an indescribable charm. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "Wait for a moment. I'll bring you to a place. The first elder of the inner sect wants to meet you." As long as the sect masters of the various sects had the same cultivation as Emperor Wu, they would travel the starry heavens and adventure in the depths of the universe, searching for fortuitous encounters that belonged to them. Chapter 787. Normally, the sect would have a supreme elder holding down the fort to prevent outside invasions and demonic calamities from descending. The inner sect's first elder was in charge of the internal affairs. The Haotian sect was no exception. To a certain extent, the authority of the sect's inner sect elders was equivalent to that of the sect master. The first elder's family name was Han. Xiao Chen had met him before when he made an exception and traveled far away. He did not know why the first elder was looking for him, so Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Shui Lingling smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know when you get there. Come with me." The two soared into the air. Under Shui Lingling's lead, they flew higher and higher. Soon they approached the inner city. However, they showed no signs of descending. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He looked up and used his sharp spiritual sense to look at the boundless space. He could feel something slightly different. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. It was like a goose feather drifting in the air, indistinct and indistinct. Shui Lingling took out a jade strip and tossed it into the air. A light flickered in the air, and a spatial door appeared from nowhere. Then, Shui Lingling took a step forward and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chen rushed forward and entered the spatial door before it closed. The spatial door immediately closed silently, not attracting anyone's attention. After walking in the space-time tunnel for some time, the scene before Xiao Chen suddenly opened up. Unexpectedly, there was a completely different world inside, a completely different world. When Xiao Chen looked up, the starry sky looked very strange. The sky was clearly not dark at all. However, the boundless stars on the other shore were clearly visible, both bright and dark, inspiring wonder. There was a continuous mountain range on the ground. The mountains were lush and green. Xiao Chen could see pavilions and strong spirit beasts galloping about. In the center of the mountain range was a huge platform with hundreds of huge warships parked on it. Xiao Chen observed the auras of those warships. He discovered that the lowest-ranked warships were Sage-grade secret treasure warships. However, when he looked carefully, he discovered that there were many King-grade warships. In the Sky Dome realm, the noble clans treated the King-grade warships as family heirlooms. Unexpectedly, there were so many of them here. Thousands of palaces floated in the air, surrounded by dense spiritual clouds. Looking at the spiritual vein origins suppressed under the palaces, if one counted carefully, there were at least 4 grade 1 spiritual veins suppressed under each palace. Seeing the appearance of Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling, powerful mental energy was sent out from the palaces and flew towards them. His spiritual power circled around Shui Lingling's body and then concentrated on him. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and instinctively set up a bounded domain around himself with his divine sense. However, there were still a few extremely powerful psychic forces that directly penetrated Xiao Chen's divine sense, wanting to enter his body to see clearly. Xiao Chun could not help but feel horrified. The masters of these psychic forces were all superior-grade martial sages. In terms of cultivation, they were no weaker than the extreme old man. The feeling of being seen through was not a good one. Ever since Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced to the 6th layer, he had not experienced such a situation for a long time. Xiao Chen's face sank, and the purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness started circulating. Strands of spiritual sense carrying the might of the immortal will of thunder swept out. When those psychic forces saw the spiritual sense containing the will of thunder approaching, they all dodged, not daring to clash head-on. Some psychic forces did not manage to pull them out in time and were directly refined by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Muffled groans came from the palaces. Clearly, they suffered some losses. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. He asked, "First senior sister, what is this place?" Shui Lingling answered, "This is the Haotian sect. This is the place of 10,000 years of accumulation. It is also where the elites of the entire sect are. You will soon become one of them." Xiao Chen now understood. It turned out that the Haotian city outside was just a facade. This was the true foundation of the Haotian sect. No wonder Xiao Chen found it strange. The Haotian sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families. Why did it only have 7 or 8 true inheritors? Furthermore, there were very few martial sages in the sect. It turned out that they all ran here. When a cultivator advanced to martial sage, their lifespan would increase rapidly, reaching 500 years. The number of cultivators who could advance to martial sage in the Kunlun realm was 1 in 10,000. The chances were extremely low. This was even lower in the Sky Dome realm. If not for the vast spiritual energy and horrifying population of the Kunlun realm, there would not be so many martial sages. However, once a cultivator advanced to martial sage, their long lifespan ensured that they could survive for a very long time. Nearly all the martial sages of the Haotian sect in the past thousands of years were gathered here. Most of the people in this secret realm were martial sages. Aside from them, there were the previous true inheritors of the Haotian sect. These people were only one step away from martial sage. These people were under 100 years old and were the focus of the Haotian sect's nurturing. They could be considered a reserve force of elites. If an older generation martial sage fell, they could immediately replace them. Only then could a sect be guaranteed to last a long time and not fall. Once the reserve forces could not keep up, the rank of the sect would automatically fall in less than 500 years. Such a situation was very common in the Kunlun realm. Although there were many 9 ranks of the great families, there were very few 9 ranks of the great families that could last forever. "Las Ling, who is this fellow?" As the two spoke, a palace flew over from the distance like a castle in the sky. The fog formed by spiritual energy scattered, and a spirited old man walked out with a smile. When Shui Lingling saw this old man, her eyes lit up. She could not help but smile gently. It is rare for Martial Uncle Qin to be so free and come out of closed-door cultivation. I tried to visit you a few times, but the door was always shut in my face. However, the old man with the family name Qin laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I still do not know what you want? This purple bow of yours is already a high-ranked sage-grade secret treasure. If it is upgraded again, it will become a peak sage-grade secret treasure. This old man will not be able to endure your exploitation." "Petty," Shui Lingling muttered. Then she introduced this old man to Xiao Chen. This was Elder Qin of the sect. He advanced to martial sage 500 years ago. Now, he was already a peak superior grade martial sage. Elder Qin could be considered a grandmaster-level martial sage. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, he was very good at refining secret treasures and managed the refining pavilion in the sect. Xiao Chen understood. While this old man did not put on any airs, based on Shui Lingling's introduction, he was a bona fide major character in the Haotian sect. Junior Xiao Chen greets Elder Qin. "Greetings, Elder Qin. Not daring to be too casual, Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. The refining pavilion's elder Qin glanced at Xiaochen and revealed a contemplative expression. He wanted to see through Xiaochen. However, he felt that there was a thick layer of fog that prevented him from seeing the light. Feeling helpless, Elder Qin could only give up. He said, "Brat, you are really not simple. No wonder that Elder Bai and the others suffered at your hands. They are probably too ashamed to face others now." When Shui Lingling heard this, she could not help but feel slightly startled. The Elder Qin mentioned were all major characters of the Haotian sect. However, they were all major characters of the Supreme Sky sect. They had lived for several hundred years and possessed unfathomable strength, all Grandmaster-level martial sages. If they took another step forward, they would be able to break through to the Great Tao and become the blue-robed emperor. Unexpectedly, they suffered at Xiao Chen's hands. After being praised like this by a Grandmaster-level martial sage, no matter how thick Xiao Chen's skin was, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Any one of these people could kill him with a flick of a finger. Senior is joking. Elder Qin smiled and said, "I am not joking. Brat, are you interested in secret treasures? I am already so old and my disciples are not skilled enough. If you are interested, this old man does not mind taking in a final disciple." Elder Qin's expression was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why Elder Qin suddenly wanted to take in a disciple. However, Elder Qin appeared very serious. He continued, "This old man is the pavilion master of the refining pavilion. As long as you become my disciple, you will not lack secret treasures in the future. You will be able to change the tattered items you have on you immediately." Wait, that's not right. There is still an inferior grade sage grade secret treasure in your body that has not been completely refined. This pagoda has great potential. If you become my disciple, I can immediately upgrade it to a peak sage grade secret treasure. When Shui Lingling, who was at the side, heard this, she frowned slightly. She smiled and said, "Elder Qin, you are really something. The moment my junior brother came over, you gave me a secret treasure and helped me upgrade it. I have already asked you to help me upgrade my purple bow to a peak sage grade secret treasure many times." When Elder Qin heard this, he laughed and said, "That purple bow of yours is a magic treasure from the immortal epic. Now, it is probably no weaker than a king-grade secret treasure. This old man really cannot afford to spend the resources needed to upgrade it." "Stingy," Shui Lingling said with a pout. Elder Qin smiled awkwardly and said, "Junior, have you thought it through? If you follow me and travel the boundless starry heavens, you will not have to worry about not having enough secret treasures." Xiaochen could not help feeling tempted. After all, the other party was a Grandmaster-level martial sage with more than 500 years of cultivation. His strength was unfathomable and he knew how to refine secret treasures. Taking this person as Xiaochen's master would definitely be of great help to him. However, he was hesitant. Xiaochen had a free personality and found it hard to abide by some rules. Old Qin, you are just a lousy blacksmith, and you want to take in such a good seedling? You are dreaming. You have to ask whether we agree or not." Resonant laughter resounded, and a few more martial sage palaces flew over. A few old men parted the spiritual fog and appeared before Xiaochen. Shui Lingling felt somewhat shocked. She said, "Elder Bai, Elder Qi, Elder Lu, and Elder Wu, why are you all here?" Without a doubt, these people were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. One of them even made Xiaochen feel boundless pressure from his bones. The purple talisman in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness trembled as it spun continuously. Only when the immortal inscriptions flickered did the situation take a turn for the better. Xiaochen sized up this old man, whom Shui Lingling referred to as Elder Bai, cautiously. The other party definitely comprehended a will as well. Furthermore, his will was of a much higher level than Xiaochen's. Elder Qin immediately fumed and glared at the old man. "Old Bai, Old Qi, why are you all here?" Elder Bai laughed loudly and said, "You are not the only one with sharp eyes." His bone age is only 23 years old, but he already comprehended 100 heavenly sage laws and the will of thunder. Naturally, we will not waste such a good seedling. Chapter 788. Several Grandmaster-level martial sages disregarded their statuses and started promising Xiaochen all sorts of benefits, dazzling Xiaochen. He could not help but cast a pleading gaze at Xue Lingling. Xue Lingling smiled bitterly. She understood these people's excitement at finding a good sapling. However, they could not teach Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen was about to speak, a small mountain-like flame descended from the sky. A strong aura pressed down, making breathing difficult. A formless force swept over. Xiaochen and Xue Lingling were the most vulnerable. They could not resist at all, and their bodies were pushed back uncontrollably. Boom! The flame stopped above a residence and quickly turned into a stout figure. This person had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a squarish face. He looked like a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore purple battle armor that flickered with talisman scripts. An extremely heavy stench of blood lingered on his body. Clearly, he had just experienced a great battle. Greetings, Vice Sect Master. Everyone, including Elder Bai, lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the Haotian sect's Vice Sect Master. No wonder he had such a strong aura. He was probably a martial sage that surpassed Grandmaster-level martial sages, someone like the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochen lowered his head and guessed in his heart. He had not guessed that this person was Emperor Wu because of his intuition. The few of you, stop messing around. He is someone that the sect master has taken a fancy to. Even I do not have any designs on him. Elder Bai, bring some people to Blackwater Star. I already dealt with the astral beasts there, the square-faced, middle-aged man said calmly. The square-faced middle-aged man said calmly. Then, his figure flashed and he turned into a fiery light that escaped into his own palace. The moment this person left, that formless might and aura vanished. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Vice Sect Master's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. There are several rank 5 astral beasts on Blackwater Star. Soon, he will become our Haotian sect's 4th Emperor Wu. There is nothing to say about that. It is just unfortunate that the sect master snatched away such a good seedling. The few old men muttered to themselves. Then, they looked at Xiaochen reluctantly before leaving. These words confused Xiaochen. He raised his head and looked at the starry heavens above. Then he asked, First Senior Sister, are we still in the Kunlun realm? Xue Lingling smiled and said, Naturally, we are still in the Kunlun realm. However, we are no longer in the Kunlun continent. We are already in the starry heavens. This is the headquarters of our Supreme Sky sect in the starry heavens, the Supreme Sky Star. You don't have to be surprised. In the future, you will know that the resources of the continent are limited. Only the resources of the starry sky are unlimited. The top sects will set their headquarters in the starry sky. After flying for about an hour, Xue Lingling brought Xiaochen to a majestic hall in the mountains. An old man with white hair and eyebrows stood on the platform in front of the hall. He looked very amiable. This was the Haotian sect's inner sect's first elder, Han Qinghe. Greetings, First Elder. After the two landed, they performed cupped fist salutes. Han Qinghe raised his hand and smiled. Then he carefully sized up Xiaochen. Revealing a satisfied expression, he said, Xiaochen, you already know what this place is, right? Xiaochen nodded and said, I do. First Senior Sister already told me. You are the first inner sect disciple to enter this place in the past 1,000 years. You will understand how many benefits there are in the future. Han Qinghe continued in a calm tone, 1 month from now, the proud son of heaven-ranking sage battle will begin. This sage battle will be different from the past. You will not fight for rankings but for slots. The moment Xiaochen said that, even Xue Lingling found it strange. She asked, What slots? Han Qinghe explained, the Kunlun Mountain's heavenly dew divine spring is already full. The Bushin Palace obtained 10 slots. The other fiend races, the deity race, the ghost race, and the corpse race all obtained slots as well. When Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, heard the mention of the heavenly dew divine spring, she immediately cried out, Xiaochen, you cannot miss out on that slot. You have to fight for it. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, Heavenly dew divine spring? What is that? It is very complicated to explain. Let me put it simply. Kunlun Mountain is a holy mountain that has existed since the immortal epic. Even now, it is still the center of the entire Kunlun realm, the starting point of the martial epic. There is a legendary immortal spring in the mountain, which is the current heavenly dew divine spring. By soaking in it, one's aptitude can be improved, turning a mediocre person into a genius, and a genius into a powerful demonic genius. According to legend, the cultivators who soak in this spring will definitely become Emperor Wu if there are no accidents. Furthermore, many facts have proven this point. Aside from those who died accidentally, all the geniuses who soaked in this spring became Emperor Wu before the age of 100. When Xiao Qin heard the last sentence, he could not help but feel excited. Han Qinghe smiled and said, "I believe the two of you have more or less heard of the heavenly dew divine spring. The Haotian sect places its hopes on the two of you. You have to obtain 2 spots. Lingling, bring Xiao Qin to the heavenly battle palace. Here is my token. Give Xiao Qin a heaven series training room. Xiao Qin should not go out for 1 month." The heavenly battle palace was a place where all the Haotian sect's true inheritors would be attracted to after they reached a certain stage. As long as they did not advance to martial sage, they would remain there. Hence, there would be a large age difference. However, most of them would be within 100 years of age. If they could not advance to martial sage by 100 years of age, they would be chased out of Haotian Star, never to return. The highest floor of the Haotian sect's pyramid would have nothing to do with them. However, such a thing was extremely rare. The true inheritors that the Haotian sect took a liking to had pretty good talent in the first place. With vast resources and guidance from many senior experts, they would be able to advance to martial sage before the age of 100. In normal times, those who could advance to martial sage before the age of 100 in the Kunlun realm would be considered geniuses. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to them. After all, it was unfair to use this once-in-10,000 years era of geniuses as a standard. The martial epic only had a history of tens of thousands of years. Along the way, Xiao Qin asked Shui Lingling, "First senior sister, it is understandable that the heavenly dew divine spring is useful to us. However, based on Elder Han's expression, it seems like if we can obtain a spot, the sect will benefit greatly as well." Shui Lingling knew that Xiao Qin had always been cautious and meticulous. So his question was not strange. She explained, "After soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring, our blood will contain the medicinal effects of the heavenly dew divine spring for 24 hours. At that time, as long as you and I bleed a little more, the sect will refine it into medicinal pills. The Haotian sect will have several dozen or even hundreds of martial sages." Seeing the shocked expression on Xiao Qin's face, Shui Lingling smiled and said, "However, don't worry. This matter will not affect us. The essence of the heavenly dew divine spring will immediately enter our bones. In the end, the only thing circulating in our blood will be some dregs." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not say anything. He was just somewhat shocked at the effects of this heavenly dew divine spring. Just the dregs could produce so many martial sages. Xiao Qin wondered if the cultivators who soaked in the heavenly dew divine spring would really become Emperor Wu before the age of 100 like the rumors said. On the mountain path, they rarely met other people. However, when they did, they were all martial sage experts. Xiao Qin did not dare to underestimate any of them. These were ordinary martial sages. They were all elite martial sages of the Haotian sect. Grandmaster martial sages often led them to fight astral beasts in the starry heavens. These martial sages did not lack resources. They were far from what loose cultivators or the few Xian clairvoyants could compare to. Xiao Qin finally understood how vast the Kunlun realm was. The Haotian sect was not even at the peak of the 9 ranks of the great families, yet it already had so many earthen cores. How strong were the accumulations of the peak 9 ranks of the great families? What kind of scenery would the sovereign sects and sovereign noble clans be? Not to mention the other races that were still mysterious to Xiao Qin. "We've arrived. This is the heavenly battle palace." Xiao Qin looked up and saw a majestic palace in front. 3 large words were written in a flamboyant style, "Heavenly Battle Palace." When Xiao Qin stared at it for a while, He felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his gaze. It looked like these 3 words had some other meaning. First senior sister, you're here again. A few men and women walked out of the palace's doors. They all had deep cultivations, all peak half-sages. However, they did not look young. The youngest among them was at least 40 years old. However, based on the average lifespan of the Kunlun realm, 40 years old was not considered middle-aged. Furthermore, one's appearance would not change too much. When the leader saw Shui Lingling, he immediately walked over with a smile. Shui Lingling was now the top true inheritor and the sect master's personal disciple. Even though these people were older than Shui Lingling, they still had to address her as first senior sister. Due to seniority, they could not simply address her that way. Clearly, Shui Lingling was familiar with the people here. After she greeted them, she said, "Junior brother Zhong Yi, this is the newly arrived junior brother Xiao Chen. He received orders from the first elder to come to the Heavenly Battle Palace to cultivate for 1 month." When Zhong Yi saw Xiao Chen behind Shui Lingling, surprise flashed in his eyes. His first reaction was that Xiao Chen was too young. Based on Xiao Chen's appearance, he was only about 23 or 24 years old. Zhong Yi had not heard of such a young person entering the Heavenly Battle Palace in a long time. The group of previous true inheritors behind Zhong Yi also showed surprise on their faces, clearly in disbelief. First senior sister, is this true? How come I have never heard of this junior brother Xiao Chen before? Zhong Yi could not help but ask. This was also what the others were thinking. Shui Lingling took out the inner sect's first elder's medallion and smiled. That is natural. The first elder's medallion is here. How could it be fake? That's right, who will get the Heaven Series training room for this month? The first elder has already decided to give it to Xiao Chen. The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The surprise in their eyes turned into extreme shock. Is this for real? The Heavenly Battle Palace's only Heaven Series training room is going to a person who just entered the Heavenly Battle Palace. We have to have a competition every month. Only the champion can enjoy the Heaven Series training room for 1 month. The moment he arrived, he will stay there for 1 month? Chapter 789. In the Heavenly Battle Palace, the 100-odd true inheritors of the previous batches could not obtain the Heaven Series training room even after putting in blood and sweat. He obtained it so easily. This is too unreliable. All sorts of dissatisfied voices came from the mouths of the previous true inheritors. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they became even more curious about his origins. Could he be the new disciple of a major character in the sect? If not for his connections, he would not have been able to obtain such preferential treatment. They could not be blamed for having such thoughts. It was normal for people to be jealous and suspicious. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did look very ordinary. Zhong Yi looked at the token that Shui Lingling handed over. His expression turned strange, as the token was indeed real. Shui Lingling was not lying. First senior sister, this is going to be difficult. This time, the winner of the Heaven Series training room is Cui Hao. He has a fiery temper. Furthermore, he has been the champion of the competition for half a year in a row. It will be difficult for him to move out. Shui Lingling repeated Cui Hao's name. Then, she said in a low voice, this is going to be difficult. However, Xiao Chen is a special case. He really managed to free up this month. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This group of people had such a huge reaction. The Heaven Series training room should have a great effect on cultivators' cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have such a huge reaction. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but feel some anticipation in his heart. When the others saw Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling leave, they hesitated for a while before following after. They wanted to see Cui Hao's expression when he found out about this. As Shui Lingling stepped through the palace doors, the scene inside the Heavenly Battle Palace entered Xiao Chen's vision. The style of the Heavenly Battle Palace's buildings could be described with 2 words, tall and large. Every pavilion was extraordinarily tall. It gave off an extremely crude and simple feeling. There was an incredibly vast drill ground in the palace, and many disciples were currently sparring in it. Seeing Xiao Chen behind Shui Lingling, he stopped what he was doing. eldest senior sister actually brought a male disciple in. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. This was something that had never happened before. After asking Zhong Yi, who was following behind them, and finding out the ins and outs of the matter, they all revealed the same expression as the previous group of people. Holy crap! He is just a brat, yet he wants to stay in the Heaven Series training room the moment he arrived. Are you kidding me? Not to mention Cui Hao, even I am not convinced. Those who could enter the Heavenly Battle Palace were all the outstanding true inheritors of the previous batches. They all had high mental states. They were not young. Even with the First Elder's order, they were still quite dissatisfied when they saw a junior trying to step on their heads. A group of people followed him in a grandiose manner, quietly waiting for the development of the matter. Many of them were even discussing how to put Xiao Chen in his place. Standing in front of the Heaven Series training room, the blue-robed Cui Hao's expression immediately sank when he heard Shui Lingling's words. You want me to give it up? To even give it up to a brat? Shui Lingling, don't you think this is an insult to me? The skinny and capable-looking Cui Hao snorted coldly. He had a dark expression as he spoke with extreme dissatisfaction. When Shui Lingling saw that Cui Hao was not easy to deal with, she felt angry. She said sullenly, Cui Hao, this is the First Elder's order. Even the palace master has to abide by it. Cui Hao looked around and stared at Xiao Chen. He said, I don't care about the First Elder's order. I personally obtained this Heaven Series training room. I am abiding by the Heavenly Battle Palace's ancestral teachings. You want me to give it up? Sure, but you have to defeat me first. Shui Lingling still wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen smiled faintly and answered first, that suits me. I do not want people to think that I came here because of connections. Xiao Chen clearly heard the people pointing at him and slandering him. Even though he could ignore them, he still had to consider Shui Lingling's feelings. Xiao Chen, you have to think this through. Actually, what Cui Hao said makes sense. This is indeed the Heavenly Battle Palace's ancestral teachings. I think the First Elder assigned you to the Heaven Series training room because he wants to test you one last time. Shui Lingling sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Cui Hao is 38 years old this year, more than 10 years older than you. 10 years ago, he was already a half-sage. Previously, he was also the top true inheritor. Hence, his talent is definitely not low. Furthermore, he has been bitterly cultivating in the Heavenly Battle Palace for the past few years. Even if you grasp a will, you cannot guarantee that you can defeat him. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection back. First senior sister, don't worry. I am fully confident. However, even if I lose, it will just be because my skills are inferior. I will not have any complaints. Clearly, Cui Hao had not expected Xiao Chen to answer so straightforwardly. Then he smiled and said, You are rather hot-blooded. Come with me to the drill ground. If I lose, Cui Hao, will not have any complaints. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Where did this nameless brat come from? He just came in, and he already wants to stay in the Heaven Series training room? Furthermore, he wants to fight with senior brother Cui. I, Tian Mao, am the first to not accept this. I, Lu Shui, am not accepting this either. I, Bai Feng, am not accepting this either. Many people in the Heavenly Battle Palace were arrogant and unruly. The people who had been discussing how to take Xiao Chen down a peg earlier all shouted together, looking quite impressive. Bang! Right after the three spoke, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He moved like the wind, moving through the crowd and arriving before the person who spoke first. This person's family name was Tian, and he was about 40 years old. He had already been a half-sage for a long time. The heavenly sage laws behind him were all as thick as a pinky finger. Furthermore, they were extremely dense. There were more than 70 of them. With such a cultivation realm and talent, he would definitely be considered an outstanding talent of the Kunlun realm before the Great Age. However, now that the Great Age had arrived, if he still could not see the situation clearly, correct his position, and rein in the pride in his heart, he would be asking for trouble. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he charged forward and punched at this person. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and thumb-thick purple ribbons of light appeared behind him. The ribbons of light moved up and down, An electric light surged. Boundless lightning-attributed spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Chen's fist. When he punched, the sound of thunder and wind filled the world. When this person saw the heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen, his expression could not help but change. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only receive Xiao Chen's punch head-on. The heavenly sage laws behind both parties formed long ribbons of light. As they danced about, whistling sounds rang out continuously. The spiritual energy of the world fluctuated intensely. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The instant the two fists clashed, blood leaked out of this person's mouth, and he immediately went flying back. The other disciples along the way quickly moved to the side. That person flew back 100 meters before he landed with some difficulty and stabilized himself. He felt his chi and blood unstable, and his right fist trembled in pain. He felt like his earlier punch had landed on a metal mountain. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had not moved back a single step, horror appeared in his eyes. "Brother Tian, are you all right?" The other two disciples, who had been heckling, quickly rushed over and asked worriedly. The other disciples, who had moved to the side, looked at Xiao Chen in shock as well. Although this Tian disciple was not an outstanding person in the heavenly battle palace, his strength was clear for all to see. He had cultivated bitterly in the heavenly battle palace for so many years, putting in a lot of effort and sweat. Everyone could see for themselves that he was no ordinary half-sage. However, Xiao Chen still knocked him back with one punch. If this continued, he would be severely injured in less than 20 moves. What a demonic genius! Has the outside world really changed? Some people started discussing in soft voices. They had also heard about the age of geniuses. Several of them revealed sad expressions. Cui Hao's expression turned grave as well. He said, "I'll wait for you at the drill ground." After saying that, Cui Hao leaped up and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the drill ground in the heavenly battle palace. Xiao Chen leaped up and quickly followed. "Let's go. I want to see how strong this demonic genius from the outside world is." Many people held their breaths and soared into the sky, flying towards the martial arts practice field. When Shui Lingling saw this scene, she had a complicated expression. These people were the outstanding true inheritors of the Haotian sect. However, they had been born too early. They had missed the age of geniuses. Their past glory was not worth mentioning in this age of geniuses. The disappointment in their hearts was easy to imagine. The number of true inheritors this year is already full. At that time, the heavenly battle palace will have more newcomers than before. It is good to let Xiao Chen remind them in advance. With a gentle push, Shui Lingling turned into an azure light and flew towards the drill ground as well. Bush, bush. Two beams of light landed one after another. Xiao Chen and Cui Hao stood facing each other on the vast and hard drill ground. Cui Hao, who wore tight blue robes, no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. A yellow disc floated out of his body and hovered above his head. The disc gave off motes of light that looked like moonlight. These motes turned into threads encasing Cui Hao. Cui Hao stretched out his hand, and a crescent moon saber appeared in his grasp. The blade of the saber was as smooth as a mirror. Its edge was cold and emotionless. The crescent moon saber was even more beautiful than the moon. When the moonlight from the disc shone on the saber, they complemented each other, forming a beautiful scene. Xiao Chen looked at the disc above Cui Hao's head and raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a completely refined sage-grade secret treasure. It contained heavenly sage laws and could absorb the energy of moonlight. That elder Qin said that my pagoda was not completely refined. However, I feel that it is already completely refined. It looks like there are still many secrets about sage-grade secret treasures that I do not know. When I have time, I should ask him about them. Make your move. I can see the hidden saber intent in your eyes. The waning moon scimitar was pointed straight at Xiao Chen, and Cui Hao said in a flat tone, "Sorry for the offense." Xiao Chen flipped his palm and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand. His right hand grasped the saber hilt. Leaping into the air, the Qing Emperor instantly executed the drawing the saber. In that instant, 72 figures of Xiao Chen appeared in Cui Hao's eyes. Each figure represented a different trajectory of the saber. Cui Hao squinted and the figures in the air merged. However, Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Dark clouds filled the sky, and this saber strike carried a horrifying purple lightning. This saber strike was very mighty. The trajectory of the saber was unpredictable. By the time Cui Hao discovered Xiaochen drawing his saber, the saber light had already arrived before him. Chapter 790. It was already too late to block with his saber. However, Cui Hao did not panic. The disc hovering above his head gave off a bright light, and a moonlight curtain fell. The lunar shadow saber hacked at the moonlight curtain, and electricity exploded, immediately chopping it in half. However, Cui Hao took advantage of this opportunity to retreat 100 meters, dodging this saber strike. When the moonlight curtain completely shattered, he spun the waning moon saber in his hand and charged forward. Using the secret treasure above his head, Cui Hao nimbly dealt with this troublesome drawing the saber. Even though he moved later, he managed to arrive first, gaining the initiative. Xiaochen swung his hand back, and the lunar shadow saber blocked Cui Hao's waning moon saber. Boom! A starry sky appeared behind Cui Hao. A vast bright moon rose up, giving off a boundless radiance. Purple lightning bolts appeared behind Xiaochen, turning into berserk pythons covered in scales. Their eyes were like lightning, and they howled in the air like they were alive. The two mysterious phenomena materialized from their respective saber techniques. The instant the sabers clashed, they immediately gave off a horrifying sound. The vast drill ground shook intensely. Senior brother Cui used the moonlight disc and the heavenly moon saber technique right from the start. He is treating that Xiaochen as a true enemy. Lightning materializing into berserk pythons. This Xiaochen is indeed not simple. I have only seen such a mysterious phenomenon among some older generation cultivators. The heavenly battle palace disciples who rushed over hovered in the air. Their expressions were all strangely grave. Senior brother Cui had been forced into such a state. If he still lost, it would mean that they were truly old in this age of geniuses. The new generation would replace the old. In a river, the front waves would beat the back waves. Who would be willing to be beaten to death by the front waves? The fight between the two in the drill ground intensified. The moonlight disc above Cui Hao's head gave Xiaochen a headache. Xiaochen's berserk lightning pythons already possessed spirituality. Without needing to think about it, they could automatically pursue and attack their opponents, creating a lot of trouble for them. However, as long as the lightning python made any strange movements, the disc would absorb the light of the bright moon behind Cui Hao. With a light shine, it would shoot out a pillar of light, striking the lightning python into a ball of lightning and dispersing it. However, Xiaochen did not know that Cui Hao also had a similar problem. Cui Hao's moonlight disc could be used for both offense and defense. When he faced an enemy, he could gather the energy of the heavenly moon and disrupt his opponent's movements. Even if Cui Hao faced a regular inferior-grade martial sage with this secret treasure, he would not fear them. However, in the face of Xiaochen's saber technique, it was useless. It could only be used to defend against his endless lightning pythons. Their figures flashed. The crescent moon saber and the slender lunar shadow saber clashed in the air, creating sparks. Lightning flashed, and the moonlight was like snow. The martial arts practice field was overflowing with brilliance, and it was a magnificent scene. Sky Moon Slash. Cui Hao suddenly shouted and executed the killing move of the heavenly moon saber technique. The bright moon behind him suddenly disappeared and the saber gave off a bright light. A 300-meter-long saber chi in the shape of a crescent moon chopped at Xiaochen. Earthly lightning tribulation. Xiaochen countered with equal harshness. He did not hesitate to execute the killing move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The 100 pythons merged into one. The purple talisman in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness spun gently. Strands of immortal will of thunder infused into the pythons. Boom! The python formed by the tribulation lightning clashed with the saber chi in the shape of a crescent moon, resulting in a deafening explosion. Cracks appeared on the hard ground. The might of the will contained in the saber technique. No wonder this insignificant Earth-ranked saber technique can clash with my heavenly moon saber technique. A strange look flashed in Cui Hao's eyes. He finally discovered something wrong with the other party's lightning tribulation saber technique. The bright moon behind him, which had disappeared, glowed again. Cui Hao's expression turned grave. At this moment he no longer had a path of retreat, he could only fight. Flawless falling moon. Xiao Qin held his saber with both hands and raised it above his head. Then he hacked down ferociously. Cui Hao's figure quickly rose towards the bright moon behind him. Unexpectedly, this attack forced him back. Furthermore, the speed at which Cui Hao retreated was unimaginably fast. Soon, he flew across the sky and entered the full moon. This startled Xiao Qin. As he looked at the bright moon growing larger, he suddenly understood. It was not that Cui Hao retreated too quickly. Instead, it was this saber strike that pulled down the bright moon in the sky. Flawless falling moon. It turned out that this bright moon would really fall. This move was somewhat similar to the moon bright like fire that Xiao Qin knew in the past. However, this flawless falling moon was of a much higher level. Its might was not something that moon bright like fire could compare to. The full moon was about to fall. If it struck, the consequences would be dire. Without much time to think, the purple talisman in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness spun wildly. The light of the immortal will of thunder turned into a bolt of heavenly lightning and soared up from Xiao Qian's head. Xiao Qin brandished his saber at the sky, and the saber light instantly became extremely resplendent. Heavenly lightning chop. Xiao Qin shouted, and the heavenly lightning formed by his will turned into a berserk python. Countless strands of electricity gathered towards it. The berserk python roared, and a small horn appeared on its head. 4 legs extended from its abdomen, and the purple scales on its body flickered with a faint golden light. Heavenly lightning chop, flood dragon transformation. The lightning flood dragon roared ferociously. Carrying the light of an immortal will, it turned into a heavenly lightning tribulation and charged at the full moon. Boom! In an instant, the lightning flood dragon crashed into the full moon in midair. A shocking explosion resounded in the sky, and the bright moon shattered. The lightning flood dragon's figure shrank by half its original size. However, its charm remained, and its might did not diminish much. With a ferocious roar, it blasted the pale-faced Cui Hao behind the bright moon into the ground like a cannonball. Bang! A large pit instantly appeared in the drill ground. When the dust settled, the faint light of the moonlight disk appeared in everyone's vision. Coughing came from the deep pit. Cui Hao jumped up and stood back on the drill ground with a charred face. At this moment, Cui Hao's clothes were tattered, and the blood on his lips had yet to dry. His hair was messy and he looked very weak. As Cui Hao looked at Xiao Qin, who had sheathed his saber, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still spat out the words with much difficulty. He said, "I lost. The Heaven Series training room is yours. Thank you for letting me win." This battle was very clean and efficient. Cui Hao was also defeated very quickly. When he saw that Xiao Qin had a will and that his killing move was slightly inferior, he decisively admitted defeat. Xiao Qin did not make things difficult for Cui Hao. Cui Hao was someone who kept his word. After he was defeated, he immediately gave up on the Heaven Series training room. The previous true inheritors hovering in the air had sad expressions in their eyes. Cui Hao was already the strongest among them, but he was still not a match for Xiao Qin. The world had really changed. The changing winds and clouds of this era, the most dazzling stage, no longer had anything to do with them. Silent sighs resounded as the crowd left in groups of 2s and 3s, leaving behind dejected figures. Cui Hao glanced at Xiao Qin and said, "If you had not comprehended a will, the result of this battle would have been hard to say." After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin replied, "Perhaps. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. There are no ifs during a battle. There is only the result." After losing to a junior brother who was much younger than him, Cui Hao felt somewhat sad. He did not want to say anything more. He put away his saber and moonlight disc and silently left the drill ground. High in the sky, the Heavenly Battle Palace's 2 Vice Palace Masters and Palace Masters showed rueful expressions after watching this battle. The person in the middle was Elder Bai, whom Xiao Chen had met once before. He was also the Heavenly Battle Palace's palace master, responsible for guiding and training the previous true inheritors. It looks like sect master's judgment was right. This fellow is indeed worthy of our Haotian sect making an exception for him. Now that we are in an age of geniuses, our Haotian sect will be able to obtain Shui Lingling and Xiao Qin. These two absolute demonic geniuses will be able to gain a foothold. The two vice palace masters spoke with joy on their faces. Only Elder Bai, who was in the middle, did not show much joy on his face. He said, I recall that the number of true inheritors in the Haotian sect this time seems to have increased to 30. The competition is still exceptionally intense. The first elder is considering transferring half of the disciples into the Heavenly Battle Palace. Elder Bai thought for a while and said, when you and I go to Blackwater Star 7 days from now, let's bring some of the previous true inheritors along as well. Even if they are born at the wrong time, they cannot let their hearts be disturbed. These people are the hope of our Haotian sect. Inside the Heaven Series training room, Shui Lingling introduced the various facilities to Xiao Chen before taking her leave. Xiao Chen now knew why this Heaven Series training room was so attractive to others. First, there was the cultivation room. Under the prayer mat, there was a formation connected to 10 rank 2 spirit veins origins, which could double one's cultivation speed. There was also an incense burner in the cultivation room that could calm one's mind. The herbs in the incense burner were obtained from the seabed of the chaotic demonic sea, which was extremely valuable. After the incense burner was lit, azure smoke spread out, allowing cultivators to cultivate quickly without entering a state of berserking chi deviation. There were combat puppets of various ranks in the combat room. They could exchange moves with one at any time. However, one had to use the spirit gathering pearls to activate the combat puppets. There was also a kind of holy spring spiritual milk in the combat room. Consuming 1 drop would guarantee instant recovery of one's quintessence, allowing cultivators to fight with the combat puppets continuously. However, all this was not the most exciting thing. The most exciting thing was the crystal in the combat room. This crystal contained a will clone of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen could activate it once a month, allowing him to exchange moves with Emperor Wu in the mental space. Just thinking about it made him excited. Emperor Wu was the name of the peak of the Kunlun realm's cultivators. He was the common pursuit and dream of millions of cultivators in the martial epoch. Being able to exchange moves with Emperor Wu personally went without saying how helpful it would be to Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen arrived at the cultivation room, he lit the incense burner first. Strands of white smoke immediately spread out in the room. When Xiao Chen inhaled gently, his mind immediately became tranquil. Xiao Chen's chaotic thoughts instantly calmed down. His body, both inside and out, was filled with a sense of peace and tranquility. This was very mystical. Ao Jiao could not help but sigh. The Haotian sect really put in a lot of effort. The herbs in there are called deep-sea coumarins. Just half a kilogram is worth 100,000 astral coins. Furthermore, they can only burn for 3 days. Xiao Chen sized up the quiet and elegant cultivation room. He said, I have not been able to feel any bottlenecks in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. I can use this place to speed up my cultivation and not have to worry about entering a state of berserking chi deviation. Chapter 791. According to the secret manual, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 7th layer, there would be a lightning tribulation and a heart tribulation. After the official breakthrough, there would be great benefits. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation and nervousness. According to the records, if he could not clear the tribulation, he would end up dying. There was no perfect cultivation technique in the world. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation could cultivate both quintessence and mental energy. Furthermore, its effects far surpassed those of similar heaven-ranked secret techniques. Now that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had reached the 7th layer, its tribulation had arrived. Whether it could safely clear it or not, Xiao Chen was not confident. Be it the lightning tribulation or the heart tribulation, they were not that easy to deal with. After taking another deep breath of the fragrance in the room, Xiao Chen tossed aside these messy thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the prayer mat and entered a state of cultivation. There was no concept of time when cultivating. 3 days later, after the deep-sea coumarin grass finished burning, Xiaochen slowly opened his eyes. The bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Even after absorbing the spiritual energy of 10 rank 2 spirit veins without restraint, he showed no signs of reaching the bottleneck. For some reason, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. However, he immediately startled awake. Although he maintained a calm mental state, in reality, he still feared the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation of the 7th layer. If he could not clear it, he would die, turning into dust and vanishing from the world. All his glory and dreams would vanish like smoke. Xiaochen could not help but smile self-mockingly. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. When he felt the surging energy in his body, he muttered, "Death. It seems like the higher one's cultivation realm, the stronger one's strength becomes. The fear of death is no longer as indifferent as before. Is it because the more one obtains, the more one fears losing, resulting in one's contentment with the status quo? Between a peddler and a person of high authority, who is more afraid of death? Clearly, the latter is the latter." In the end, Xiaochen was just an ordinary person. Even though he understood some principles, he could not do it. For now, Xiaochen had no good way to counteract this disadvantageous mental state. The more he thought about it, the deeper his heart demon would be. Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking. Then, he got up and headed for the combat room. After preparing sufficient spirit-gathering pearls, Xiaochen activated an inferior-grade martial sage bladesman-type combat puppet to fight with him. The humanoid combat puppet had everything an inferior-grade martial sage could grasp: heavenly sage laws, heaven-ranked martial techniques, movement techniques, auras, and everything else. It even possessed a certain level of intelligence. As the other party did not feel pain, Xiaochen would have a much harder time dealing with it than a true inferior-grade martial sage. 6 hours later, Xiaochen ran out of Zhenyuan. He exited the combat room and took out the Holy Spring spirit milk from the compartment in front of the door. Drinking a drop, his quintessential essence instantly recovered to its peak state, and he charged in once more. By the time Xiaochen could deal with the 5 inferior-grade martial sage combat puppets, he had already exhausted all the Holy Spring spiritual milk. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity combat, Xiaochen had gained a lot of insights and gains in saber techniques. So, he spent another day to digest these insights. During these 7 days, Xiaochen's bitter cultivation in the Heaven Series training camp was equivalent to half a year outside. Furthermore, there were many conditions that the outside world could not create. Indeed, the Heaven Series training camp has many benefits. If only I could cultivate here for half a year. I wonder if that would be enough for me to reach peak half-sage? Xiaochen said somewhat greedily. 1 month was simply too short. Senior brother Xiaochen. A somewhat distant shout came from outside the courtyard of the training room. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and left the combat room. With a few flashes, he flew out of the courtyard. When Xiaochen discovered that the person who came was Zhong Yi, whom he had met once outside the Heavenly Battle Palace, he felt very uncomfortable hearing Zhong Yi call him senior brother. Zhong Yi smiled and said, "I wonder if I have interrupted senior brother Xiaochen's bitter cultivation? If so, this Zhong apologizes." Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, "Brother Zhong, there is no need to be so polite. Just call me Xiaochen. I have already used up all the Holy Spring spiritual milk and deep-sea coumarin grass. Coincidentally, I was just about to go out to collect more." When Zhong Yi saw that Xiaochen was so low-key and did not put on any airs, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. The palace master is preparing to bring people to Blackwater Star. He instructed me to ask if you were interested in going." Xiaochen suddenly recalled that this was no longer the Kunlun continent but the starry heavens. "I would be happy to." Xiaochen had been looking forward to the starry heavens for a long time. Now that he had a chance to experience it, naturally, he would not let it go. However, it was a pity that he would be delaying his time in the Heaven Series training room. When Zhong Yi heard Xiaochen's straightforward reply, he was somewhat surprised. After all, The benefits of the Heaven Series training room were that people who had the opportunity to enter were reluctant to leave. Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "Brother Zhong, I wonder if you can tell me more about the starry heavens? I have always been curious about them." After Zhongyi heard that, he replied humbly, "Without reaching superior grade martial sage, there is no way to survive in the starry heavens. However, it is still very difficult. Only Grandmaster level martial sages can survive alone and take risks. However, they cannot leave alone for too long. Only those who are at least the blue-robed emperor can travel freely in the starry heavens and experience dangers everywhere. Hence, I do not know much. Brother Xiaochen, if you have any questions, just ask. I will do my best to answer." Xiaochen thought for a while before asking his first question. "How far is this star we are standing on from the Kunlun continent?" "I know that." Zhongyi smiled and said, "The Haotian star we are standing on is actually not far from the Kunlun continent. We just need to break through the barrier of the sky and travel 5,000 kilometers. Most of the bases that can be established in the stars are within this range. If it is too far, even Emperor Wu might not be able to protect it." 5,000 kilometers sounded very far. However, in the context of the boundless starry heavens, it was indeed very close. However, breaking through the barrier of the sky was extremely difficult. Without the cultivation of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, one would not be able to move the barrier of the sky at all. The star under Xiaochen's feet should be the one where the previous Emperor Wu of the Haotian sect spent a lot of effort and met with many fortuitous encounters to open a space-time tunnel to the main sect. Otherwise, given the strength of several martial sages on this star, they would not have been able to break through the barrier of the sky and come here alone. Through this exchange of questions and answers, Xiaochen obtained some information that he did not know before. For example, the barrier of the sky, which covered the entire Kunlun continent, existed only in the Kunlun continent. None of the other stars had such a powerful, vast, and seemingly boundless barrier. Furthermore, such a barrier had an even stronger defense against astral beasts. Even the astral beasts, which were as strong as Emperor Wu, could not break through the barrier of the sky. Due to the protection of the barrier of the sky, the Kunlun realm was free from the invasion of astral beasts. Otherwise, it would be an even more severe disaster than the demonic calamity. However, Zhongyi did not know much about some of the profound things. The Heavenly Battle Palace disciples rarely had the chance to leave the Haotian star. Furthermore, Grandmaster-level martial sages would protect them every time, preventing them from leaving on their own. As the two spoke, they arrived at the gathering place, the drill ground of the Heavenly Battle Palace. Many of the previous true inheritors were there. Aside from the disciples at critical junctures in their cultivation or those who had gone out on business, most of them were here. After all, if one was lucky, one might be able to obtain great fortuitous encounters in other unknown stars. It could be sect remnants from the immortal epic, the cave of a mysterious powerhouse, rare ores, or wondrous items. Of course, the chances of this were extremely small. There was only a sliver of possibility. If there were truly great fortuitous encounters, the Grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor would have found them long ago. Xiaochen could only see if he could find some that slipped through the net. When Xiaochen appeared in the drill ground, he immediately felt several gazes. This was especially so for Cui Hao, who appeared extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, this fellow gave up on cultivating in the Heaven Series training room and came here to join in on the excitement. Others might not be able to personally experience the benefits of the Heaven Series training room, but Cui Hao had stayed there for a long time and was very familiar with its benefits. When the two Vice Palace Masters of the Heavenly Battle Palace saw Xiaochen arrive, they nodded to themselves. Then, they started to explain some things to take note of on this trip. The Blackwater star we're going to this time is a little different from the stars we've been to before. All the alien beasts above level 4 have been killed by the Vice Sect leader, but the alien beasts below level 4 are still around. So, we mustn't stray too far away from us. The main purpose of this trip is to subdue a few rank 3 spirit veins on Blackwater star. At the same time, we can let you fight with some weak astral beasts to gain combat experience. Of course, If you obtain any wondrous items during experiential training, they will be your personal property. The sect will not care about subduing them. The two superior-grade martial sage vice palace masters spoke one after another, carefully explaining the things to take note of. This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced such an adventure in the starry heavens. He listened very seriously, not missing a single word. Suddenly, urgent whistling sounds came from above. A huge shadow fell on the ground. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a king-grade warship flying over. The two vice palace masters knew that it was time to depart. So, they called someone over and got that person to hand out a purple jade pendant with the word Haotian on it to every disciple preparing to go to the starry heavens. Xiao Chen asked Zhong Yi, who was beside him, about the function of this jade pendant. The king-grade warship had its own protective barrier. With this jade pendant, one could pass through the barrier unobstructed. Jade pendants were divided into mother and son. The palace master and the vice palace masters could use the mother jade to locate the disciple with the son jade. If one ran into any unpredictable danger, they could activate the son jade to ask for help from the mother jade. At the same time, there was a star map attached to the jade pendant. There were simple markings on it, the stars around Haotian where the Kunlun realm factions were stationed. If one lost their way, they could find a star with a Kunlun realm faction to descend on. Otherwise, surviving on a desolate, abandoned star would most likely result in death. Of course, it would be best to find a star with a Tianwu domain faction or the human monarch star where Bushin Palace was. Otherwise, if one went to a star of another race, it would be just as dangerous, perhaps even more so. Chapter 792. Danger lurked everywhere in the starry heavens. It was clear that the Haotian sect had put in a lot of effort to ensure the safety of this group of disciples. Put on your jade pendants and board the warship. Right after the vice palace master spoke, the many disciples on the drill ground immediately leaped up and passed through the king-grade warship's protective barrier, landing on the deck one after another. Xiao Chen casually sized up this king-grade warship. It was about 300 meters long and 30 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its hull was made of Yama black gold, a rare or found in the starry heavens. The purple banner of the Haotian sect hung on the bow of the warship, with the word Haotian written on both sides. High-ranked ancient demonic energy cannons were mounted on the deck and the surroundings of the warship. The might of the high-ranked ancient demonic energy cannons was very strong, no weaker than the full power strike of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. With 100 cannons firing together, they could instantly kill a Grandmaster-level martial sage. There was even a sage-grade ancient demonic energy cannon hidden in the mouth of a mutated beast at the front of the warship, something that could threaten a strong existence like the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen could even vaguely sense extremely complicated and mysterious talisman scripts on the warship's protective shield, appearing indistinct. Only when Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes could he see flickering golden spots of light. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this king-grade warship is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the bow of the warship tilted up slightly. For exhaust pipes popped out from the stern, and red flames spewed out ferociously. The warship moved at Mach 2, heading for the sky. Then, it continuously accelerated until it reached Mach 10, leaving the star. At a certain moment, Xiao Chen lost his center of gravity. His body floated up involuntarily. He immediately realized that he had arrived in the starry heavens. Although this was the first time Xiao Chen experienced something like this, he did not panic. He circulated his quintessence and landed back on the ground. The other disciples had wanted to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself. They had not expected that Xiao Chen would not panic at all. They were all shocked. After walking on the bow for a while, Xiao Chen quickly got used to the absence of gravity. Furthermore, he discovered that the starry sky of this world was somewhat different from the starry sky of his previous world. When Xiao Chen turned his head back and looked at his surroundings, he saw the boundless starry sky. The visual impact of the boundless starry sky was many times stronger than when he was on the ground. This was not the first time the other disciples on the bow had seen such a scene. However, the shock in their hearts was not any less than Xiao Chen's as they stared at their surroundings. The outer space was not peaceful. Meteorites would fly toward the battleship from time to time. The advanced magic cannons around the battleship had not stopped firing since they arrived in the outer space. Resplendent beams of light blossomed in the starry sky, shattering the incoming asteroids. Otherwise, if they crashed into the barrier at such a terrifying speed, it wouldn't be a small matter. Xiao Qin lowered his head and fiddled with the jade pendant on his chest. He recalled that the jade pendant contained a map of the nearby starry sky. Feeling curious, he sent in his spiritual sense. A three-dimensional star chart immediately appeared before Xiao Qin. The battleship and the people around him seemed to have disappeared. He felt like he was standing alone in the outer space. The stars on the star chart were marked with various colors. Blue stars indicated that other factions of the Kunlun realm were stationed there. The other colors of different shades indicated the danger level of the stars. The stars on the star chart were not fixed. They moved at high speeds at every moment, giving off a very wondrous feeling. As Xiao Chen's gaze moved, the star chart would slowly move. When he looked closely, the small stars would grow larger. However, this star chart was clearly just an ordinary continent. The starry sky marked was not particularly vast, and many things were rather crude. After the novelty vanished, Xiao Qin felt that it was no longer interesting, so he withdrew his spiritual sense. Just as Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense, he looked into the distance with his peripheral vision. 10-odd clumps of light burning with scarlet flames quickly flew towards the warship. The scarlet flames looked very dazzling in the dark starry sky. It's a flame crystal rock. Several disciples at the bow of the warship cried out excitedly, their eyes lighting up when they saw this item. The two vice palace masters guarding the bow of the warship were somewhat astonished as well. Then they smiled and said, "It really is a flame crystal rock. Unexpectedly, we are so lucky. When we come over later, make your move. However, remember not to stray too far from the warship." However, Xiao Qin frowned slightly. His spiritual sense could see much further than the mental energy of the two vice palace masters. He could see a young man with a dark and sullen expression sitting on a black throne behind the 10-odd clumps of light burning with scarlet flames. There was a clump of pitch-black clouds below the throne. The dark-faced man drove the throne forward quickly, chasing after the scarlet clumps of light in front. The entire throne gave off a deathly aura. Xiao Qin felt a strange sense of familiarity. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness started shaking restlessly. After absorbing a flame crystal rock, a cultivator would have a high chance of comprehending the state of fire. After a cultivator with the state of fire absorbed the flame crystal rock, the might of their state would become even stronger. It was even possible to directly comprehend a will after absorbing some of the higher quality flame crystal rocks. Of course, such peak-grade flame crystal rocks were extremely rare. Furthermore, they were worth cities. Very few people discovered them. Clearly, none of the flame crystal rocks flying towards the King-grade warship contained any peak-grade flame crystal rocks. Otherwise, the two vice palace masters would not have been able to hold themselves back. However, their value could not be underestimated. Furthermore, there were many of them. Just one would be enough to make a small fortune. The scarlet clumps of light became increasingly distinct. With just the naked eye, one could see the red crystals within the flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures soared into the air, flying towards the scarlet clumps of light. The two vice palace masters glanced at the unmoving Xiao Qin. Then the old man on the left said, "Xiao Qin, go and fight for it as well. As long as you do not stray too far from the warship, you should be safe for 4 hours. There is no air in the starry heavens. At first, you will not be able to control your speed. You should get used to it first before you go and fight for the flame crystal rocks." The person on the right gave some advice. Xiao Qin could not help but smile bitterly. Naturally, he wanted to fight for the flame crystal rocks. Even if he could not use them, he could still exchange them for a large sum of astral coins. However, the throne that the mysterious man chasing from afar was clearly the death throne of the evil monarch throne. It came from the same source as Xiao Chen's massacre throne. Ao Jiao once said that the evil monarch throne was split into 7. Each of them represented a high-ranked state. As long as one could snatch and merge the other party's throne, they would be able to gain another high-ranked state. Aside from the energy states of wind, water, fire, thunder, and earth, there were also states of massacre, destruction, immortality, ruin, death, despair, darkness, and other even more difficult to comprehend high-ranked states. With each additional state, a cultivator's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. If that mysterious man sensed that Shao Chen had the massacre throne, he would definitely charge over without a care for anything else. As for the rumor that the evil monarch was reborn after merging the 7 thrones, no one would believe it. Shao Chen, don't worry. You will take this step eventually. It is good to familiarize yourself with it now. The 2 vice palace masters continued to console Shao Chen. They thought that Shao Chen was worried about the unfamiliar environment of the starry heavens and was unwilling to go out. Shao Chen's bitter smile turned into a conflicted one. He had no choice but to go out now. He controlled his mental energy in his sea of consciousness and wrapped the restless scarlet throne in layers. Shao Chen understood the principle of possessing a jade ring in one's pocket. He had not used the scarlet throne all this while because he was not strong enough. Once it was exposed and attracted the attention of some experts, it would be a huge hidden danger. With a gentle push, Shao Chen instantly passed through the protective barrier of the warship and arrived in the boundless starry heavens. The instant he exited the barrier, he clearly felt the pressure on his body decrease. His speed automatically increased by 20%. Without the obstruction of air in the starry heavens, one would be much faster than in the Kunlun continent. After reaching a certain level of speed in the Kunlun realm, one would hit a bottleneck. Only by entering the void would one be able to increase one's speed. However, tearing the void of the Kunlun realm was something that even Grandmaster-level martial sages could not do. After adapting to his surroundings, Shao Chen held his breath and circulated his quintessence. Then he looked at the situation in front of him. Cui Hao took the lead, nimbly dodging the meteors in the starry heavens, rushing ahead of everyone else. He was the closest to the 10-odd clumps of scarlet flames, his eyes filled with excitement. Ao Jiao, I used my mental energy to envelop the throne in several layers. That fellow should not be able to discover it, right? That should not be the case. If you can still be discovered, the result will be the same whether you leave the warship or not. This conversation allowed Shao Chen to relax. As for the flame crystal stones, they were not something that he urgently needed. If he could fight for them, he would. Shao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon steps and narrowed his eyes. Then, he quickly dashed forward, overtaking a large group of people and flying side by side with Cui Hao. I might lose to you on land, but it is impossible for you to defeat me in the starry heavens, Cui Hao said to Shao Chen beside him. Cui Hao said sullenly to Shao Chen, who was beside him. Then, he increased his speed again, leaving Shao Chen far behind. Hearing Cui Hao's mocking words, Shao Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. He continued flying forward at a constant speed. Good. The first flame crystal stone is mine. Cui Hao revealed an expression of joy. Then, his figure moved, heading for the long flame crystal stones. Then he stretched out his hand, wanting to grab a flame crystal stone. His quintessence surged, and a flame crystal stone immediately left its original trajectory and flew towards Cui Hao. The joy on Cui Hao's face deepened. He stepped forward and tried to grab the flame crystal stone. Scram! How dare you snatch something that I, Wang Can, have my eyes on? A ferocious shout suddenly came from the distance. Suddenly, a black energy appeared in front of Cui Hao and swept over like a whip. The flame crystal stone that was about to fall into Cui Hao's hand was instantly knocked away. The black quintessence's might did not diminish, continuing to sweep towards Cui Hao. Chapter 793. A corpse race cultivator? Cui Hao's expression changed slightly. A scimitar appeared in his hand, and he sent out a crescent moon-shaped saber chi to scatter that black chi. However, the black chi did not disappear immediately. It wrapped around the scimitar and spread downwards, looking like the arm of a demon. It looked extremely strange. A light flashed, and Cui Hao circulated some quintessence to get rid of the black chi from the scimitar. When Cui Hao looked up, he saw a young man with a dark complexion standing on a black cloud. This young man held a long whip in his hand, looking very lifeless. However, this young man's eyes were exceptionally sharp. When he stomped on Cui Hao felt an unparalleled sharpness. Where did this corpse race cultivator come from? He is so young and he is already a peak half-sage. Cui Hao thought to himself in shock. Xiao Chen, who had rushed over, casually scooped up the flame crystal rock that had been knocked away. The scarlet flame vanished. A dark scarlet crystal the size of a marble appeared before Xiao Chen. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Based on the color and size, he could guess that this flame crystal rock was of inferior quality. He glanced at Cui Hao and the mysterious corpse race cultivator, who were facing each other. Then he shifted his gaze to the flame crystal rock, which continued to fly. Among the 10-odd flame crystal rocks, there would definitely be one with an above-average quality. However, Wang Can, who was seated on the throne, smiled sinisterly. Then he soared into the air, and his figure flickered. Riding on a thick cloud, he arrived before the large group of flame crystal rocks. Wang Can swept out with the whip in his hand, and a berserk wind blew. The trajectory of the 10-odd flame crystal rocks was completely disrupted. Then Wang Can swung his whip again, and 3 or 4 flame crystal rocks flew into his hand. Then he smiled coldly at the pursuing Cui Hao and pointed to the air. 2 stone coffins appeared in the air, one in front and one behind, blocking Cui Hao. The doors of the coffins opened, and a horrifying corpse chi poured out. 2 sinister demonic corpses wearing heavy stone armor launched themselves at Cui Hao. The full moon disk in Xiao Chen's body hovered above his head, sending down a silk-like screen of light. Cui Hao held the waning moon curved blade and heavily chopped the chest of the demonic zombie in front of him. A muffled sound rang out. This saber strike actually didn't break the stone armor on the demonic corpse's chest. It only left a shallow mark and knocked it back 10 meters. The demonic zombie behind him took the chance to charge over. Its 5 black fingers were as sharp as knives, stabbing into the curtain of the full moon wheel. To Cui Hao's surprise, the moonlight curtain was unable to block the demonic corpse's attack. A black corpse chi lingered on its fingertips. The curtain seemed to be corroded and was easily pierced by the demonic zombie's fingers. The demonic zombie laughed cruelly and grabbed Cui Hao's back with its 5 fingers. At this moment, Cui Hao had just repelled the demonic corpse in front of him. There was no time for him to dodge. The corpse energy on the fingertips might contain the will of death, and it would be a fatal blow to him. Just as the demonic corpse was filled with terror, a loud sound came from behind it. A foot pressed down on the demonic corpse's head, and a huge force surged out, sending the demonic corpse flying several thousand meters. Bang! An interstellar meteorite whizzed over and collided with the devil corpse. The meteorite shattered into pieces, but the devil corpse wasn't damaged in the slightest. This corpse is extraordinarily strong, Xiao Chen thought to himself. This demonic corpse is much stronger than the demonic corpses refined by the Dark Church in the Sky Dome realm. Many thanks. After escaping with his life, Cui Hao thanked Xiao Chen sincerely. He had been too careless. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Cui Hao suddenly understood. There was still one more demonic corpse that he had not dealt with. Now was not the time to thank him. Xiao Chen looked around. With this delay, the genius corpse race cultivator called Wang Can had already snatched away the 10-odd flame crystal rocks. That's not right. He did not snatch them away. A grave expression flashed on Xiao Chen's calm face. Just as the other party's whip was about to snatch away the last flame crystal rock, the flame crystal rock actually managed to struggle free. A resplendent electric light burst out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Then he raised his leg and leaped, instantly crossing the 5-kilometer distance. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the last flame crystal rock. The scarlet flame vanished, and a deep-colored, crimson crystal appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He said, "It really is a superior grade flame crystal rock. It looks like I guessed right." The few Haotian sect disciples who had rushed over in advance but did not dare to act rashly because of Wang Can felt envious when they saw this scene. You are seeking death. However, Wang Ken was enraged. One superior-grade flame crystal rock was worth more than all the flame crystal rocks he had collected. Wang Can's whip extended infinitely, looking like a raging venomous black snake as it hacked at Xiao Chen. Holding the flame crystal rock in his left hand, Xiao Chen raised his head slightly and looked at the incoming black whip. Then, he stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the whip. When Wang Can, who was on the death throne, saw Xiao Chen grab his whip without letting go, he could not help but mock him. To think that Xiao Chen dares to compete in strength with a corpse race cultivator. He is overestimating himself. Wang Can's steel-like hands pulled back, trying to pull Xiao Chen over. However, Wang Can felt like he was pulling a mountain on the other end of the whip. It did not budge at all. His expression turned slightly unsightly as he asked, "You can't pull it?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and gently pulled with his right hand. Whoosh! Wang Ken, who was on the death throne, flew into the air. In terms of vital qi, Xiao Chen completely surpassed his opponent. The direct disciples from the previous batches who saw this scene from behind undoubtedly inhaled a breath of cold air. Among the 5 clans of the Kunlun realm, the Corpse clan was famous for their strong physical bodies. Even the demon race, who had always boasted of their powerful bodies, was slightly inferior in front of the Corpse race. The Corpse race and the Ghost race both cultivated the great Tao of death among the 5 races of Kunlun, but the direction of their development was completely different. The Corpse race studied the refining methods of all kinds of demonic corpses and demon corpses. They refined the corpses of all kinds of powerful existences. Whether it was the corpses of humans, demons, or spirit beasts, they would not let go of anything. In fact, they would even use the corpse refinement technique on themselves to pursue a realm where they were neither alive nor dead, using their corpses to prove their Tao and become the corpse god. Among the 5 races, they were the least welcomed by the other races. It would be the same no matter who it was. How could a race that was always eyeing one's ancestral graves make one feel at ease? However, even though the Corpse race did not have as many people as the other races, they had been able to survive for tens of thousands of years, and their inheritance had never been destroyed. Of the ancient 100 races, several strong races had vanished like smoke in the long river of history. The Corpse race being able to do this had a lot to do with their monstrous body-tempering cultivation technique. However, a peak half-sage of the Corpse race with an extremely horrifying physical body ended up being pulled out by Xiao Chen. How could anyone not be shocked? Wang Can showed a startled expression. He had not expected the other party to pull him up while he was distracted. However, Wang Can reacted quickly and decisively let go. Then he charged at Xiao Chen with a cold gaze. He was very confident in his physical body. Among the cultivators of the same generation, no one could defeat him in close combat. He had just been careless earlier. However, Wang Can was disappointed. It was not because he had been careless that he lost to Xiao Chen in a competition of physical bodies. Instead, it was because he was truly inferior to Xiao Chen. In terms of physical bodies, Xiao Chen had a rank 2 sage body and consumed many natural treasures. In terms of vital qi, he had more than 1 million tons of force. Bang! 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 The two exchanged 3 moves. Finally, their fists clashed. The moment their fists clashed, Wang Can was knocked back by Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen also felt his fingers go slightly numb. Wang Can's body seemed to have been separated from flesh and blood, like some kind of divine metal. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiao Chen thought to himself, the Corpse race's body-tempering technique cannot be underestimated. Although Xiao Chen thought this, he did not stop moving. He casually tossed aside the black whip in his hand and executed Thunder Dragon steps to charge at this person. Xiao Chen had long wanted to experience the experts of other races. If there was an opportunity, it would not be a bad idea to snatch away that death throne. After being knocked back by Xiao Chen's punch, Wang Can was both startled and furious. He somersaulted and sat back down on the death throne. As Wang Can watched Xiao Chen chase after him, the black mark on his forehead flickered. The black clouds under the throne started churning continuously. Sitting on the death throne, Wang Can, who had been in a sorry state earlier, now looked like a sovereign of the night. A decaying aura of death spread out. Wang Can unhurriedly threw a palm strike at the pursuing Xiaochen. Strands of black smoke came out of the throne. Like tentacles, the black smoke wrapped around Wang Can's palm and extended to his palm, forming the word, death. Xiaochen chased too quickly. Even if Wang Can wanted to retreat, he could not. The instant the word, death, formed, Wang Can's palms charged forward with explosive vital qi. This palm strike contained more than 1 million kilograms of force. Xiaochen would be able to crush a mountain. However, Wang Can remained seated on the death throne, not moving at all. However, the black clouds under the throne churned even more intensely. A will of death spread out from Wang Can's palm. Before Xiaochen could execute the immortal will of thunder, he was knocked back. His qi and blood surged and hot blood rushed to his head. A black death qi wrapped around Wang Can's palm. His life force quickly faded, and he started rotting at a visible rate. In mere moments, Xiaochen's smooth and white palm aged rapidly. It was as thin as a stick and filled with cracks. It looked like the palm of an ordinary person in his 70s or 80s, looking very horrifying. That deathly aura was still spreading and rushing upwards. The group of people in the distance was horrified. The will of death was actually this horrifying. Xiaochen looked at his palm and frowned slightly. However, he did not worry too much. Xiaochen had an even bigger problem. The mental energy of the massacre throne was like a cocoon in his sea of consciousness. After the other party released the will of death, cracks started to appear in the cocoon, showing signs of breaking free at any moment. Xiaochen flung his hand, and the immortal will of thunder turned into a thunderfire, slowly eliminating the death qi on his arm. Sizzling sounds rang out, and black smoke came out. Chapter 794. Xiaochen's lifeless palm immediately regained its luster and recovered to its original state. His fingers were as nimble as before. Wang Can narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "You comprehended the will of thunder. No wonder you dare to snatch my, Wang Can's, things. However, if this is your trump card, you still have to die." Xiaochen did not want to expose the secret of the Scarlet Throne. However, the other party pressed on. He had no choice but to draw the lunar shadow saber and fight. Black clouds churned, and muffled thunderous sounds rang out continuously. Wang Can, who was seated on the throne, charged over with the might of the dead. The two quickly exchanged moves in the starry heavens. As the will of death pressed on, more and more mental energy cracks appeared in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. On the Haotian sect's king-grade warship, the two vice-palace masters looked into the distance. When they saw this battle, they could not help but frown heavily. That throne seems to have been left by the ancient evil king. Unexpectedly, a descendant of the corpse race managed to obtain it. The throne is split into 7. The corpse race cultivates the death Tao. It is a perfect match for them to obtain the death throne. Xiaochen is probably in trouble. It is not convenient for the two of us to make a move. I believe the corpse dragon warship of the corpse race is not far away. Let's see how it goes. If Xiaochen's life is in danger, we will have to make a move even if we don't want to. We can only hope that the other party does not send a king-grade warship. As the two spoke, they steered the warship towards where Xiaochen and Wang Can fought. At the same time, they brought in the scattered Haotian sect disciples. Their gazes never left Xiaochen and Wang Can. The moment they sensed that something was wrong, they prepared to make a move. When Wang Can saw the warship flying over and two strong superior-grade martial sages, his expression did not change. Every move he made was extremely lethal. Based on the situation, Xiaochen feared exposing the throne, so he was very conservative. Before the surging Wang Can, he could only defend. Hand over the superior-grade flame crystal rock, and we will end today's matter. Wang Can felt that he already held the upper hand. The two superior-grade martial sages of the Haotian sect were already here. It was impossible to kill Xiaochen, so he could only quit while he was ahead. Gotcha. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The mental energy wrapped around the Scarlet Throne in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness shattered. A berserk-killing aura surged out. Under Xiaochen's feet, a red cloud rolled up and down. The blood-colored massacre throne lay quietly on top of it, waiting for its king. The moment the Scarlet Throne appeared, Wang Can's expression completely changed. He said somewhat excitedly, "The Massacre Throne. Haha. Looks like my luck is extraordinarily good. I actually managed to run into the Massacre Throne. That's right, your luck is really extraordinary." Now that the secret was exposed, the killing chi on Xiao Chen's face finally gathered. His cold voice was like a bone-piercing cold light, causing Wang Can to feel a chill for some reason. Boom. Xiao Chen sat down gently and leaned back on the throne. His soaring aura turned into a red light and rose up. Vaguely, there seemed to be a 30-meter-long golden dragon soaring within the red light. At this moment, the King True Dragon's aura was released together with the state of massacre without any suppression. The horrifying might instantly pushed back Wang Can's aura, suppressing him to the point that he could not breathe properly. Wang Can's clothes and hair fluttered wildly behind him. He looked like he was about to fly up. Xiao Chen smacked his palm on the armrest, and the will of death in the throne surged and gathered. A black light soared into the sky. The mark on Wang Can's forehead flickered continuously. The might of the will of death clashed wildly with the might of Xiao Chen's Massacre True Dragon. A strange scene appeared in the boundless starry heavens. Two beams of light, one black and one red, intertwined and formed a cosmic storm. The meteors flying in the surroundings all deviated from their original trajectories and spun around the two. After the secret of the throne was exposed, Xiao Chen no longer held back. He combined the state of massacre with the King True Dragon to form a vast might and clashed with Wang Can, not backing down at all. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun gently, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. Wang Can's swarthy face looked extremely unsightly. "I can clearly feel that he has not signed a contract with the existence in the throne, unable to raise his state to the will of massacre. Why can't my will of death hold the upper hand? Why do I have to work so hard? Furthermore, I even seem to be at a disadvantage." As the auras clashed, the cosmic storm around the two became even more ferocious. Not only could the meteors flying in the surroundings deviate from their trajectories, but the suction it formed even pulled the distant meteors over. More and more meteors gathered. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of meteors had gathered. As they spun, they formed a 3-kilometer-tall cluster of meteors. Through the cracks between the meteors, one could see two thrones, one black and one red. They faced each other and spiraled up. The clothes of the two people on the thrones fluttered, and their long hair fluttered. When the two thrones were about to leave the cluster of meteors, the two squinted and stood up at the same time. "Kill. Die!" Horrifying energy mixed with a boundless aura burst out at the same time. The tens of thousands of meteors instantly turned into dust. The starry heavens churned endlessly, scattering everywhere. The previous true inheritors on the Haotian sect's king-grade warship were all stunned when they saw this magnificent scene. The cluster of meteors turned to dust. Amid the dust, Xiao Chen's peak state of massacre combined with the king-grade true dragon chi formed a golden kill character. Boundless black death chi poured out of the throne behind Wang Can. The horrifying will of death formed a sinister black death character in the air. The two pointed at each other, and the golden kill character and the black death character clashed violently in the starry heavens. A will was a will, after all. It was one level higher than a state. The peak state of massacre combined with the king-grade true dragon chi might be stronger in terms of might and pressure, but there was a huge difference in the destructive power of the two. Pu Ci. The golden kill character scattered and turned into strands of wandering massacre chi moving around in the starry heavens. Wang Can revealed a sinister smile on his pitch-black face as he shouted, "Kill!" The slightly weakened death character turned into a slender black sword and chopped at Xiao Chen furiously. This was the form of his will, the sword of the dead. At this moment, Wang Can's eyes brimmed with confidence. Although his will of death had lost some of its might due to the clash with the peak state of massacre, it was still a piece of cake. However, it was still a piece of cake for the will of death to defeat the will of energy. Once Wang Can used this sword, he could easily break Xiao Chen's will of thunder. Then, he could snatch the massacre throne and advance to an unrivaled half-sage. However, There was always a subtle difference between one's thoughts and reality. Xiao Chen's will of thunder was not an ordinary will of thunder. It was the immortal will of thunder. It was a copy of divine lightning and an immortal talisman. If it were a complete will of death, it might have the advantage of a high-ranked will. It might be able to compete with Xiao Chen's immortal will of thunder. However, how could the will of death, which had exhausted a significant portion of its strength? A purple light flickered on Wang Can's forehead, and the talisman with the immortal talisman on it flickered. Electric light tore through the air, and the black sword instantly exploded into nothing. Wang Can vomited a mouthful of black blood. Before he could do anything, the purple talisman carrying the might of immortal thunder flashed and gave off a dazzling light in the starry heavens. By the time the electricity stopped, Wang Can had already been sent flying 5 kilometers away. Many large meteors had been turned to dust by him. A bloody hole the size of a bowl had appeared in his chest, and sparks were still flickering nonstop. When Xiao Chen raised his head to take a look, he felt slightly startled. I wonder what material this fellow's physical body is made of? Even the will talisman cannot pierce through it. Xiao Chen could clearly see that Wang Can was not wearing any inner armor or secret treasure. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Chen. At this moment, Wang Can had already lost his ability to fight and was no longer a threat to him. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the starry heavens and arrived before the death throne. A fervent expression appeared in his eyes as he stretched his hand out to grab the throne. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen sensed extreme danger. In the distant starry heavens, 3 black dragon breaths pierced through the starry heavens, heading for Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen made a move to grab the death throne, he would immediately be struck by these dragon breaths. He might be crushed into a bloody mist, dying without a complete corpse. On the Haotian sex warship, the 2 vice palace masters exclaimed in shock, 3 black dragon breaths. It really is a king-grade corpse dragon warship. Xiao Chen, quickly retreat. That is a black dragon breath refined from a true dragon corpse. You cannot block it. The vice palace master on the left quickly sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen, instructing him to retreat. Xiao Chen's face sank. However, he did not intend to give up. He had long expected that there would be a major faction following Wang Can, otherwise, he would not have been so afraid of the throne being exposed at the start. Just Wang Can alone would not have made him feel this way. However, now that the throne was exposed, if he left like this, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Furthermore, he would expose the fact that he had a valuable treasure on him. He would not be satisfied with that. Xiao Chen glanced around, and 2 beams of light, 1 purple and 1 white, flashed in his eyes. The lunar true flame and the purple thunder true fire chased each other in the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram with the 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and all sorts of profound talisman scripts. The 4 divisions' holy beasts flashed in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, forming a complete scene. What is he doing? The vice palace master on the left revealed heavy doubt in his eyes, unable to understand. It's over. The black dragon breath can easily kill an inferior grade martial sage. We do not dare to clash head-on with it, the vice palace master on the right sighed in despair. A golden light flickered, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. To everyone's astonished gazes, it unexpectedly blocked the 3 dragon breaths. However, it only blocked them for a second. However, this 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and tossed the death throne into his universe ring. Then, electric light erupted under Xiao Chen's feet as he quickly headed for the king-grade warship. The black shock wave surged out in all directions like a wave of death. Meteors silently turned into powder. The shock wave arrived too quickly. Xiao Chen could not dodge it completely. He activated the sage-grade pagoda in his chest and formed a pagoda image encasing his body. Chapter 795. The image shattered, and Xiao Chen tumbled a few times. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Not daring to look back, Xiao Chen pushed off the air and continued flying towards the king-grade warship. You run pretty fast. A deep voice came from behind Xiao Chen. There was a blurry black figure in the distance with black chains tied around its wrists. A horrifying aura came from the black figure, suppressing everyone. This was a ruthless character that Xiao Chen could not deal with. Hu Qi! Suddenly, a fiery light flew in front of Xiao Chen. The figure landed and arrived behind Xiao Chen, helping him block his pursuers. It was the Heavenly Battle Palace's palace master, Elder Bai. He held a 1-meter-long scarlet sword surrounded by flames. Then he chopped at the strange black figure. Bang! This sword strike sent the black figure that made Xiao Chen feel suffocated. The fiery light spread out, looking very resplendent in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen landed on the deck of the King-grade warship, he clearly saw that the black figure was a demonic corpse that was completely black and as tough as frost iron, without any signs of life. Behind the demonic corpses was an old man from the corpse race holding a long whip. He was facing Elder Bai. When that corpse race old man saw Elder Bai appear, he frowned heavily. A Grandmaster-level martial sage who comprehended a will arrived. This is going to be problematic. The old man swung the whip in his hand. It seemed to have some magical power, and the demonic corpse with chains around its limbs quickly flew over from a distance and stood guard in front of this person. When one looked carefully, one would discover a 1-meter-long wound on the demonic corpse's chest. No matter what one did, it would not heal. Disgusting liquid continuously poured out of that wound. This was the result of Elder Bai's earlier sword strike. Scram, you thing that is neither human nor ghost. Elder Bai loathed the corpse race. When he saw that demonic corpse, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen as he spoke rudely. When the corpse race old man heard this, he became enraged. However, he could feel the formless light of the will of fire and the thousands of thick heavenly sage laws behind him. He swallowed his words, not daring to say anything more. Elder Bai was a Grandmaster-level martial sage who had comprehended the will of fire to 60% comprehension. As long as the opponent was not a blue-robed emperor, he would not have any misgivings. The corpse race cultivator seemed to have received a voice projection. He said coldly, "Give your clan's junior a reminder. In the future, if there is nothing to do, it is best not to leave the Tianwu domain." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he put away the demonic corpse, preparing to return. Shameless boasting! With a furious roar, Elder Bai pushed the power of his will of fire to the limit. Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws danced wildly behind him as he sent out a 300-meter-tall flaming sword screen. Then he charged over like a surging river. The old man from the corpse clan jumped in fright. This guy had used his full strength when he attacked. Clearly, he wanted to kill him. "Save me!" Rumble. In the starry sky, a cloud of dust dispersed. 3 gigantic corpse dragons were chained together, pulling a black palace. A black-robed old man flew out of the palace. The black-robed old man flew forward and sent out a clump of corpse flame containing the will of death. Then he silently assimilated Elder Bai's flaming sword screen. In an exchange of pointers between the younger generation, our skills are inferior. Our corpse god palace has already admitted defeat. There is no need for you to be so overbearing. Elder Bai narrowed his eyes. He saw a small golden corpse sitting cross-legged on the chest of this person's black robes. A light flickered in Elder Bai's eyes. In the end, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Both sides feared each other and did not dare to make a big move. The chaos caused by the flame crystal stones came to an end, and they left together. "Palace Master, why did they not even want the death throne and just let us go?" The 2 vice palace masters asked, feeling it was strange. The death throne was a treasure left behind by the ancient evil king. It was compatible with their death great Tao. Elder Bai said sullenly, "I believe that the death throne has some other uses. Xiao Chen, you had best not place your mark on the death throne." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. Back then, the massacre throne nearly caused him to fall into the killing Tao, unable to extricate himself. Even without Elder Bai's reminder, Xiao Chen would still be cautious about the death throne. "What is that?" Suddenly, a disciple on the deck pointed to the front and exclaimed. Xiao Chen followed that disciple's gaze and saw a completely white palanquin draped in white muslin drifting in the starry heavens in a ghostly manner. It looked very frightening. When one looked carefully, one would discover that the palanquin was not flying on its own. Instead, 8 green spirits were carrying the palanquin, rushing quickly through the starry heavens. 8 ghosts carrying the palanquin. They are martial sage experts of the ghost race. They are chasing in the direction of the corpse dragon warships. Elder Bai had a bad impression of the corpse race and the ghost race. He said in disgust, "There is no need to care about them. Just let them fight each other." The corpse race and the ghost race both cultivated the death great Tao. One collected the corpses of the dead, and the other collected the souls of the dead. They developed in completely different directions. Furthermore, they did not like each other. Battles often broke out between the corpse race and the ghost race. There were countless cases of them undermining each other. Hence, the appearance of this ghost palanquin was not too surprising to Elder Bai and the other two. However, Xiaochen was very interested in that ghost palanquin. His spiritual sense chased after it for a long time. If Xiaochen guessed right, the master of the corpse dragon warship might have given up on the death throne temporarily because of the ghost palanquin in hot pursuit. Suddenly, the curtains of the ghost palanquin parted. Xiaochen clearly saw the appearance of a delicate person. He could not help but be startled and take a step back involuntarily. There was clearly a female ghost sitting in the ghost palanquin with a long tongue sticking out. Her eyes were like black holes, and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he discovered that what he saw earlier was just an illusion. The female ghost had vanished. A girl with fair skin and a cold expression in a red dress smiled meaningfully at Xiaochen before closing the curtains again. This mysterious ghost race girl was startling. Her skin was as white as snow. Her face was cold and emotionless, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. However, she was shockingly beautiful. This mysterious woman from the ghost clan was the epitome of the word shocking. Did she notice the death throne in her hand? Xiaochen took a few steps back. He still could not calm down. The huge contrast startled him. "Xiaochen, are you all right?" The one who spoke was Cui Hao. In the earlier battle, Xiaochen had saved his life. Cui Hao was not a petty person in the first place. After receiving this favor, his resentment for Xiaochen lessened significantly. Xiaochen recovered his wits and smiled. "I'm fine. My foot slipped." Elder Bai, who was in front, turned his head back and gave Xiaochen a deep look. Then he said, "Come with me." The other party's gaze made Xiaochen feel uncertain. He muttered to himself as he followed the other party. They entered the warship's hold and continued walking until they reached the highest floor of the warship. The top floor had windows on all sides. No matter where one looked, one would be able to see the boundless charm of the boundless astral world. "Have a seat." This old man apologizes on behalf of the 2 vice palace masters for exposing the secret of the massacre throne. Elder Bai said sincerely as he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Earlier, Xiaochen had refused to leave the warship. Elder Bai had noticed this. After some analysis, he figured out the true reason. Based on what happened later, he could easily figure out the real reason after a slight analysis. Xiaochen sat down and said, "Palace Master is too polite. The matters of the world are hard to predict. This junior did not suffer any losses. The injuries I suffered are still bearable. Furthermore, I obtained the death throne. Although there was a slim chance of survival, it was still a fortuitous encounter." Elder Bai sighed gently and smiled bitterly. "You are oversimplifying things. This is not a fortuitous encounter but a calamity, a great calamity. The evil king was a famous sovereign martial emperor during the ancient era. Even grandmaster-level martial sages would be tempted by the throne he left behind. If I did not see wrong earlier, the ghost race girl in the white palanquin noticed you as well. The 2 sides definitely have important matters to attend to. Once they deal with these trivial matters, they will definitely send their experts to find you and retrieve the death throne as well as the massacre throne." When the Scarlet Throne was forced to be exposed, Xiaochen had already expected such a thing. Elder Bai's analysis was within his expectations, so he waited quietly for the rest. "When we return to the Haotian Star this time, I will help you find a will clone of the sect master to protect your life at a crucial moment." Indeed, the Haotian sect would not ignore such a situation. Xiao Chen raised his hand and said, "Many thanks, Elder Bai." Elder Bai smiled gently and said, "Perhaps I am exaggerating. Even if the ghost race and the corpse race know that you have two thrones, they will not spread the news." The two races both wanted to obtain the thrones. If they spread the news and other experts found out, it would undoubtedly make it more difficult for him to obtain the thrones. Xiao Chen thought about the girl in the 8-ghost palanquin. He asked, "Palace Master, what is the background of the girl in the 8-ghost palanquin?" Even the two vice palace masters were shocked to see her. Elder Bai thought for a while before replying, "That white palanquin looks ordinary. In reality, it is a famous secret treasure of the ghost race. Its owner is the ghost Empress Shisun, an expert on the same level as Emperor Wu. However, based on the person in the palanquin, he should be her descendant or disciple. However, for her to bestow this secret treasure to her, her talent is definitely not low." As the two chatted, Elder Bai used this topic to explain some things about the ghost race and the corpse race to Xiao Chen. In terms of individual strength, the ghost race and the corpse race were far ahead of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm. However, the two races cultivated the death great Tao. One hooked souls and the other dug graves. What they did went against the heavenly Tao. Hence, the population of the two races could not develop. The distribution of power in the ghost domain and the corpse domain was not as complicated as that of the human race and the fiend race. They only had one sect, the corpse god palace and the spirit palace. Although there were conflicts between factions, they were much better than the human race and the fiend race, far less complicated than the human race and the fiend race. The two races normally kept a low profile. Of the two races, the ghost race was the most mysterious. The ghost race cultivators were born with yin-yang eyes, which allowed them to see all sorts of wandering souls invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 796. Rumor had it that the headquarters of the Netherworld Palace was located in the 9 Hells Purgatory, and that there was a grand formation there that could draw in the souls of dead people. Of course, rumors were just rumors. The 9 Hells of Purgatory was a forbidden land of the Kunlun realm. It was buried more than 90,000 kilometers underground. Aside from the Nether River that flowed to the land of Absolute Yin, there were all sorts of terrifying scenes. Even Emperor Wu didn't dare to barge in recklessly. There were many unsolved mysteries that he still couldn't find the answers to. As they spoke, a resplendent and charming star appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. With just a glance, he was deeply captivated. Compared to the surrounding dark and lifeless dead stars, this star's charm was simply too great, even though it was too far away to be seen clearly. However, it made one instinctively feel a throbbing from the bottom of one's heart. It had an indescribable attraction. Is this the human emperor planet? Bushin Palace's stronghold in the starry sky. I wonder which ancient senior had the power to transform such a huge star. Xiao Chen had noticed this star in the jade pendant on his chest. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately recognized it. It was refined by the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor 50,000 years ago. He modified a dead star single-handedly, turning it into the vibrant state it is now. When Elder Bai mentioned the Dragon Sect Qing Emperor, his eyes naturally revealed a trace of reverence. Many sects could build a stronghold in the starry sky, but that was only to open up a base in a certain part of a star. It was impossible to transform an entire star. Compared to the human emperor star, there was a world of difference. Of course, the human sovereign planet was much smaller than the Kunlun continent. However, it had been completely transformed into an ancient planet with life. Every place on the planet was suitable for human habitation. Even ordinary mortals could survive here. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He had originally thought that it was refined and transformed by the ancient human race. He didn't expect that it was transformed by the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago. You must be very shocked, right? During the ancient era, the Kunlun continent was rich in resources. There are all sorts of ancient ruins, immortal cities, and cave abodes. Coupled with the fact that the various races are often at war with each other, very few ancient almighties would think of establishing a stronghold in space. Elder Bai continued, The true exploration of the starry heavens started after the War of Emperors in the savage battlefield. This matter is closely related to the deep abyss demonic world. What's the connection? Xiao Chen's interest was piqued and he asked curiously. After the War of Emperors, the Kunlun realm declined. The situation of the peak of the martial epic never appeared again. The demon world's ambition to regain control of Kunlun is also growing day by day. They opened up a distant heavenly road in the boundless starry sky. After working hard for 10,000 years, they finally killed their way over from the other side of the starry sky. In the past, the invasion of the demon realm could only come through the spatial rift between the two realms. However, spatial cracks only existed for a short period of time, and there were spatial storms around, so opening them was not easy. Not many people would come. Although the demonic tribulation would be terrifying, it would not be a disaster. As long as Emperor Wu held down the fort, they would be able to ensure the safety of the region. This was nothing in the eyes of the powerhouses. However, at that time, the ones who descended from the starry sky and broke through the barrier of the sky was the demonic world's army. The 18 demon monarchs personally arrived, deeply shocking the various races of the Kunlun realm. Although the Kunlun realm managed to obtain victory after much difficulty, several ancient races died in the war. After this war, the various races of the Kunlun realm thoroughly realized the importance of the starry sky. Aside from obtaining resources, defending against the demon world's invasion was also of utmost importance. In the distant depths of the starry sky, there was a vast astral battlefield. On the other side of the astral battlefield, the demon world's base in the starry sky could not be truly eliminated. Sometimes, the demonic world held the advantage, leaping across the astral battlefield and forcing back the various races of the Kunlun realm. During the most dangerous times, they even pushed back to the barrier of the sky. Sometimes, the Kunlun realm held the advantage, leaping across the astral battlefield and nearly killing all the demons on the other side. The current situation was a stalemate. That kind of endless war in the starry sky had not happened for 10,000 years already. The astral battlefield became the peak experiential training ground for the junior generation experts of the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. Without advancing to martial sage, one would not even be qualified to enter. The astral battlefield was the strongest experiential training ground in this universe. Without advancing to martial sage, one would not even be qualified to enter. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but feel his blood surge. However, he could only think about it for now. To him, it was still too far away. In the vacuum of the universe, there was no air. If one wanted to travel through the starry sky, they would need to circulate their veritable essence energy at every moment, which was very taxing. A regular inferior grade martial sage would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. At most, they would be able to last a month before they had to find a place to recover. Otherwise, they would end up as desiccated corpses, forever lost in the universe. There was no distinction between night and day in the darkness. Xiao Chen had no idea how much time had passed. When Xiao Chen returned to the deck, he felt that about 1 day had passed. Then, the Haotian Sect's King-grade warship stopped on a star with a diameter of 1,500 kilometers. This star was only 1,500 kilometers in diameter. It had to be said that this star was indeed very small. At the very least, with Xiao Chen's speed, he could easily make a round trip if he did not run into any danger. The warship stopped beside a black mountain range. The surroundings were desolate, filled with black soil. When Xiao Chen stepped on it, he felt a strong gravity. This somewhat overturned his previous understanding of the starry sky. It looked like he could not apply the knowledge of the starry sky of his previous life to the starry sky of this world. Not far from the mountain range was a long, winding black river. The river was pitch black. As it was too far away, the naked eye could not see what was flowing. Blackwater Star was named after this river. There was a forest on the other side of the river. Thick black clouds drifted endlessly above the forest, making it look very mysterious. Be careful. I will go and collect the spirit vein. Split into 2 teams, each with a vice palace master leading the team to kill astral beasts. Do not leave the team, Elder Bai said with an extremely grave expression after gathering everyone together. Of the 100-odd people, there was a team of 50. Each team had a vice palace master leading the way. The two vice palace masters were roughly equal in strength. Hence, there was no saying who would be safer. Xiao Chen and Cui Hao were split into the same team. Since the two of them were stronger, the vice palace masters arranged for them to be at the back in case of any mishaps. I really couldn't tell. This is your first time entering the starry sky, yet you are not nervous at all. Along the way, the two slowly grew familiar with each other. Cui Hao voiced the doubts in his heart. Xiao Chen did not feel anything. This was his nature. He could easily adapt to any environment. Furthermore, even if he was nervous, he would not show it on his face. Changing the topic, Xiao Chen asked, "How strong are the astral beasts? With your strength, can you kill them alone?" Cui Hao revealed a grave expression and said, "There are many types of astral beasts. They are roughly divided into ranks, from rank 1 to rank 6. A rank 1 astral beast is as strong as a half-sage. A rank 2 astral beast is as strong as a martial sage. A rank 3 astral beast is as strong as a medial-grade martial sage. A rank 4 astral beast is as strong as a superior-grade martial sage. A rank 5 astral beast is comparable to a grandmaster-level martial sage. As for a rank 6 astral beast, only the blue-robed emperor can deal with it. As for me, I can deal with a regular rank 1 astral beast alone. However, if I run into a powerful one, I will have to be careful. Otherwise, I might even lose my life." Unexpectedly, the lowest-ranked astral beast was as strong as a half-sage. This was truly flabbergasting. Xiao Chen said, "Only rank 6? Don't tell me there are no astral beasts above rank 6? Cui Hao smiled and said, "Naturally there are. However, astral beasts above rank 6 are simply too horrifying. They can swallow up a star in one gulp and are known as destroyers. We will not be able to find them in this starry domain. We will have to go even deeper to find them. Furthermore, only the Emperor Wu can deal with them." As they were chatting, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. He fixed his gaze on a sharp black rock at the back of the group. The black rock was 1 meter tall and had an irregular cylindrical shape. As it moved from the bottom to the top, it slowly became thinner and sharper at the top. Cui Hao asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating for Cui Hao to move aside. Then he walked over to the sharp black rock and reached out to grab the hard rock. "Rise!" All the energy in his body surged as Xiao Chen shouted. Then he grabbed the top of the rock and pulled. More than 1 million kilograms of force burst out. Rumble! Cracks appeared on the ground. Following that, the rock shattered and flew into the air, shooting out in all directions. The entire ground shook violently. "Everyone scatter!" The vice palace master in front shouted. The 50-odd people in the group reacted very quickly. They pushed off the ground and shot out. Cui Hao's expression changed slightly. What Xiao Chen lifted was not a rock. It was clearly the tail of an astral beast. That astral beast was 300 meters long. It looked like a huge crocodile. However, its skin was covered in sharp black rocks, looking horrifyingly hard. Black rock crocodile, an ordinary rank 2 astral beast. Its strength is equal to an inferior grade martial sage. It is very good at hiding its aura and can travel underground freely. Someone recognized this astral beast and was extremely astonished. If Xiao Chen had not fished it out in advance, someone would have been injured or eaten by this black rock crocodile. Xiao Chen grabbed the 20-meter-long tail of the black rock crocodile and leaped into the air. Then he lifted this huge creature and swung it wildly in the air. Bang! 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 As Xiao Chen swung the black rock crocodile, he descended to the ground and smashed the huge body of the black rock crocodile into the ground. This repeated over and over, causing the ground to rumble. The rocky skin of the black rock crocodile fell off piece by piece. It tried to use the force of its tail to fling Xiao Chen away several times, but it did not succeed. Instead, Xiao Chen flung the black rock crocodile into the ground continuously. As he burned his vital qi, he used 1,100,000 kilograms of force to toy with this rank 2 astral beast. The group of people was dumbfounded. Was this still a horrifying rank 2 astral beast? Why was it like a toy in Xiao Chen's hands? The vice palace master was also slightly stunned. As far as he knew, the black rock crocodile was not only very strong but also very capable. Chapter 797. However, after Xiao Chen grabbed its tail and refused to let it go, it could not do anything. Xiao Chen swung the black rock crocodile to the ground, not giving it a chance to move at all. The black rock crocodile let out a horrifying shriek, rumbling endlessly. Everyone watched as Xiao Chen twirled the black rock crocodile around like a whip. For some reason, sympathy welled up in everyone's heart. That black rock crocodile was really unlucky. After a long time, the black rock crocodile's shrieks grew softer and softer. Finally, there was no sound. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt the black rock crocodile's hard tail loosen. A group of previous true inheritors exclaimed, "What a freak!" They quickly flew over to take a look. They saw that the black rock crocodile was badly mangled, no different from mud. If they had not seen it before, they would not have been able to tell that this was a rank 2 astral beast, the black rock crocodile. It was as strong as an inferior grade martial sage. When Cui Hao flew over, he was speechless. An astral beast actually died just like that. He smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Chen, go and see if there is an astral core." Any astral beast could fly freely in the starry heavens. By absorbing the energy of the universe, they had a chance of producing an extremely precious energy crystal core, an astral core. Xiao Chen scanned the pile of flesh and blood with his spiritual sense twice. Then he discovered a crystal core with extremely dense energy. Joy appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand. A suction came out, and a white astral core appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. The eyes of the others lit up, revealing envious expressions. They said, unexpectedly, an astral core appeared. This Xiao Chen is really lucky. Although the white astral core is an inferior grade astral core, it is more than enough to sell for a few thousand black astral coins. When Xiao Chen heard the discussions of the surrounding people, he carefully put away the astral core. He asked, "Black astral coins? Cui Hao, what is a black astral coin?" Cui Hao also had a somewhat envious expression in his eyes. He explained, "Black astral coins are essentially the same as astral coins. However, they contain denser astral iron and are worth even more. All the large trading centers in the starry heavens use black astral coins for transactions. However, your luck is really good. The chances of an astral core appearing in a rank 2 astral beast and below are pitifully low. This black rock crocodile is just an ordinary rank 2 astral beast." As soon as they set off, Xiao Chen already had such a harvest. For the rest of the journey, the true inheritors of the previous batches all rubbed their eyes and searched for hidden astral beasts. He managed to find several astral beasts. After a few battles, he managed to kill quite a few astral beasts. However, none of them had condensed an astral core. Upon seeing this, the Vice Hall Master smiled without saying a word. Along the way, he was like a spectator, neither pointing out the hidden astral beasts nor lending a helping hand. He allowed the group of disciples to freely fight the astral beast. The unknown black lava flowed downstream in the riverbed. From time to time, bubbles would appear and float out. When the bubbles burst, there would be violent explosions. The entire riverbed was covered in such bubbles. A heavy smell of sulfur spread in the air, making everyone frown. This river was the black water river that Xiao Chen and the others saw in the distance. What flowed in this river was not water but this somewhat disgusting lava filled with intense energy. The group of 50 killed all sorts of astral beasts along the way and finally arrived at the riverbank. When they saw this scene, they were not very surprised. After all, anything could happen in the boundless starry heavens. A river flowing with black lava was not something strange or incomprehensible. The Vice Hall Master looked around before fixing his gaze on the black forest on the other side of the river. "Xiao Chen, Cui Hao, I'll leave this place to you. I'll make a trip to the forest and be back soon." After saying that, his figure gently drifted over the wide black river and headed for the black forest, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. Clearly, this was not Cui Hao's first time dealing with this matter. After giving some instructions to his fellow disciples, he returned. Along the way, the group had not fought many battles. However, they were still somewhat fatigued, so they closed their eyes to rest or chatted idly. Their tones were filled with anticipation. Xiao Chun looked at the Black Forest. If he did not guess wrong, the Vice Hall Master should have gone in to hunt astral beasts of rank 3 and above. The Vice Hall Master left only astral beasts of rank 2 and below. Then he let the group of people in and left them alone. Based on the fact that the Vice Hall Master did not run into any rank 3 astral beasts along the way, it was easy to figure this out. Indeed, not long later, sharp roars came from that black forest. Clearly, an intense battle was taking place. When we enter that black forest tomorrow, we should fight on our own, Cui Hao said as he tossed out a flask of wine, sitting across from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun caught the flask of wine and took a swig. Then he asked, "How long have you been in the Heavenly Battle Palace? It looks like you are already very familiar with this experiential training." Cui Hao took a sip of wine and smiled somewhat disappointedly. "It has been about 10 years. The experiential training is usually like this. They hunt down astral beasts that can kill us in an instant. Then they scatter us and toss us in to fight on our own." 10 years sounded like a long period of time, but in Cui Hao's eyes, he didn't see many traces of time. Given Cui Hao's talent, he could definitely advance to martial sage before the age of 50. After advancing to martial sage, his lifespan would increase to 500 years. 10 years was indeed nothing in the long years that followed. However, at this moment, Cui Hao's expression appeared somewhat gloomy, looking very lonely. "Xiao Chun, what is the Tianwu domain like now? Have you heard of these people?" Suddenly, Cui Hao changed the topic, asking a question that had nothing to do with the experiential training. He mentioned several names, asking if Xiao Chun knew them. Every time Cui Hao mentioned a name, Xiao Chun would shake his head, indicating that he had not heard of them. When Cui Hao heard that, the originally gloomy expression in his eyes turned even more sorrowful. Only when Cui Hao mentioned a name did Xiao Chun answer, "Enjuanxi. This person is very incredible now. He fought to a draw with the divine martial gates Feng Wuji and became the new holy scion of the Tianwu domain. He is now the most famous demonic genius." When Cui Hao heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he burst out laughing. He laughed somewhat crazily. He took a big gulp of wine and said, "The waves of the river are endless. 10 years ago, the glorious and brilliant young talents were unrivaled. I did not expect that 10 years later, no one would know of them." Xiao Chun suddenly understood. It looked like the names that Cui Hao mentioned were incredible people back then, comparable to the 7 giants of today. They were all glorious and famous. Unfortunately, the age of geniuses had arrived. These names, which could have been passed down for generations, were overshadowed by the radiance of the later generations. The more tragic ones became the stepping stones for others. During ordinary times, becoming a half-sage at the age of 30 was already a startling matter. However, in this age of geniuses, they were just ordinary geniuses, unable to cause any ripples. Of the 7 giants, which one of them did not become a half-sage before the age of 30? They killed the older generation half-sage evil cultivators like they were pigs or dogs. Although they were full of lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations, the waves at the front did not have the time to express their aspirations before they were smashed to death by the waves at the back on the beach. Furthermore, it was the kind of ruthless stride that surpassed them, leaving them so far behind that their backs could not be seen. The peak of the age of geniuses only regretted being born at the wrong time, coming too early. To the cultivators who pursued the great Tao for thousands of years, this was truly a kind of sorrow. Outsiders would not be able to understand that sorrow. Enjuanxi. 10 years ago, that brat could not even last 100 moves against me. Now, even the mythical Holy Sun cannot subdue him. After Cui Hao finished the wine in the flask, he poured it a few times. When he discovered that there was no water left, he casually tossed the wine flask into the surging black water. With a bang, it shattered into pieces. Xiao Chun remained silent. No wonder Cui Hao lost his composure when he heard that Enjuanxi had such accomplishments. It turned out that there was such a secret behind it. Cui Hao glanced at the previous true inheritors not far away, resting with their eyes closed. He said, Shaochen, did you know? If nothing unexpected happens, most of the people in the Heavenly Battle Palace will advance to Martial Sage before the age of 100. In ordinary times, becoming a Martial Sage before the age of 100 might not be considered an absolute genius, but they will definitely become an overlord. After entering the Heavenly Battle Palace, these people all have all sorts of dreams in their hearts. However, you came and shattered all these dreams. Feeling suspicious, Shaochen asked, Me? Actually, I have to thank you for coming early. Otherwise, if a large group of people came, it would have been even more unbearable. Although they have always been in the Heavenly Battle Palace, they know a little about the Age of Geniuses. They more or less guessed the ending. Your arrival only woke them up, Cui Hao said in a somewhat sullen voice. Cui Hao said in a low voice. Although he was talking about them, whether he admitted it or not, Cui Hao, was indeed one of the people who had been beaten awake. This time, the two chatted for a long time. Cui Hao talked about the geniuses and outstanding talents of his generation, the names of those who had been outstanding in their time. Shaochen also talked about the current Tianwu domain, about the 7 giants who were undefeatable, about the demonic geniuses like the sovereign noble clans Yanshi San, and about the various outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain. In the end, Cui Hao drank too much and slowly fell asleep, leaving only Shaochen to talk. Shaochen spoke of his own story, his experiences along the way. He recalled many things and remembered many people's names. These names were once famous existences in the Sky Dome realm. Now no one knew where they were. No one knew if they would rise up again one day. Toward the end, Shaochen suddenly understood something. The problem that perplexed him not long ago suddenly became clear. For the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to break through from the 6th layer to the 7th layer, one had to undergo a lightning tribulation and a heart tribulation. Furthermore, if one was not careful, one would die, turning into ashes. At that time, Shaochen was indeed afraid. He was afraid of losing. He was afraid that after he died, he would have nothing. He was afraid that the fame that he had worked so hard for would be gone in an instant. Shaochen thought too highly of himself. He worried that after he turned into dust, he would be forgotten by the later generations. Hence, he felt afraid. Chapter 798. However, when one looked up at the starry heavens, there were countless stars. Even the most resplendent solar star would die of old age one day. In the past, Cui Hao had been very spirited as well. However, in less than 10 years, he became unknown. His glorious name faded with the wind. What did he, Shaochen, count for? Even if time passed and he reached the peak of the Great Tao, someone would eventually surpass him after tens of thousands of years. The river surged, and the waves were merciless. No one could stand at the peak forever. The peak was meant to be surpassed in the first place. With a panoramic view of the starry heavens, the expression in Shaochen's eyes became increasingly clear and bright. I don't care what others think of me 10,000 years from now. In this life, I will do my best to reach the peak and fight for the first rank. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The next day, the Vice Palace Master returned from the Black Forest, reeking of blood. The cultivators who were either resting with their eyes closed or chatting idly all had grave expressions. Everyone knew that this trial was about to truly begin. The Heavenly Battle Palace's experiential training had always been cruel. People like the Vice Palace Master would not help you. You had to deal with all the difficulties and dangers yourself. Unless there was an astral beast that could instantly kill a cultivator appeared. Only in such a cruel fight could one truly bring out one's potential. Only then could one truly achieve the experiential training's purpose. Otherwise, everyone knew that no matter what, they would not face the threat of death. They would feel that they had a path of retreat and would never be able to bring out their full potential. I have already slaughtered all the rank 3 astral beasts. I have also killed some of the peak rank 2 ferocious astral beasts that can instantly kill you. The rest will depend on yourselves, the Vice Palace Master said sullenly as he swept his gaze over the group of 50-odd people. This was not the first time the previous true inheritors had participated in such an experiential training, so they were mentally prepared. All of them soared into the air and revealed a murderous intent in their eyes. Then, they silently headed for the Black Forest. Xiaochen followed the crowd and carefully entered the Black Forest, starting his first small-scale experiential training in the starry heavens. The high-grade astral beasts in the forest had already been killed. To Xiaochen, this was not really dangerous. In fact, it was rather ordinary. However, hunting astral beasts also gave Xiaochen an opportunity to practice the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. The brand new Lightning Tribulation Saber technique required intense battles to accumulate familiarity. 3 days later, some of the injured disciples were forced to withdraw helplessly. They dragged their blood-stained bodies to the Vice Hall Master to treat their injuries. With each passing day, a large number of disciples would emerge from the forest. Most of the people had gained something. A few of them even discovered ores in the forest that were no less valuable than the flame crystal stones, causing them to smile happily. There were also some people who were barely alive when they walked out, chased by the astral beasts into a sorry state. 6 days later, only Xiaochen and Cui Hao were left in the team of 50 people. On the other side of the Blackwater River, one could see the occasional flickering of lightning in the forest. There was also the drifting yellow moonlight. Clearly, Xiaochen and Cui Hao still had energy to spare. However, around dusk, Cui Hao came out with a joyful expression. When the others asked around, they found out that Cui Hao had obtained 2 astral cores in this experiential training. This was a great harvest, so they all felt envious. 8 days later, 100 bolts of berserk electric pythons suddenly shot out from the Black Forest and soared into the sky. They were 100 purple electric pythons. Under the observation of the previous true inheritors, they all transformed at the same time, turning from pythons into flood dragons. They roared ferociously at the boundless starry heavens, giving off a bright light that tore through the sky. Cui Hao's expression changed. He muttered, "It looks like his Lightning Tribulation Saber technique improved again." The instant the electric light vanished, a white figure appeared in the sky above the forest, quickly descending towards the place where everyone was gathered. Soon, Xiaochen gently floated down, holding the lunar shadow saber as he slowly landed. When the Vice Palace Master saw the withdrawn killing chi and calm expression in Xiaochen's eyes, he vaguely felt that Xiaochen was somewhat unfathomable. After the experiential training ended, the 2 teams met up. The other team had been waiting for a long time already. After everyone was gathered, the King-grade warship started its return journey. The journey back to planet Haoyan was very smooth. They did not run into any ghost race or corpse race cultivators. 1 day later, they arrived safely at planet Haoyan. Xiaochen collected the deep-sea coumarin grass and the spiritual milk to recover quintessence. Then he returned to the Heaven Series training room. There was less than half a month left in the Heaven Series training room. Xiaochen did not want to waste any more time. After resting for a while, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he started to count his gains on this trip. With a flip of his hand, 2 flame crystal rocks appeared in his palm. One had a dim luster, and the other had a moving glow. The flame crystal rocks were of great help to cultivators of the state of fire. However, they were not very useful to Xiaochen. However, absorbing these 2 flame crystal rocks had a high chance of directly comprehending the state of fire, saving him a lot of effort. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen finally decided not to sell this flame crystal rock. Perhaps he might be able to use it in the future. This was a treasure that could only be found and not sought. Once he sold it, he would have to spend several times the price to buy it again. After that, Xiaochen took out 2 white astral cores. After obtaining an inferior-grade astral core from the Black Rock Crocodile, he continued his experiential training in the Black Forest. After killing more than 200 rank 2 astral beasts, he finally obtained another astral core. The astral core contained horrifying energy. Xiaochen could clearly feel it. If this energy exploded, even his physical body would not be able to endure it. In the starry heavens, astral cores had many uses. Not only could they be embedded in all sorts of spirit weapons, but they could also be used as the energy source of all sorts of warships. In fact, if one were to use it directly and cause it to explode, they could even injure their enemies. However, No one would be so wasteful as to use such a precious treasure. Xiao Chun looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. This saber was a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Most sovereign noble clan scions or powerful demonic geniuses would have weapons of the same grade as subdivine weapons. And Juanshi's true dragon lightning whip, First Senior Sister's purple bow, Yan Shisan's heavenly ice sword, and the inherited holy weapons of the three holy masters were all of the same grade. A good weapon could greatly increase a cultivator's strength. Previously, Juanshi did not have a suitable weapon, which was why he could not defeat the divine martial gate's Feng Wuji. It was time for the lunar shadow saber to be upgraded. The demonic cores embedded in it could no longer keep up. They had to be replaced with high-ranked astral cores. The other materials needed to be replaced. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said softly, "I have to advance to martial sage as soon as possible. No time is too tight." The resources and materials needed to upgrade the lunar shadow saber to a subdivine weapon would definitely be vast. If he did not advance to martial sage, he would not be able to find so many resources. The opportunity to advance to martial sage lay in the breaking sage pill. It looked like after obtaining the heavenly dew divine spring, he had to make a trip to the Ying clan. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and finally took out the death throne. This was an absolute treasure that everyone loved and hated at the same time. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead as he stared at the throne floating in the air. After a while, he finally made up his mind. Xiao Chen focused his vast spiritual sense on the purple lightning talisman. With a flash of electric light, he entered a world of death filled with black qi. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a body. He held the purple lightning talisman in his right hand as he looked calmly at the vast, boundless black death qi below. It looked like the world within the massacre throne. However, the scarlet sea was now black. "Ha! To think that you actually dared to come in. This is my world. No one can escape." The black sea churned, and a strand of black qi came out of it. Then, it formed Wang Can's appearance. He looked at Xiao Chen's spiritual sense with a sinister gaze. Wang Can's eyes were filled with boundless arrogance and insufferably arrogance, preparing to swallow up Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. However, when he saw the purple talisman in Xiao Chen's hand, this strand of Wang Can's spiritual mark was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes as he thought of something. Then he quickly dove into the sea below. Lightning was the most berserk and tyrannical energy in the world. Of all the energies, it dealt the greatest damage to evil mental bodies. Without this copy of the divine lightning and the immortal lightning talisman, Xiao Chen would not have been so careless to send his spiritual sense into the death throne. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he pointed at Wang Can's spiritual mark. The purple talisman flew out and struck it before it dove into the Black Sea. Immediately, miserable shrieks rang out in this strange world. All sorts of hateful curses surged towards Xiao Chen like the tide. Xiao Chen did not care about them. He let the purple lightning talisman strike the other party until his body and soul were destroyed, completely disappearing from this world. After searching for a while and confirming that he could not find Wang Can's spiritual mark, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and retrieved the purple lightning talisman. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not relax at all. Wang Can's spiritual mark was just an insignificant existence in the death throne. The truly powerful one was in the depths of this boundless sea. That was an existence that made Xiao Chen feel fear. In the past, when he was on the massacre throne, he had suffered a lot from that existence's torture and torment. In a king-grade corpse dragon worship on the ancient starry heavens path, Wang Can paled and vomited a large mouthful of black blood. He said somewhat weakly, "Father, that person destroyed my spiritual mark in the death throne." The person Wang Can addressed as father was the expert with the golden corpse embroidered on his chest, who had blocked Elder Bai with a wave of his hand. This person smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "This is for the best. You have not been able to subdue the evil king's mark in the death throne. If you hold on to it for a long time, it will be a hidden danger." Wang Can's expression changed. He asked, "Father, what do you mean?" Wang Can's father said sullenly, "His immortal will of thunder has a natural counter to this kind of spiritual mark. It might be able to completely destroy the death mark that the evil king left. At that time, you will obtain the complete death throne and become a powerful corpse king. If you can subdue the massacre throne as well, you will definitely be world-shaking. After Wang Can heard that, he could not help but reveal an excited expression. Chapter 799. The Black Sea roared ferociously in the world inside the throne. There seemed to be a boundless abyss in the distance, looking at Shao Qin emotionlessly. Immortal scripts slowly flowed on the purple lightning talisman in Shao Qin's hand, flickering with a faint golden light. Electricity crackled. Shao Qin looked into the distance and entered deep thought. Massacre and death were one in the first place. Without massacre, there would be no death. Massacre was the method, and death was the result. The two were related to the beginning and the end. From a certain point of similarity, they should be the same state. With such a common state, Shao Qin thought of reincarnation. The end did not mean the end. However, the state that reincarnation represented was very vast. It was not something that could be combined with massacre and death. Shao Qin could only be sure of the answer after he collected the other 5 thrones. The others only focused on a single attribute of the throne. The corpse race and the ghost race wanted the death throne because it was compatible with the death Tao that they cultivated. They could better control corpses and ghosts, greatly increasing their strength. However, Shao Qin thought even further. Of course, his answer might not be correct. When the 7 thrones merged, it did not represent reincarnation. It was the primal chaos, eternal life, or nothingness. No one could say for sure. Shao Qin stared at the farthest part of the sea. In the end, he gave up on making a move. Ordinary people only needed to focus on one state to become a powerful expert. Right now, Shao Qin had not even completely grasped the massacre Tao. If he tried to cultivate the death Tao, he would be seeking his own death. It was like an ant overestimating itself and trying to eat an elephant. Shao Qin's spiritual sense flashed, and he leaped out. His vision returned to the real world. With a flip of his hand, he placed the death throne in his universe ring. If he could collect all 7 thrones in the future, he might be able to cultivate an unprecedented peak state. In less than half a month, the Sage War, which would determine the spots for the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, would begin. He had to make good use of the Heaven Series training room. The pressure in the combat room increased. Ignoring his fatigue and hard work, Shao Qin continued to stabilize his new lightning tribulation saber technique, bringing it closer to himself. 5 days later, when the spiritual milk ran out, Shao Qin dragged his injured body to the cultivation room. Then he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of the spirit vein's origin under the prayer mat. Soon, the last day of the Heaven Series training room arrived. Shao Qin took out the energy crystal of Emperor Wu's will clone. After activating the energy crystal, an old man made of light instantly appeared in the combat room of the Heaven Series training room. The old man's aura did not look very strong. At the very least, Shao Qin did not feel any pressure. The will clone sealed in this crystal looks like it only has 100th or 1,000th of a martial emperor's strength. However, it should still have its combat experience and techniques. That should be enough. The old man wore robes of alternating blue and white. He stood there empty-handed as he looked at Shao Qin, his eyes gleaming with spirit. He said, "My true body is already destroyed. This will clone has been used for several thousand years already. I can only appear for an hour now. Make good use of it." Shao Qin nodded his head seriously. He slowly drew the lunar shadow saber and slowly accumulated his aura. A vast sea slowly appeared behind him. It was the dragon subduing Slash's blue dragon emerging from the sea. Shao Qin had never used this crystal that sealed Emperor Wu's will avatar. He planned to use it to comprehend the 3rd move of the dragon subduing Slash. The lightning tribulation saber technique was a commonly used martial technique. The dragon subduing Slash was the true trump card. Rumble. 999 pillars of water soared into the sky. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea, and a 300-meter-long dragon-shaped saber chi instantly formed. Shao Qin roared ferociously. It sounded like a true dragon roaring as he hacked at the old man in front. The old man was slightly stunned. When he saw the saber technique Shao Qin executed, he said, I have not seen the dragon subduing slash for several tens of thousands of years. You learned it pretty well. Unfortunately, you are still far from great perfection. The old man kicked off the ground and gathered all his quintessence in his palm. He spun around and quickly dodged the strong wind formed by the dragon-shaped saber chi. Xiaoqin used the choking hand to choke the neck of the dragon-shaped saber chi. The mighty and unparalleled dragon-shaped saber chi with a flourishing aura seemed to have struck its weakness, instantly scattering. Xiaoqin was startled. He had not expected the blue dragon emerging from the sea to have such an opening. Xiaoqin stomped on the air, and an inextinguishable dragon roar came from his body. His figure advanced rapidly. When his aura reached its peak, Xiaoqin soared into the air. Auspicious clouds covered his body, materializing a soaring dragon. The old man's figure flickered. He smiled and said, "This move is pretty good. You have already grasped 80% of its essence." The old man's clothes fluttered, and his expression sank. He formed hand seals and pointed ferociously at Xiaoqin, who was soaring like a true dragon. A huge finger seemed to come from beyond the heavens, carrying a strong heavenly might. It gently tapped Xiaoqin's aura, pressing down on him the moment his aura rose. Bang! Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqin's mouth. The soaring dragon's momentum was instantly broken, and he tumbled a few times before standing up. As Xiaoqin looked at the old man in the air, he entered deep thought. The strength that the other party used was no stronger than peak inferior grade martial sage. However, he could easily find the openings in Xiaoqin's moves and break them. However, this was a good thing. Xiaoqin was not afraid of openings. He was afraid of openings that he did not know and could still be pleased with himself. Again! The sounds of intense fighting rang out in the combat room once more. Although the old man was only an inferior grade martial sage, he relied on his vast combat experience and insight to torture Xiaoqin to the point where he hovered between life and death. After more than 100 moves, Xiaoqin finally patched up some of the weaknesses of Return of the Azure Dragon and Dragon Soars in the Sky. He had gained a lot. The light on the old man's body dimmed. Soon he would return to the crystal. Xiaoqin took a deep breath, and the blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian split into two. The quintessence it carried flowed along two different meridians. Slowly, two azure-colored dragon images appeared on the slender lunar shadow saber in Xiaoqin's hand. They coiled around the saber. A speck of light as resplendent as the sun appeared at the tip of the saber. Dragon subduing slash's third move, twin dragons playing with pearls. The saber tip flashed with light, and in an instant, it reflected the old man's figure. Then, it quickly flew towards him. The two dragon images formed and chased after that speck of light. When the old man saw this move, his expression turned somewhat grave. He glanced at that formless light, and his figure flickered around the combat room. However, no matter how the old man dodged, that speck of light locked onto the old man and chased him relentlessly. The two dragon images quickly formed behind it. The dragon scales on the old man's body were clearly visible. The dragon horns on the old man's head and the dragon chi he spat out made it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. A faint dragon might slowly spread out. Finally, the old man sighed helplessly and stopped. He said, "Never mind. I should have known that I would not be able to dodge such a shameless move." That speck of light instantly entered the old man's body, and the two blue dragons flew out. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The old man threw a palm strike and circulated his quintessence, using the remaining energy to clash head-on with this move. An intense explosion rang out, accompanied by the horrifying fluctuations of surging quintessence. A wave of cyan light swept out. Kasi. Several combat puppets stopped at the edge of the combat room instantly collapsed. When everything vanished, the old man's figure could no longer be seen. He must have returned to the crystal. Xiaoqin panted, his complexion pale. This move used his origin energy and exhausted a lot of it. However, it looked like the effects were pretty good. Even Emperor Wu could not find any openings. Unable to dodge, he could only receive it head-on. Two dragons playing with pearls was just the beginning. If Xiaoqin cultivated it further, he could execute three dragons playing with pearls, for dragons playing with pearls, and even the highest level of 9 dragons playing with pearls. When Xiao Chen saw some of the precious combat puppets in the combat room shattered into pieces, he felt somewhat vexed. He did not know if the Haotian sect would call him over for compensation. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, Xiao Chen entered a state of selflessness. Then he started to carefully comprehend his gains in the past hour, memorizing the openings of the first 2 moves of the dragon's subduing slash. When the sky turned dark, Shui Lingling's cry came from outside the Heaven Series training room. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and executed Thunder Dragon steps, leaping out the door in a few breaths. Shui Lingling glanced at Xiao Chen and discovered that the expression in his eyes had become even more reserved. She could no longer see through him. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, the purple heavenly sage laws behind him were actually hazy as well. She could only see countless electric sparks crackling and flickering endlessly. As Xiao Chen walked, he gained a sharpness that had not been there before. He gave off a faint king-grade true dragon qi, which surprised Shui Lingling the most. In the past, Xiao Chen had been this reserved as well, simple and unadorned. However, he had kept his sharpness hidden in his heart, not revealing it at all. Now, for some reason, he actually revealed a trace of his sharpness. Given his cultivation, it was not that he could not control this sharpness. Instead, he did it casually, not suppressing it on purpose. Did this mean that the unparalleled saber with unparalleled sharpness had already decided to leave its scabbard and fight for its place in this age of geniuses? With just one meeting, Shui Lingling thought of many things from Xiao Chen. Furthermore, her guesses were very accurate. Xiao Chen glanced at Shui Lingling, feeling somewhat astonished. Her improvement in the past month was no weaker than his. Xiao Chen did not know where exactly she cultivated, but the effects were no weaker than in the Heaven Series training room. First, senior sister, why are you looking for me? Xiao Chen asked. Shui Lingling took out a crystal and handed it to Xiao Chen seriously. This is a will clone that my master specially condensed for you. It has 1/10 of his strength. To condense this will clone, he needs to recuperate for 5 years. However, as long as a martial emperor does not appear, this will clone can protect your life at any time. Xiao Chen received the crystal and felt the energy in it. It was much stronger than the aura of the old man in the cultivation room. Hence, what Shui Lingling said was true. Such a life-saving item was something that Xiao Chen urgently needed. He could not help but have a favorable impression of this Haotian emperor, whom he had never met before. Let's go. Let's gather at the first elder's place. We are going to the central province's Bushin Palace. Chapter 800. Shui Lingling smiled gently and called out the profound sun bird. Then she picked up Xiao Chen and flew to a rather majestic transportation formation on the Haotian star. Spiritual energy filled the undulating mountain ranges. Lush vegetation filled the air, and spirit beasts roamed the place. The dense aura of life made it impossible to associate this place with the cold starry heavens. The surroundings of the Haotian sect of this star had been completely remodeled. It was not much different from the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling arrived above a transportation formation surrounded by 4 mountain peaks. The first elder, Han Qinghe, several inner sect elders, and the many true inheritors preparing to participate in the Sage War arrived. Yu Chenxi, Jun Si, and the others had all arrived long ago. When Xiao Chen saw these familiar faces, he asked, "First senior sister, could it be that we used this transportation formation to get directly to the central province's Bushin Palace?" Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "What's wrong? Do you think that it is impossible? With enough astral cores, we can even send you to the Sky Dome realm. This is something the Haotian sect spent the blood and sweat of the 4th generation of Emperor Wu to build. Directly send me back to the Sky Dome realm?" When Xiao Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. He still had many ties to the Sky Dome realm. They were all there: Lu Riyue, Lu Suifeng, old friends of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yulan, Feng Feishue, Ing Yu, all these fresh names were etched in the depths of Xiao Chen's mind. He had never forgotten them. In the past, Xiao Chen had thought that he would not return until he reached Emperor Wu. However, now that he thought about it, this was a heartless promise. Martial Emperor was the peak of the martial Dao. Xiao did not know how long it would take before he could reach it. Shui Lingling's ordinary words unintentionally touched the softest part of Xiao Chen's heart. Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right? We are going down. Xiao Chen came back to his senses, smiled, and gently landed on the ground. When the first elder, Han Qinghe, saw the two of them coming over, he gently waved his hand and called them to the side. His expression was somewhat grave as he said, "Let me tell you two some bad news. The sovereign noble clans of the profound domain will be coming to participate in the sage saint ranking of our Bushin Palace." Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but ripples appeared in his heart. The strength of the sovereign noble clans was comparable to the Holy Lands. Normally, they would not submit to the Bushin Palace. The ranking of the proud son of heaven ranking did not include these people. Yen Shisan's horrifying strength. If all the scions of the sovereign noble clans were as strong as him, the proud son of heaven ranking would not be able to rank them. If he wanted to get into the top 10 in this sage war and obtain a spot for himself, he would probably have to face some difficulties. Shui Lingling said mockingly, "They must be here for the heavenly dew divine spring." Normally, these sovereign noble clans do not care about the life or death of the human race. Now, they know that they are part of the human race. The heavenly dew divine spring cleansed the marrow and cleansed the blood. It was infused with the heavenly Tao's origin energy. It contained great luck, allowing a cultivator to advance to martial emperor before the age of 100. In Kunlun Mountain, it took 10,000 years for the heavenly dew divine spring to fill up. This was a rare opportunity. It would be hard for those sovereign noble clans not to think about it. Han Qinghe sighed. Under the combined pressure of the four sovereign noble clans, the Bushin Palace had no choice but to take a step back. If they really started a civil war, the human race would not be able to bear it. An inner sect elder at the side said helplessly, "We can only blame the three holy masters for not living up to expectations in the past few years. If the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor were still around, these sovereign noble clans would not dare to say anything." Han Qinghe said, "Now that things have come to this, there is no point in complaining. The two of you just have to do your best. There were many outstanding talents in history who did not soak in this heavenly dew divine spring." Han Qinghe spoke very generously, but everyone could hear the regret in the first elder's voice. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "First elder, rest assured. Xiao Chen has received many favors from the Haotian sect. On this trip, I will definitely fight for a spot for the Haotian sect." As Xiao Chen spoke, he revealed his sharpness, showing great self-confidence. Shui Lingling said with a resolute expression, "First elder, rest assured. Shui Lingling will also do her best to fight for a spot for the Haotian sect." Han Qinghe smiled faintly. Under the influence of the two, he said with a heroic spirit, "Since the two of you are so confident, why would I say such discouraging words? I would be undervaluing myself too much. So what if the sovereign noble clans come? Let's go. Let's fight them for now." After the first elder spoke, he gave some instructions. The nearby inner sect elders started to slowly fill the complicated and vast interstellar transportation formation with high-ranked astral cores. So. Pillars of light shot up from the formation lines. Space started to fluctuate intensely, and a huge black hole appeared above everyone's heads. The interior of the black hole was intertwined with complex time and space coordinates. A boundless suction force surged out, directly pulling everyone in. Xiao Chen felt his body stretch infinitely. Finally, he turned into tiny particles. His body disappeared, leaving only his thoughts in this space-time tunnel. Xiao Chen flew off into the distance at a speed that cultivators could not comprehend. By the time Xiao Chen felt his body reassemble, the group had already arrived at another transportation formation. When they looked around, they saw a sea of people. The scenery also felt familiar. "We've arrived. Let's go directly to the proud son of heaven ranking." Han Qinghe waved his hand, and a king-grade warship appeared. Then he raised the Haotian sect's banner and led the group to the Bushin Palace's proud son of heaven ranking. The surroundings were densely packed with all sorts of warships and spirit beasts. The air buzzed with noise. All the superior grade sects of the entire Tianwu domain had arrived. The Sage War was a major event of the human race every 4 years. At that time, the proud son of heaven ranking would be completely disrupted and reshuffled. Coincidentally, this Sage War happened to coincide with the reopening of the heavenly dew divine lake. Such a grand scene was not strange at all. However, Xiaochen was not used to going from absolute silence to such a noisy environment. The warship traveled through the somewhat crowded sky. After 1 hour, they finally arrived at the proud son of heaven ranking. The original sage wall had been moved somewhere else. Now, only 1,000 sage lamps remained, arranged in the shape of a pyramid. An empty space appeared within 5 kilometers of the proud son of heaven ranking. It was like a formless barrier covered the entire area from the sky to the ground. The warships that gathered from all directions collapsed from top to bottom. With the proud son of heaven ranking as the core, they formed a huge ring. Xiaochen stood on the deck and looked down. At the bottom of the proud son of heaven ranking, he saw his lamp. He could not help but feel slightly stunned. Then he revealed a smile. It had been close to 2 years. Unexpectedly, no one had been able to break his lamp yet. The Haotian sex people are here. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 warships stationed around the proud son of heaven ranking, from the ground to the sky. The flag on each warship represented a sect. With one glance, although there were many sects, the true 9 ranks of the great families were few in number. This was especially so for the ones like the Haotian sect, which could be considered part of the 9 ranks of the great families, which were even rarer. When the proud son of heaven ranking appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of several people, many of whom were old acquaintances of Xiaochen. The full moon pavilions Feng Xingxing, the battle realms Niu Deng, the Shimen noble clans Shimen Bao, the 1,000 mystery sects Hua Dao, the 7 giants Wang Meng, and the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, had all arrived long ago. I heard that the demonic genius who occupied the last rank of the proud son of heaven ranking for close to 2 years is on the Haotian sex warship. That fellow is really a demonic genius. After coming to the Kunlun realm for 2 years, he already comprehended a will and defeated the extreme Yin sects by wuxia. However, he is really too insincere. He occupied the last rank for 2 years without bothering about it. Who knows how many new disciples of the various sects are cursing him in secret? There is no reward for being the last rank. This fellow does not know how to spend some time to increase his ranking. Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. He had not expected all the discussions about the Haotian sect to focus on him. Jun Si, who was at the side, smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiaochen, it looks like your popularity now rivals that of the 7 giants. In the past, when others mentioned the Haotian sect, they talked about our first senior sister the most." When Shui Lingling heard this, she smiled casually and said, "7 giants. Now, there are no more 7 giants. If one does not comprehend a will, they will be eliminated by the passing of time. They will never be able to stand at the peak." Xiaochen could not help but view her in a new light. Based on what Shui Lingling said, it seemed like she had comprehended a will long ago. However, he could not tell from her appearance. As Xiaochen chatted with the others, the noisy scene suddenly turned quiet. It was like someone incredible had arrived. Pusi. Suddenly, a bright, dazzling holy light descended from the sky. Xiaochen squinted slightly. 3 Emperor-grade warships that surpassed King grade slowly appeared in the sky. One looked like the deep-sea heavenly turtle, the black tortoise. One looked like the vermilion bird, the eastern divine bird, and one looked like the white tiger, the holy beast in the clouds. The holy light was very dazzling, enveloping everyone. The people of the 3 holy masters are coming out. The many cultivators, who had been silent for a while, looked up. Then, they all erupted in excitement. The voices turned into waves, rising and falling. As they drifted, several warships shook. The bright light could not obscure Xiaochen's eyes. The boundless holy might could not suppress the surging hot-bloodedness in Xiaochen's heart. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the Divine Martial Gate, and the White Emperor City of the 3 holy masters finally saw their true appearance. He wondered how glorious the 3 holy masters were now. Bush. Just at this moment, 4 warships appeared in the east. Holy might spread out, and the light they gave off did not diminish. Unexpectedly, they were also Emperor-grade warships that surpassed King-grade warships. From left to right, the flags on the warships had the words Yen, Ing, Jiang, and Lin written on them. These were the 4 sovereign noble clans of the human race. The warships of these 4 clans were no weaker than the 3 holy masters' warships. They seemed to be competing against each other. A few youths, male or female, stood at the bow of each warship. These were the absolute geniuses the sovereign noble clans sent to fight for the slots. This time, the 4 clans were very ambitious. Each clan wanted to obtain at least 2 slots, leaving only 2 for the other sects of the Tianwu domain. On the warship in the middle, a Jiang clan old man beckoned. 3 people jumped down from each of the other 3 warships, 1 old man and 2 youths. Chapter 801. The Jiang clan old man smiled gently and dismissed everyone else on the bow. Aside from the 2 core geniuses of the various clans, only the leaders of the various clans remained on the deck. These 4 old men were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Furthermore, there was a bright light on their foreheads. They seemed to have comprehended wills. None of them were weaker than the Haotian sect's elder Bai. In fact, their accumulations seemed to be slightly higher. When looking carefully, the heavenly sage laws behind them all linked together, forming rings of light that ranged from small to large. With one glance, it was impossible to tell how many rings there were. It was clear that his cultivation had already reached the peak of martial sage. He was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. The Jiang clan old man took the lead and said, "This time, everyone should have the same goal. So, to avoid internal conflicts, I feel that we need to discuss this first." The leader of the Ing clan group was an old woman who still retained her charm. A man and a woman followed behind her. The man was handsome and elegant, exuding a righteous air of royalty. If Xiao Chen were here, he would immediately recognize the woman beside the man as Ing Qiong, whom he had an agreement with. However, at this moment, Ing Qiong wore gorgeous golden battle armor, outlining her perfect figure. She wore a golden phoenix coronet on her head, looking very noble and honorable. Her solemn and dignified expression made it hard to connect her to the mischievous girl who played tricks in the Stargrave Palace. The Ing clan old woman said, "Naturally, we have to discuss this. However, how should we discuss this? Does old brother Jiang have any good ideas?" The 2 old men leading the Yen clan and Lin clan remained silent. Clearly, they tacitly agreed to the discussion as they waited for the Jiang clan old man to continue. The Jiang clan old man smiled and said, "It's very simple. Everyone will rely on their own strength. We will fight fairly and not kill each other. Later, 1,000 thrones will appear in the sky. Each throne will have a number behind it. As long as you can sit on a throne, the number behind it will be your rank on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. If you rank in the top 10, you will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring." Everyone knew about this rule. Every time the Sage and Saint ranking was reshuffled, it would be like this. All the rankings would be messed up and the ranking would be rearranged. Everyone looked at this peak martial sage of the Jiang clan, waiting for him to continue. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. However, with the wealth of our 4 families, some of the rewards from Bushan Palace are nothing to us. There's no need to fight for empty titles. As long as you can get a spot, you can accept being in the top 10. This time, there are quite a few disciples from the various clans who have come to participate in the rankings. However, you and I both know that the ones who can truly compete are the heirs of the various clans who have comprehended will. In this aspect, our 4 clans are not inferior to each other. We all have 2 princes who have comprehended will. In other words, we can fight for 8 spots. The old man from the Jiang clan paused for a moment before continuing. What I want to say is very simple. Regardless of which throne is in the top 10, as long as the core disciples of the 4 clans are fighting for it, the other 7 must give up unconditionally. They can only fight for another throne. The Grandmaster-level martial sages of the other 3 clans lowered their heads in deep thought. They felt that what the Jiang clan old man said was acceptable. In this way, the internal friction between the various clans could be avoided to the greatest extent, and the benefits of each clan would be maximized. The Ying clan matron turned her head and discussed with Ying Qiong and another heir for a while before saying, "Our Ying clan agrees to this agreement." The Lin clan old man nodded and said, "Our Lin clan agrees as well." The Yen clan grandmaster level martial sage turned his head and asked in a soft voice, "Shirsan, Shirsi, what do you think?" One of the two Yen clan heirs was Yen Shirsan, whom Xiao Chen had met once before. The other was Yen Shirsi. These two had similar names, but their auras were completely different. Yen Shirsan cultivated the killing sword Dao. He had a stern, cold, and emotionless expression. Yen Shirsi's handsome appearance was radiant and generous, giving people a natural sense of closeness. "First Elder, just make the decision." "I have no objections," Yen Shirsi said in a melodious voice as he smiled gently. Yen Shirsan's lips moved and he said, "It doesn't matter." In the end, the Yen clan also agreed to this agreement. The Jiang clan old man smiled and said, "Good. Let's discuss the specifics of how to make use of the disciples of the other clans to cause trouble for our competitors." While the four sovereign clans discussed how to obtain the most spots, the leading elders of the three holy masters were not idle either. They were anxiously making arrangements. At the same time, the clans that believed that they had the strength to fight for the top 10 were also anxiously making arrangements. However, most of the sect disciples did not even think about getting into the top 10. To them, the sage ranking was just a grand event of the human race that happened once every 4 years. What they needed to do was to take advantage of this reshuffle and the chaotic battles to fight for their own rankings on the proud Son of Heaven ranking. As for the heavenly dew divine spring, it was destined to be an unattainable fantasy. It was not something they could touch. The arrival of the sovereign clans pushed the atmosphere to a climax. All sorts of discussions rang out endlessly. The fight for the top 10 was about to begin. This would be a chaotic battle for all the geniuses of the human race. Whoever could stand out would be the center of attention. The glory of the past could only become history. Only by getting into the top 10 could one truly obtain a spot in this age of geniuses. Kasi. Starting from the one belonging to Xiao Chen, the 1,000 oil lamps on the proud Son of Heaven rankings started shattering one after another. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that the true chaotic battle was about to begin. The battlefield was about to begin. Until the end of time, my body is light. I am free and unfettered. Glory will not die for 10,000 years. Hot-bloodedness will never die out. One will not grow old even after traveling 1,000 mountains. One will not come even after looking through the autumn waters and winter. I hold the sun and the moon and pluck the stars. What can I do even if the entire world is my enemy? When the oil lamp that belonged to the White Emperor city Xia Hojue at the top of the pyramid shattered, a sage's voice rang out like the song of the great Tao, resounding in the world. The imprints of the predecessors of the human race all turned into images of light and soared into the sky. The voices of the various sages reverberated endlessly in the world. The disciples of the various sects on the surrounding warships all showed excited expressions. Under the influence of the sages' voices, they felt like they had returned to the ancient era, the most glorious period of the human race. Back then, at the peak of the martial Tao, hundreds of races fought in a chaotic battle. The predecessors of the human race shone with light, using great strength and wisdom. For the disciples of the later generations, they established a great empire, passing it down to this day and never falling. That was an age of epic proportions. Heroes came in large numbers, outstanding talents rose endlessly. Emperors were as common as the clouds, and sages filled the land. Now, the age of geniuses arrived again. The peak of the martial epoch would appear once more. Who could be unrivaled under the heavens and rule over the billions of humans? Since ancient times, the sages have always been lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs are all for naught. A desolate sage voice suddenly rang out. The fire-like great Tao voice in the world suddenly stopped, and the image of a white-haired old man appeared in the sky. That was the spiritual mark left by the human sovereign of the ancient era. Even now, it had not extinguished. The human sovereign pointed to the sky, and the other human sages did the same. Boom! Space trembled, and a small world suddenly opened in the void. A black curtain of night covered the land. A vast star chart slowly unfurled in the sky. Many thrones with numbers on their backs floated in the dreamlike river of stars, giving off a light. After summoning the miraculous scene of the boundless river of stars, the marks left by the ancient sages flickered and vanished. However, after a while, the sect disciples on the 10,000 warships shot out like arrows. They gave off lights of various colors, showing fervent gazes as they flew towards the thrones in the starry heavens. In that instant, close to 100,000 cultivators charged out at the same time. The vast scene was indescribable. Naturally, the starry heavens were not the true starry heavens. That was just a small world that the human sages carved out. However, the thousands of cultivators was not just an empty number. Figures continuously jumped out of the warships of the various sects in a ring, continuously increasing this number. Tens of thousands of cultivators flew towards a small world at the same time. The scene was so majestic that several of the older generation cultivators sighed. There were 1,000 thrones in the starry sky. Behind each throne was a number formed by light. It represented the rank of the person who owned the throne on the prodigy roll. At the highest point of the starry heavens, 10 thrones stood out. They each stood in a corner and gave off a dazzling light. One of the golden thrones was even more unique. Not only did it stand at the highest point of the starry heavens, but its golden light was also dazzling. 2 soaring golden dragons were carved on the armrests, giving off the tyrannical aura of a king. That was the supreme throne of the proud son of heaven ranking, which represented the first rank, empty. Bang! 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 Suddenly, loud bangs resounded in the air. Several of the cultivators at the very front seemed to crash into something just as they were about to reach the starry heavens. A huge rebound knocked them back, causing their faces to swell. Their quintessence scattered, and they fell to the ground as they cried out miserably. However, there were also many strong sect cultivators who directly dove in without any obstruction. Then, they excitedly headed for the thrones at the front. That should be a test. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be qualified to compete for a rank on the proud son of heaven ranking. Even if the proud son of heaven ranking was reshuffled, no one would be allowed to take advantage of the situation. The other true inheritors on the deck of the Haotian sect's warship had already gone ahead. Only Xiao Qin and Shui Lingling had not set off yet. Shui Lingling glanced at the incredibly chaotic starry heavens. Then, she said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Qin, I will go first now. Let's meet at the highest point of the starry heavens." The profound sunbird on Shui Lingling's shoulder cried out sharply and turned into a clump of fiery light. Then, it quickly flew towards the starry heavens with Shui Lingling on its back. Xiao Qin looked at the cultivators filling the sky. They all had excited expressions as they struggled to reach their destination. Lofty aspirations surged in his heart. Being born in this great age was the happiness of all cultivators. Chapter 802. Elder Han, Xiao Qin is going as well. Han Qinghe stopped Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be in a rush to leave. There are some things that cannot be said in front of others. Now you can finally say them. The sect master told me to pass a message to you." Xiao Qin stopped walking, feeling somewhat suspicious. The Haotian emperor, whom I have never met before, has something to say to me. Han Qinghe said sullenly, "The 3 holy masters should know about your martial spirit. However, due to certain reasons, even if they are not willing to see the descendants of the Qing emperor rise up, they will not do anything too excessive to you. However, it is hard to say for those sovereign noble clans. Back then, when the Qing emperor was in charge of the Bushan Palace, he was too domineering. Some of the sovereign noble clans were not convinced, so he destroyed 3 or 4 of them. Aside from the Ying clan, all the sovereign noble clans detest the Qing emperor. If they know that you possess the blue dragon martial spirit, they will definitely make a move on you after this battle." Xiao Qin felt slightly stunned. He had not expected there to be such a secret. Back then, the Azure Emperor could even destroy a sovereign noble clan. Exactly how strong was the strongest sovereign martial emperor of the Kunlun realm during the ancient era? Han Qinghe continued, although the dragon subduing slash has not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and many people have forgotten about it, those old fellows of the sovereign noble clans will definitely not forget about it. Hence, the sect master instructed you not to use the dragon subduing slash in this sage war. Xiao Chen smiled. However, there was no shock or fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a sharpness and rage. He said, Xiao Chen appreciates the Haotian emperor's kind intentions. However, there are some things that will come. When Han Qinghe saw the situation, he said anxiously, Xiao Chen, don't be rash. You still have a long way to go. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. His lips curled up into a smile as he said, Future? Why should I deceive myself and others? I can't avoid it unless I cripple my martial spirit once more. I will never be able to avoid it. Running away is never the way to solve problems. I've been suppressing this anger in my heart for 5 years. 5 years ago, my father chased me out of the house. Now that I think about it, it was laughable. The reason was because I had awakened the blue dragon martial soul. Just because of a martial spirit, a father chased his beloved son out. Who can understand his pain? I can't tell anyone about the anger in my heart, and who can understand it? Who exactly did the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor offend? 50,000 years later, my Shao clan is still carrying such a heavy mountain, treading on thin ice. Since everyone in the world is afraid of the birth of the blue dragon, then today, I will declare in front of everyone in the world that there are not just 3 holy lands in the world. My blue dragon martial spirit is not something that cannot be seen. Right and wrong, gratitude and grudges were settled. Let all the gratitude and grudges of the past come to an end today. I've had enough. I've had enough. Since people will find out sooner or later, there is no need to care so much. Even if I die sooner or later, I will still die. Since that is the case, I should at least control my life and death in my own hands. I have accumulated resentment for 5 years, but I can't return to my home. I can't vent my anger. I've already waited for 5 years and advanced to peak unrivaled half-sage. If I still can't vent this anger, will I have to wait until I become a sovereign martial emperor before I can do what I want? How long will I have to wait? Will I have to endure this anger for another 100 years? That is definitely not me, Xiao Chen. Definitely not. Let me be willful for once, let me settle my grudges and be myself. I am the descendant of the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. I am Xiao Chen. My apologies, Haotian Emperor. Electric light surged under Xiao Chen's feet. With one step, he traversed 5 kilometers, instantly surpassing a large group of people. In an instant, he tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving many cultivators behind him. Boom! A figure landed on the deck, and a strong emperor's might spread out. This startled Han Qinghe. When he turned his head back to look, he saw that it was the Haotian Emperor personally arriving. Sectmaster, why are you here yourself? The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, Since I have nothing to do, I came to take a look. This fellow really exceeded my expectations. He probably exceeded those 3's expectations as well. As Han Qinghe watched Xiao Chen move further away, he asked, Is that a good thing or a bad thing for him? The Haotian Emperor revealed a contemplative gaze. Then he said, Sometimes, it is impossible to proceed according to common sense. Perhaps one can really do something unexpected. Han Qinghe felt suspicious. He asked, Sectmaster, what are you trying to say? The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, This Xiao Chen is not as simple as you think. The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor set up 50,000 years ago. How could he not have a backup plan? If he did not have a backup plan, the enemies he once offended would have killed all of his descendants long ago. Xiao Chen is trying to cut off all means of retreat, forcing out the backup plan that the Qing Emperor set up. He does not want it to remain unclear. With his sharpness, he is destined not to be someone who can be easily manipulated. If he can really prove himself, I don't mind making a bet in advance. The Haotian Emperor revealed a determined expression as he muttered to himself. Without any obstructions, Xiao Chen cleared the first floor's test and arrived at the small world. Starlight dotted the surroundings, and it was dark. It was like he was really in the starry heavens. All sorts of chaotic fighting sounds rang out. There were at least 100 cultivators fighting around each sovereign. Saber lights and sword images filled the air, and blood flew everywhere. Occasionally, someone died under someone else's saber. However, this place was rather strange. After someone died, they did not truly die. Instead, they appeared outside the starry heavens. These people were unharmed, but they could no longer enter the small world of the starry heavens, losing the right to continue fighting for the proud son of heaven ranking. Amidst the chaos, it was hard to avoid accidental injuries. As Xiao Chen walked, he ran into several cultivators flying at him. If he could dodge, he would. If he could not, Xiao Chen directly punched. With a surge of force, he sent a cultivator attacking him flying out of the starry heavens with one punch. After sending out 100 people, Xiao Chen's horrifying strength finally turned the area within 1 kilometer of him into a pure land. No one dared to barge in. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze upwards, looking at the 10 sovereigns at the very top of the starry heavens. The surrounding bustling scene and the sovereigns within easy reach were not his target. The cultivators of the 9 ranks of the great clans and the sovereign noble clans fought for the 10th to 2nd thrones. The battles there were more than 10 times more intense than the ones below. However, the group of people surrounding the golden throne at the very top of the starry heavens remained silent as they cautiously looked at each other. The Phoenix's Passion Palaces Nuanmiyun, the Divine Martial Gates Feng Wuji, the White Emperor Cities Shao Hoju, the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the Yen clans Yen Shirsi, and the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, who had recently risen up. The 5 of them all feared each other, sizing each other up. However, no one dared to act rashly lest they become a common target for the others. The first golden throne of the proud son of heaven ranking held a fatal attraction for some people. No matter how intense the competition was, they would do their best to fight for it. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Electric light flashed under his feet as he executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Instantly, he crossed the starry heavens and arrived at the highest point. Then, he descended from the sky and slowly headed for the golden throne. Compared to the other 9, the number of people fighting for this throne was pitifully few. However, the intensity of the competition and the quality of the contenders was the highest. Without exception, these 6 experts were all demonic geniuses who comprehended wills. 3 of them were even legendary existences in the Tianwu domain. Their radiance and holy might deterred others from getting close. The first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking was not just an empty title. The luck of the ancient sages would land on it. The bountiful rewards of the Bushin Palace also tempted everyone. White Emperor City's Shao Hoju held a sword in his hand. His gaze was like lightning, seemingly piercing through the sky. As he stared at the golden throne, he displayed absolute confidence. Before the reshuffle, Shao Hoju already held the first rank. Now that the reshuffle was over, he did not intend to give up the first rank. However, the intensity of the competition this time far surpassed Xiao Ho's expectations. Not only did his 2 old rivals from the Holy Lands target the first rank as well. The sovereign noble clans Yen Shirsi, the lower realms Lux's mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, and in Juanxi, who just fought Feng Wuji to a draw. None of them were minor characters. No one dares to sit? In that case, I, Yen Shirsi, want this throne. Yen Shirsi smiled faintly and moved his feet, preparing to land on the throne. Boom! Just as Yen Shirsi moved his feet, the other 5 instantly drew their weapons. A strong aura, accompanied by the light of their wills, swept out. The true dragon lightning whip in Juanxi's hand, the scarlet blood spear in Feng Wuji's hand, and the heavenly phoenix sword in Wanmuyun's hand were all subdivine weapons. The instant they were drawn, a melodious hum resounded in the air, lingering for a long time. Shao Hoju remained as unmoving as a mountain. However, the azure ring on his index finger started to flicker with light, indicating that he was ready to make a move at any moment. Only the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi revealed a faint smile in the depths of his eyes, appearing the most calm. Under the pressure of the 5 experts' auras, undercurrents surged in the condensed air. Winds blew continuously. At this moment, All they needed was a spark to kick off a huge battle. Below the starry heavens, the experts vying for the other 9 thrones felt the horrifying auras merging together. Their expressions changed involuntarily. Due to the agreement, the other geniuses of the 4 sovereign clans could not compete for the Golden Throne. The other geniuses wanted to, but they could not, fearing that they would lose sight of others. Due to various reasons, these geniuses could not compete for the first rank. However, that did not mean that they did not yearn for it. Yen Shirsi gently withdrew his foot. His face, which was radiant with sunlight, cracked a smile as he said, "I was just joking. Don't be so serious. Brother Xiahou, I see that your eyes are the biggest. How about you take the first rank?" Xiao Hoju smiled coldly in his heart, but his expression did not change. He said, "Yen Shirsi, why the need to put on an act? Since you want to compete, I do not mind letting you go first." No one was a fool. The first person to fly to the throne would definitely be attacked by the others at the same time, becoming cannon fodder immediately. Furthermore, one had to sit on the throne for 10 seconds before they could truly obtain it. How could it be that simple? Everyone here was an outstanding genius. However, they were not arrogant enough to think that they could defeat everyone else by themselves. They had to take advantage of the chaos. Chapter 803. And Juanshi toyed with the 9-segment True Dragon lightning whip in his hand as it flickered with crackling electricity. The light of the will of thunder scattered indistinctly as it resisted the holy might of the 3 holy masters. When Juanshi saw that golden throne, a fervent look flashed in his eyes. He wanted to move, but he resisted in the end. The atmosphere at the scene once again fell into a strange silence. No one dared to take a step recklessly. Just at this moment, a resplendent purple electric light suddenly lit up at the highest point of the starry heavens. That light was very dazzling and piercing. The electric light flashed for an instant before vanishing in an instant. If not for the stinging sensation in their eyes, they might even doubt the existence of this electric light. The 6 squinted and looked up. Their expressions changed at the same time. At some point in time, a white figure had appeared on the back of the golden throne. This person had delicate facial features and a cold expression. His white robes were pure and untainted by dust. He held a long saber in his right hand as he swept his gaze over the 6 with a calm gaze. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. In that instant, the atmosphere of the place filled with undercurrents surged. The gazes of Nuan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Juanshi, and Yen Shirsi all turned sharp. A strong wind blew, and thunderclouds spread out. The cries of the vermilion bird resounded in the starry heavens. The low roar of the black tortoise surged like a tsunami. The roar of the white tiger caused the winds and clouds to change. Xiao Chen's appearance ignited the undercurrents that had been brewing for a long time. Thunder Dragon's rage. And Juanshi's True Dragon lightning whip turned into a berserk lightning dragon. The light of the will of thunder gathered as it lashed at Xiao Chen. It was like Juanshi was holding a dragon in his hand. One finger breaking the heavens. A murderous intent surged in Xiao Hoju's eyes as he ferociously pointed at Xiao Chen. The ring on his index finger flickered with a dazzling light, and a huge jade-green finger tore through the air, creating ripples. It seemed like it really pierced through the heavens as it ruthlessly pressed down on Xiao Chen. Feng Wuji grasped the scarlet blood spear with one hand and gently spun it. The spear, as red as blood, spun rapidly, and the sound of a horrifying sea rose. A vast sea appeared behind Feng Wuji. The surging sea soared as the scarlet blood spear spun, forming a horrifying sea tornado. Suddenly, Feng Wuji pulled back his hand, and the scarlet blood spear stopped spinning. The sound of the waves stopped. However, the tip of the spear pointed at Xiao Chen, who was standing on the back of the throne. An immeasurably tall sea tornado descended from the sky, sweeping toward Xiao Chen. Nuan Muyun's expression turned grave, and a beam of fiery light shot up from the heavenly phoenix sword. With a casual wave, it turned into a vermilion bird in the blink of an eye and charged at Xiao Chen. Nuan Muyun's expression turned grave, and a fiery light soared into the sky from the heavenly phoenix sword. With a casual wave, it turned into a vermilion bird and charged at Xiao Chen. The The smile on Yan Shixi's face was still as bright as ever. However, a murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes. The mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, who had been in the limelight recently, saw Xiao Chen again. However, he had not expected to see him here. Duan Yi's lips curled up into a smile as he casually sent out a pitch-black sword light. The mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, who had been in the limelight recently, saw Xiao Chen again. However, he had not expected to see him here. Duan Yi smiled and casually sent out a pitch-black sword light. The horrifying scene at the highest point of the starry heavens immediately attracted the attention of many people. The elders and disciples of the various sects on the 10,000 warships did not even blink. Unexpectedly, it was the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen, whom no one expected. Xiao Chen had always given the impression of being low-key, never taking the initiative to cause trouble. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to fight for the first rank? This fellow is really crazy. He is facing 6 absolute geniuses with wills at the same time. With such concentrated attacks, even the sons of the 3 holy masters would not be able to block them. After defeating Bai Wuxue, his confidence probably swelled a little too much. The Tianwu domain is not as simple as he thinks it is. The radiance of wills and the holy might of the holy beast martial spirit are already enough to suppress him to the point where he cannot move. How can he possibly retaliate? The shocking scene of the 6 experts attacking at the same time startled some of the older generation experts. When they saw Xiao Chen's actions, they felt like he was committing suicide. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he watched the heaven-ranked martial techniques flying over from all directions, as well as the invisible will and holy might surging over. Xiao Chen grasped his saber hilt with his right hand and drew the lunar shadow saber. The purple talisman in his sea of consciousness flew out of his forehead and turned into a beam of light soaring into the sky before quickly scattering. Thousands of bolts of pure purple lightning formed from the immortal will of thunder descended from the sky. As they moved, they looked like thousands of lightning flood dragons roaring ferociously from a distance. Boundless lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen shouted and turned into the emotionless heavenly Tao. He waved his hand, and the thousands of lightning flood dragons charged down. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. The thousands of lightning flood dragons looked like a vast army charging at the heaven-ranked martial techniques that the 6 people sent out. Earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously in the starry sky, causing the entire small starry sky realm to shake violently. The cultivators fighting for the other thrones all froze. They felt a strange horror in their hearts as they stared at the highest point of the starry heavens in shock. All sorts of shock waves stirred up that place, turning it into chaos. There were the sounds of surging waves, the cries of divine birds blazing with fiery light, and the boundless lightning flood dragons tearing through the sky. There was a loud rumble, and an energy ripple swept out from that world. The other hundreds of thrones in the starry sky were all swept away. Several of the cultivators who just sat on the thrones were the most unlucky. They vomited a mouthful of blood and bounced off their thrones. This could be said to be an undeserved calamity. Xiao Hoju's jade-like fingers shattered, and Juanshi's berserk lightning dragon turned back into the true dragon whip. Muan Muyun's flaming divine bird turned into a fiery light and vanished. Yan Shixi's 9-sun sword chi vanished like smoke. The pitch-black sword chi that Duan Yi casually sent out immediately turned into ashes. Xiao Chen's 1,000 lightning flood dragons turned into strands of wandering electric light, crackling softly in the air. The expressions of the other 6 people were somewhat startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen broke the martial techniques that the 6 of them executed together with one move. Although the 6 of them had held back, those were still the fatal strikes of 6 people. If it were any of them, they would not have been able to achieve such a result. Whoosh! The strands of electricity in the air quickly gathered together, and an immortal aura spread out. A purple wool talisman reformed above Xiao Chen's head. It imitated the divine lightning and wrote immortality. This was the light of Xiao Chen's undefeatable will. And Juanshi revealed an expression of understanding. He exclaimed with some shock, He perfectly merged his will with his martial technique. A perfect fusion. He actually managed to do it. Ignoring the shock on these people's faces, Xiaochen stood on the back of the throne and gently leaped off. Then, he leaned back and sat firmly on the golden throne. In that instant, boundless light soared up from the back of the throne, illuminating the starry heavens. A vast and unparalleled tyrannical aura of kingship surged out like a vast ocean. The 6 powerful demonic geniuses could not help taking a step back. What kind of saber was a saber? An inextinguishable hot-bloodedness? An undefeatable saber? What kind of sword was a sword? A sword that dreamt endlessly and never broke? Since ancient times, beauties had always loved heroes. Outstanding talents competed with each other for the top. When the winds and clouds changed, chaos arose. The dream of 10,000 years would be fulfilled today. Who was not an outstanding talent? Who was not an outstanding talent? Regardless of the next life, it only mattered now. They would stand at the peak and fight for the first rank. The instant the thousands of beams of light illuminated the starry heavens, the entire sky turned into a golden ocean. The light was resplendent, dazzling everyone. The 900-odd contenders for the thrones below all froze. They could not help casting their gazes over. The various sect elders and disciples on the surrounding warships all showed expressions of incredulity. Xiaochen actually sat on the throne. He did not even bother to hide it before the 6 powerful demonic geniuses, casually sitting on it. He is really too bold. He sat on it for 10 seconds. How can he do that? At this moment, everyone focused their attention on the white-clad man sitting on the golden throne at the highest point of the starry heavens. You are seeking death. Xiao Hoju was the first to lose it. He had stood at the top of the proud son of heaven ranking for many years. How could he tolerate a latecomer trampling on his head? Heaven pointing drawing earth. He pointed out with a finger, and the ring on his index finger emitted a circle of blue light, fixing the golden throne in the air. It was as if he had really drawn a world. Then, an ancient stone finger descended from the sky. The index finger was plain, but mysterious talisman scripts were carved on it. Unexpectedly, a strand of emperor's might spread out. Good. On the White Emperor City's Emperor-grade warship, the Grandmaster-level elder leading the White Emperor City group could not help but clap his hands and cheer. He smiled and said, "This finger contains the essence of the White Emperor's heavenly might finger. It even emits Emperor's might. Even if that Xiaochen stood, he might not be able to block it." The other old men on the warship's bow also appeared rather relaxed. Remaining on the throne for 10 seconds was not that simple. Most people would wait for the others to exhaust themselves before sitting on the throne. However, Xiaochen sat on the throne in front of the 6 powerful demonic geniuses in their peak states. He had no intention of seeking death. This Grandmaster-level elder had just finished saying good when a small hole appeared in the starry heavens. A strand of divine light entered Xiaochen's body. In that instant, everyone could clearly feel Xiaochen's aura soaring endlessly from the throne. It felt like everything in the world wanted to worship him. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess, break. Xiaochen did not move from the throne. Instead, he punched at the stone finger descending from the sky. Xiaochen's tenfold combat prowess, which was now a peak half-sage, could even shake the sky. Its might was horrifying. Chapter 804. Bang! Before the old men's horrified gazes, Xiaochen's punch shattered the stone finger, which contained a trace of Emperor's might. The ring covering the sky also instantly shattered. How can this be? The group of old men were all stunned. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Hoju's lips as he moved back 100 meters. His expression was one of extreme disbelief. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen broke his superior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Pa! Right after the stone finger shattered, Enjuanshi's 9-segment True Dragon Lightning Whip whipped at Xiaochen, creating long arcs of electricity that looked like it would split the sky in half. Enjuanshi's timing was very precise, not giving Xiaochen any time to catch his breath or dodge. He wanted to pull out the throne from Xiaochen. Xiaochen's gaze sank. Just as the whip made of true dragon bones was about to strike him, He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Before Juanshi's shocked gaze, Xiao Chen caught the lightning whip in his hand. Immediately, a vast lightning-attributed quintessence surged out of the lightning whip and into Xiao Chen's body. The defenses in Xiao Chen's body isolated some of the lightning-attributed quintessence. However, a large portion of it still surged through his meridians and internal organs. And Juanshi's face lit up in joy. He was very clear on how vast his lightning-attributed quintessence was. If Xiao Chen grabbed it like this, he would suffer severe internal injuries in less than 3 seconds. Hu Qi! However, before Juanshi could even smile, a horrifying force surged out from the other side of the whip. That was pure physical strength, unparalleled. Before Juanshi could react, he was pulled into the air by Xiao Chen. His body spun around in the air, and when Xiao Chen let go, he shot down like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, Xiao Chen crashed into some unlucky cultivators. The huge force severely injured these cultivators, sending them out of this small world. Nuan Muyun and the others became completely anxious after Xiao Chen blocked the attacks of 2 powerful demonic geniuses. Could it be that Xiao Chen could really sit on it for 10 seconds? The cultivators on the surrounding warships could not help but hold their breaths, not daring to look away. Normally, 10 seconds would pass in a few breaths. However, it felt extremely long now. Nuan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Yan Shirsi shouted coldly and charged at Xiao Chen, trying to force him to stand up. Xiao Chen did not panic. Since he had already decided to sit here, he naturally had a plan in mind. He might not be a match for 6 powerful demonic geniuses at the same time. Perhaps he was not a match for 6 powerful demonic geniuses at the same time. Xiao Chen leaned back and flew back 100 meters, carrying the golden throne with him. Then he pointed his saber at the sky, and the purple talisman above his head soared into the sky. The divine lightning tribulation descended, and 3 bolts of golden lightning turned into lightning flood dragons descending from the sky, charging at Nuan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Yan Shirsi. As for the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, he had already given up on the golden throne at some point in time and was flying towards the 10th ranked throne. The golden lightning flood dragons were formed by Xiao Chen's immortal will of thunder. The expressions of Nuan Muyun and the others changed slightly. This killing move, which completely merged a will and a martial technique, could not be underestimated. The 3 had no choice but to stop and execute their best moves to block Xiao Chen's strongest killing move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Thousands of beams of light flickered behind the golden throne. Then, Xiao Chen gently floated up with the throne. As the light shone, he flew another 1 kilometer. After the 3 blocked Xiao Chen's divine lightning tribulation, they charged at Xiao Chen again. However, they had already lost most of their sharpness. Xiao Chen sat on the throne and brandished his saber, calmly blocking the killing moves of the 3. Bang! 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 The throne flew everywhere in the starry heavens. Everywhere it passed, it gave off a bright light. The other cultivators dodged, not daring to clash with its sharpness. Most of the 10 seconds had passed. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around the throne. However, Xiao Chen remained as unmoving as a mountain. To everyone's surprise, he sat firmly on the throne. Xiao Hoju caught up and said sullenly, "The 10 seconds are almost up. We can't wait any longer. Let's use the holy beast's will to force him out." A light flashed on Xiao Hoju's forehead as he brought out the form of his will. It was a snow-white white tiger that gave off an unparalleled holy might. With a thought, a fiery light flashed on Nuan Muyun's forehead. The will of fire turned into a vermilion bird. It gave a sharp cry and spread its wings. Feng Wuji pointed with his spear, and the black tortoise formed from the will of light let out a deep cry. Then, it also surged out with an unparalleled holy might. The 3 holy scions summoned out the form of their wills at the same time. The horrifying holy might merged together, encasing the entire small world. The vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were legendary holy beasts. At this moment, all of them appeared at the same time. Such a scene was very shocking. The holy beast's will of the 3 holy masters has not appeared for 1,000 years already. A holy beast. This is a creature that only appears in myths. Only the most talented people in the three holy lands are able to condense the will of a holy beast into a form. Just the holy might is already hard to block. Now there is the might of the will. In the end, this white-robed bladesman is too ambitious. He wants to take the first rank. Soft discussions could be heard in the surroundings. The 10 seconds were getting closer and closer. When the final second arrived, the three holy beasts formed from the will of the three holy beasts arrived before Xiaoqin. The brilliant holy might made it impossible for him to dodge. However, Xiaoqin did not even think of dodging. The blue dragon of the east was the leader of the holy beasts. Back then, the Qing emperor was peerless. He swept through the world, unrivaled. He ruled the Tianwu domain's human race. When the demonic calamity arrived, even the other races had to submit to him. He was the uncrowned king of the Kunlun realm's post-ancient era, the strongest sovereign martial emperor. Back then, the three holy masters were not even qualified to compare to the blue dragon. 50,000 years later, they actually dared to work together to pressure Xiaoqin. They were truly ignorant. The little azure dragon in Xiaoqin's dantian suddenly let out a resounding dragon roar, shaking the surroundings. Surging holy might spread out, causing mountains to crumble and seas to surge out. At this moment, Xiaoqin completely unleashed the king's holy might of the blue dragon martial spirit before everyone in the world without holding anything back. The anger that Xiaoqin had held back for 5 years was vented with this roar. A huge dragon-shaped image soared up from behind the throne. Xiaoqin, who sat on the throne, showed no expression. The moment the vast holy might of the blue dragon appeared, it blocked the combined holy might of the three holy masters. The two auras clashed. A melodious sound resounded in the starry heavens, like the sound of the sky shattering. The holy might of Nuan Muyun, Feng Wuji, and Xiao Hoju vanished without a trace before the holy might of the blue dragon. Only the azure-colored dragon might remained in the starry heavens. The manifestation of the three holy scions' wills had lost its holy might and was no different from an ordinary manifestation of their wills. The surroundings fell silent. When everyone felt the vast holy might of the blue dragon in that small world, they were all stupefied. The invincible sage might of the legendary three holy princes had actually been broken by someone. Thousands of arcs of electricity fell and gathered back into the purple talisman. Xiaoqin infused the will of the blue dragon into it. Then he stretched out his hand, and the talisman swept out. Kasu, kasu. A loud cracking sound resounded. Cracks appeared on the divine vermilion bird, the holy beast white tiger, and the auspicious black tortoise. Then, they instantly turned into motes of light and entered the foreheads of the three. The three paled, and blood leaked out of the corners of their lips. As they looked at Xiaoqin on the throne, intense shock appeared in their eyes. The three of them were holy scions. In the eyes of the world, they were unreachable legends that would never fall. However, the strongest holy might of the three's combined will was still easily broken by Xiaoqin. Even after 50,000 years, the blue dragon's holy might could not be erased. The blue dragon was the leader of the four holy masters. This was indisputable. The countdown of 10 seconds ended. The thousands of golden beams of light radiating from the throne suddenly merged together, forming a huge pillar of light. This pillar of light encased Xiaoqin on the throne. The blue dragon image behind Xiaoqin had not scattered yet. Instead, it solidified under the cover of the beam of light, not moving at all. Yan Shirsi, the son of the three holy masters, and Enjuanshi. Before they could accept this, Xiaoqin eventually obtained the first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking. The thousands of beams of light merged as the throne carried Xiaoqin higher and higher. The starry sky in the small world continued to rise as the throne rose. On the 10,000 warships in the surroundings, be it the elders of the various sects or the disciples who came to watch, they all raised their heads and looked at that unique throne. When Xiaoqin reached the highest point, he suddenly stood up and leaped down from the pillar of light. The vast blue dragon's holy might still lingered. Everywhere it passed, everyone moved aside. When they felt the holy might of the blue dragon martial spirit again, several people finally startled awake. When they thought of that legendary name, they all turned pale with fright. That is the blue dragon martial spirit. After disappearing for 50,000 years, it unexpectedly reappeared today. It really is the blue dragon martial spirit. The glory of 50,000 years ago actually reappeared. No wonder it could defeat the holy beast will of the three holy masters' son. Back then, the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor swept through the place, pushing the human race to the peak of the post-ancient era. He suppressed the deity race, fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race. From the last rank of the proud son of heaven ranking to the first rank of prime, this Shaochen really has the shadow of the Qing Emperor from back then. However, the Dragon's Gate no longer exists. Now that this Shaochen exposed his martial spirit, he will probably be in big trouble. All sorts of discussions resounded like a tsunami. The reappearance of the blue dragon martial spirit was definitely big news that would shake up the entire Tianwu realm. That was not right. It was news that would shake up the entire Kunlun realm. Back then, that name was like a nightmare to many people and many factions. The sovereign noble clans that refused to be disciplined were casually destroyed by him. Chapter 805. The god race, which had developed to its peak, had been ruthlessly suppressed by him just as they were about to show their strength. It was not until 50,000 years after his death that they returned to their former peak. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world had come repeatedly, but Shaochen had blocked them all by himself. The Dragon's Gate Qing Emperor had too many enemies. Furthermore, all of them were powerful characters. Any one of them could easily crush the current Shaochen. Exposing his identity at this time was extremely disadvantageous to him. Sure enough, the crowd's guesses immediately became reality. Shaochen had just flown out of that small world when the three Grandmaster-level martial sages leading the sovereign noble clans, the Jiang clan, the Lin clan, and the Yen clan, soared into the air. The rings of heavenly sage laws behind Shaochen gave off a multicolored light that spread out for 500 kilometers, covering the sky and covering the sun. In the blink of an eye, Shaochen crossed the distance of 10 kilometers. Boom boom boom. The vast aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage surged out like a solid tsunami. Some of the lower-ranked warships could not endure it and shattered. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they all gasped in surprise. The sovereign noble clans were too generous. Their decisiveness in making their move left everyone flabbergasted. Three Grandmaster-level martial sages attacked together, directly attacking a half-sage. Any one of them could easily crush Shaochen with a flick of their fingers. With the three of them working together, how could Shaochen possibly survive? On the Haotian Sect's warship, the Haotian Emperor glanced at the three holy masters in the sky, who did not do anything, and gently flicked his finger 3 times. Bang bang bang. The three Grandmaster-level martial sages all vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Before an incomprehensible force, the high-quality sage-grade secret treasures on them shattered into pieces. The Grandmaster-level martial sages of the Jiang clan, Lin clan, and Yen clan landed on their warships with pale complexions. The heavenly sage laws behind them shattered with a sound. The finger that the Haotian Emperor had imbued into them exploded again, causing the entire ship to shake violently. The other martial artists on the deck were all sent flying. Attack! Fire the Imperial magic cannons. Even if I die, I will not allow another Qing Emperor to appear in this world. The three Grandmaster-level martial sages showed horror on their faces. However, they did not show much surprise in their eyes. Without exception, they all appeared extremely determined. An earth-shattering battle suddenly erupted outside the small world. With just a single exchange of blows, it affected the tens of thousands of warships. Holy shit! When did the Haotian Emperor come here? Let's go! Let's go! If we get caught in the aftermath, we won't be able to survive even if we have 9 lives. All the battleships started moving at their fastest speeds as they quickly retreated, afraid of getting caught up in the battle that was about to happen. Their warships weren't Emperor class. Even if they were Emperor class, they wouldn't be able to withstand a casual blow from Emperor Wu. The Haotian Emperor sneered. Stubborn fool. Without the blue-robed Emperor, how could an Emperor-class warship unleash its full power? The Haotian Emperor stretched out his hand and thrust it forward. 64 rings of golden heavenly laws appeared behind him. Countless stars spun around each ring of golden heavenly sage laws. A blazing sun appeared in the center of the rings of golden heavenly laws, giving off a bright light. The heavenly laws behind him seemed to materialize the starry heavens of the universe. A gargantuan hand appeared above the 3 Emperor-class warships, covering the starry heavens and the universe. Then, it gently descended and sent the 3 Emperor-class warships flying. "Brother Haotian, that's enough." A voice rang out in the air. A middle-aged man in red vermilion bird robes smiled faintly as he appeared on the Haotian Sect's King-class warship. Han Qinghe, who was at the side, raised his eyebrows slightly and bowed. "Greetings, Vermilion Bird Holy Lord." The person who arrived was actually the current palace master of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's expression did not change much. He glanced at Xiao Qin, who was slowly rushing over. Somewhat speechless, he said, "I'll go and negotiate with the sovereign noble clans. This fellow is really unexpected. He is extraordinarily courageous." The Haotian emperor smiled and said, "I don't think he is courageous or not. As he said, what will come will come. Can he avoid it? The Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor's name will make it impossible for him to hide forever." When the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord heard the words, "Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor," he frowned slightly and said, "It has already been 50,000 years. What is the point of mentioning that name? The Tianwu domain only needs 3 holy lands." However, the Haotian Emperor said seriously, the human race needs a leader. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's lips curled up as he said, "Ha! Even the Thunder King, who was even more talented than him 5,000 years ago, failed to survive. Do you think he can?" After taking a trip to the gates of hell, Xiao Qin slowly flew towards the Haotian Sect's warship. Aside from Han Qinghe and the Haotian Emperor, Xiao Qin also saw a blurry clump of light that seemed to be talking to the Haotian Emperor. He also saw a blurry ball of light, which seemed to be talking to the Clear Sky Emperor. When he landed on the deck, the blurry ball of light disappeared. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute to the Haotian Emperor who had saved his life. He bowed and said, "Many thanks, Emperor, for saving my life." The Haotian Emperor raised his hand to indicate that it was not a big deal. He said softly, "This is all I can help you with. You will still have to rely on yourself for the rest. Advance to Martial Sage as soon as possible." Xiao Qin nodded. Right now, the most important thing was to advance to Martial Sage as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he ran into such a strong Martial Sage, he would not be able to protect himself. What you saw earlier was the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Vermilion Bird Holy Lord. He is also the person in charge of the Bushin Palace. You don't have to worry about the matters of the 3 Holy Masters' land. In the future, just be careful of the people of the sovereign noble clans. I'll be leaving first. Finally, congratulations on obtaining the first rank of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. After saying that, the Haotian Emperor did not linger. He opened a spatial tunnel and entered it. The chaotic battle in the small world of the starry heavens continued. The competition for the remaining 9 spots in the top 10 became even more intense. Xiao Qin glanced at them and ignored them. Then, he entered his room and started resting. After some time, the door to Xiao Qin's room opened gently, and Shui Lingling walked in with a smile. When Xiao Qin saw the smile on Xiao Qin's face, he felt excited. He asked, "First senior sister, you obtained a spot?" "I was lucky and managed to obtain the 9th rank. The competition this time was too intense." Shui Lingling smiled gently. "After you left, the 3 Holy Masters' land and Yan Shirsi's group started to fight for the other spots. That scene was indescribably chaotic. The two chatted casually for a while. In the end, Shui Lingling could not help asking about the Blue Dragon martial spirit. After all, this news was too shocking. It was simply unbelievable. Unexpectedly, her own junior brother was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, the strongest sovereign martial emperor of the human race during the ancient era. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He was rather open-minded about this problem. He said softly, "First senior sister, just ask what you want to ask. I will definitely not hide too much. Shui Lingling was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiao Chen to be so easy to talk to. After thinking for a while, she said, "Actually, there is nothing to ask. I'm just curious. Why did you expose your martial spirit? It will bring you a lot of trouble." Trouble? A trace of bitterness appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled and said, "If there was trouble, it would have come long ago. The moment I awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, many people already knew about it. Only I treated it as a secret." Shui Lingling entered deep thought. Then she said, 10,000 years ago, after the Qing Emperor dealt with the last Tianwu Emperor, he died mysteriously and the Dragon's Gate was completely destroyed. Actually, you don't have to overthink this. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. The glory of the Qing Emperor should not be a pressure on you. After the two chatted for a while, the first elder, Han Qinghe, walked in with a smile on his face. He said, "The competition for the proud son of heaven ranking is already over. Aside from our Haotian sect, no other sect obtained 2 spots." No wonder he was smiling so happily. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were only 10 spots for the heavenly dew divine spring. The Haotian sect obtained 2 spots with just one of the 9 ranks of the great families. The Haotian sect even surpassed the sovereign noble clans and the 3 holy masters. However, luck played a major role in this. Of the 10 spots, the Haotian sect obtained 2. The 3 holy masters each obtained 1 spot. The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, by Wu Shue, and the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi each obtained 1. When Xiao Chen heard Bai Wushue's and Duan Yi's names from the first elder, he was stunned for a while. The appearance of these 2 names had indeed exceeded his expectations. Given Bai Wushue's strength, it would be impossible for him to stand out among this group of powerful demonic geniuses. As for that mysterious swordsman Duan Yi, Xiao Chen could not figure him out. This person originally intended to fight for the first rank but gave up halfway. Furthermore, this person's gaze seemed somewhat familiar to Xiao Chen. However, he could not recall when he had seen this person in the Kunlun realm. The final 2 spots went to the sovereign noble clans Yan Shisan and Ing Qiong. The sovereign noble clans had come with great momentum and great prestige. Unexpectedly, they only obtained 2 spots. The sovereign noble clans could be said to be the most depressed faction in this trip. This was especially so after they learned that the blue dragon martial spirit had reappeared. When Xiao Chen counted the 10 spots, he discovered that he knew most of them or had met them once before. The excitement on Han Qinghe's face had not faded yet. He said, "Come, the 10 of you have to quickly gather and head for Kunlun Mountain." "So fast?" Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock. Han Qinghe nodded and said, "We have no choice but to be fast. The people of the other races have probably arrived long ago." After leaving the warship, Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen followed Han Qinghe to an emperor-grade warship. This was a warship that belonged to the Bushin Palace. The other 8 people had already arrived at the bow of the warship. They were either chatting idly or resting with their eyes closed. The moment Xiao Chen stepped onto the deck, the gazes of the other 8 people immediately focused on him. The gazes of the 3 holy masters were the most complicated. All along, the holy beast martial spirit had been unique. The martial spirits of other cultivators were no longer useful after they advanced to martial king. Only the holy might of the holy beast martial spirit could be passed down continuously. Even Emperor Wu still had great might. Now, there was one more person. Not only did this person possess a holy beast martial spirit, but his holy might far surpassed theirs. Chapter 806. Xiao Chen felt helpless. He greeted Ing Qiong and Yan Shisan, whom he was familiar with. Then he stood at the side with Shui Lingling and started chatting. After a while, a tall cultivator wearing official robes walked out of the warship's hold. Based on his aura, he was actually the blue-robed emperor. Behind him were the elders of the various sections. Most of them had faint smiles on their faces. No matter what, as long as they could obtain a slot, their sects would have 100 more martial sages within 100 years. The elders of the various sects who managed to obtain a slot were in a rather good mood. The blue-robed emperor said sullenly, "I believe the elders of your sects have already explained where you will be going later. I will not repeat myself. I will only say one thing. Treasure this opportunity well. It was not easy for the Bushin Palace to obtain 10 slots for you. Do not forget this favor in the future. As the blue-robed emperor spoke, his gaze lingered on Yen Shisan and Ing Qiong for a long time. Clearly, the upper echelon of the Bushin Palace did not think well of the sovereign noble clans. They were clearly human factions, but they were not willing to work together. They did not care about the survival of the human race, only caring about their own interests. Furthermore, they were extraordinarily strong. Yen Shisan's stern face did not show any expression. Ing Qiong's expression did not change either. The two of them did not care about what the blue-robed emperor said. Kunlun Mountain was the center of the entire Kunlun realm. It was in the center of the profound domain and had existed for a long time since the immortal epoch. The Kunlun realm had 5 domains: the Fiend domain, the Ghost domain, the Deity domain, the Tianwu domain, and the Corpse domain. Each of the 5 domains was occupied by a race. There were 2 other domains, the Primal Chaos domain and the Profound domain. There was no need to explain the Primal Chaos domain. It was a land of chaos and evil, located at the borders of the Kunlun realm. The Profound domain was very different. It was in the center of the Kunlun realm and bordered all 5 domains. It had more resources and remnants than the other 5 domains combined. Almost all the elite factions and peak geniuses of the Kunlun realm had gathered here. The headquarters of the human race's sovereign noble clans were also here. It was not uncommon for the various clans to fight openly and covertly here. As long as one party was weak, the other clans would immediately occupy their territory. The Bushin Palace of the Sky Martial Domain, the Ghost Palace of the Ghost Domain, the Corpse God Palace of the Corpse Clan, the Thousand Deity Sect of the God Domain, and the Heavenly Demon Palace of the Demon Domain. These colossal existences like the Bushin Palace had stationed a large number of elite warriors in the mysterious domain. Aside from this, there were also ancient clans like the sovereign noble clans of the human race that had occupied this place for tens of thousands of years. The factions of the entire profound domain were very complicated and chaotic. The competition between the younger generation of the various clans was even more intense. It was not something the clans in their own domains could compare to. Half a month later, the Emperor-grade warship of Bushin Palace finally flew out of the vast Tianwu domain and reached the profound domain. However, it was still a long way from Kunlun Mountain. The Emperor-grade warship of Bushin Palace pierced through the clouds. Many ancient cities appeared before everyone's eyes. Several of these cities had great accumulations. Formless dragon images could be seen floating above the cities. That was the king's chi. This proved that a sovereign martial emperor once appeared in the faction of this city. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, sovereign martial emperors still looked after their clans. If the dragon images were solid, it meant that the faction of that city still had a sovereign martial emperor protecting it. However, most of the dragon images were immaterial. Very few were solid dragon images. The number of Emperor Wu who could be conferred king in the Kunlun realm could be counted on one's fingers. At least, that was how it looked on the surface. Xiao Chen looked at the scenery below. After he found it somewhat boring, he returned to his room and took out the painting of Qing Emperor drawing the saber. Soon, knocking came from outside Xiao Chen's room. He put away the painting and opened the door. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt that it was too late, much later than he expected. Come in then. After closing the door, Xiao Chen invited Ing Qiong in. At the same time, he poured her a cup of tea. Ing Qiong was not in a rush to sit down. Instead, she looked around at Xiao Chen as if this was the first time she saw Xiao Chen. I really wonder how many more secrets you have. Ing Qiong sighed somewhat helplessly before slowly sitting down. Xiao Chen gave the other party a deep look and asked, I should be the one asking you that. Why is it that when the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans saw me, they wanted to kill me with a slap immediately? Only your Ing clan did not make a move? Ing Qiong picked up the teacup and took a sip. She smiled and said, Qing Emperor had friends as well. When he was in charge of Bushin Palace, our Ing clan could be considered his ally. However, Qing Emperor died 10,000 years ago, and the Dragon's Gate no longer exists. Now, it is hard to say how many people in the Ying clan still adhere to the alliance from back then. Xiao Chen thought for a while before asking, "What connection does your Ying clan have to the great Qin nation's royal court in the Sky Dome realm?" Ying Qiong smiled faintly and said, "It can be considered a very important branch of our Ying clan. It is very mysterious, but I'm not sure about the details. That is a matter of the upper echelons, directly issued by the ancestor of our Ying clan." Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like if he had time, he really should make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. Perhaps Ying Yu knew more than he imagined. However, there was something else that was more important right now. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "How are the 3 main ingredients for the Breaking Sage pill coming along?" Ying Qiong had prepared for this long ago. He said, "It is rather smooth. I already found 2 ingredients. I will definitely be able to find the remaining one within 2 months." 2 months was not a long time. It was much faster than Xiao Chen had expected. Xiao Chen said, "Once you are done, remember to inform me immediately. I can give you the other half of the core painting piece at any time." Right now, Xiao Chen was more anxious about advancing to Martial Sage than anyone else. Without advancing to Martial Sage, he would not feel safe at all. Ying Qiong nodded gently and changed the topic. "How much do you know about the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring? Have you ever wondered why cultivators who soak in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring are guaranteed to advance to Martial Emperor within 100 years? Naturally, Xiao Chen had thought about this before. So, he shared his understanding. Those who can obtain the qualifications to soak in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring are the elites of the various races. Even describing them as demonic geniuses would be underestimating their talent. Even without the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, they have a high chance of advancing to Martial Emperor. The Heavenly Dew Divine Spring cleanses their marrow and blood, raising their already monstrous talent to another level. It would not be strange for them to advance to Martial Emperor earlier." Ying Qiong giggled and said, "Your guess is pretty good. However, this is not the most crucial point. Do you know what is suppressed under Kunlun Mountain?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, "What is it?" "The Rock of Origin." The Rock of Origin was very mysterious. It was said to be the heart of the entire Kunlun realm. Be it the martial epoch or the immortal epoch, they were all born from it. Ying Qiong continued, "If the Rock of Origin is destroyed, the entire Kunlun realm will fall apart. In other words, whoever controls the Rock of Origin will be the true ruler of the Kunlun realm. The Deep Abyss demonic world has repeatedly invaded the Kunlun realm for tens of thousands of years. Their goal is to destroy Kunlun Mountain and obtain the Rock of Origin. However, right now, the Rock of Origin is sealed under Kunlun Mountain. The various races cannot control it, and they do not dare to rashly destroy the seal. Others do not know much about the wondrous uses of the Rock of Origin." When Xiao Chen heard this secret, his expression did not change much. This was something too distant. He asked, "What does the Rock of Origin have to do with the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring?" The Heavenly Dew Divine Spring is formed by the mist produced by the Rock of Origin. Now, do you know why cultivators who soak in the spring will definitely advance to Martial Emperor within 100 years? Ying Qiong said with a smile. If that was really the case, advancing to Martial Emperor within 100 years was indeed understandable. After all, the Rock of Origin had such a heaven-defying origin. It was completely understandable for a miracle to happen. The two chatted for a while more before saying their goodbyes. 5 days later, when Xiao Chen heard some startled cries coming from outside, he stopped practicing the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber and went to the bow deck. At the limits of his vision, Xiao Chen saw a row of vast mountain ranges. These mountain ranges rose and fell without end, looking like they split the entire profound domain in half. In reality, this was indeed the case. The Kunlun mountain range spanned tens of millions of kilometers. There were countless mountain peaks. Until now, no one had managed to completely explore this mountain range. There were many remnants and formations from the immortal epoch. Even some sovereign martial emperors did not dare to rashly enter. During the ancient era, people had even seen legendary immortal beasts. They were extremely mysterious. In the center of the mountain range was the main peak of the Kunlun mountain range. It towered into the clouds, piercing the sky. Spiritual mist surrounded it, blocking people's vision and preventing them from seeing how tall it was. The mountain peak was majestic and magnificent, at least 1,000 times taller than any mountain that Xiaochen had seen before. Furthermore, there was a strange charm to it. Xiaochen carefully observed the many surrounding peaks. He felt that the main peak of the Kunlun mountain range, which stood out among the many peaks, was different in many ways. Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not know geomancy, so he could not make out much. At this moment, the Bushan Palace's blue-robed emperor, who had not shown himself for a long time, came out as well. When he saw that majestic Kunlun mountain, a look of awe appeared in his eyes. The speed of the emperor-grade warship was very fast. The originally distant main peak of the Kunlun mountain range became clearly visible at the limits of Xiaochen's vision. The feeling of that vast and majestic aura was even more direct. No matter who looked at this peak, they would feel extremely insignificant. Just at this moment, auras that made everyone tremble from the bottom of their hearts swept over from every corner of the mountain peak. Including Xiaochen, the 10 Tianwu domain demonic geniuses all knelt on one knee. Sweat poured down their foreheads, and their expressions were extremely depressed. The Grandmaster-level martial sages of the various sects also felt extremely uncomfortable. They spread out their auras and did their best to resist. However, the auras left as quickly as they came. When they saw that it was the Bushan Palace's warship, they immediately withdrew. Chapter 807. The expressions of Xiaochen and the others relaxed. Only then did they stand up. They all saw horror in the other party's eyes. In that instant, at least 20 Emperor Wu's auras swept over. When they looked at Kunlun Mountain, they found it even more unfathomable. How rare were Emperor Wu's? However, there were more than 20 of them on this mountain peak. Just thinking about the hidden experts made one's scalp go numb. It looked like this Kunlun Mountain was indeed suppressing the rock of origin. With such a lineup, even if a demon monarch came, he would not be able to force his way in. Xiaochen looked around and noticed that mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi. A barely discernible fervor flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, anyone would be excited to soak in the heavenly dew divine spring. However, there was clearly something else in this person's gaze. Like Xiaochen, this person came from the lower realm. However, for the first 1 or 2 years, he had been a nobody, cultivating in an unremarkable rank 8 sect. It was only in the recent half a year that this person suddenly rose up, directly defeating one of the 7 giants. Only then did he rise to fame and attract everyone's attention. However, that happened to be the golden period for the various lower realm geniuses to rise up. Not many people would suspect such a genius who suddenly rose up. When Duan Yi saw Xiaochen looking at him, he turned his head and smiled gently. His expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. Duan Yi turned his head back and started chatting with the old man of his sect. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze, no longer thinking about this problem. With so many Emperor Wu's garrisoned at Kunlun Mountain, unless the other party wanted to commit suicide, he would not dare to play any tricks. The warship slowly turned around and stopped a kilometer above a flat ground halfway up the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. There was a flickering door of light on the flat ground. 5 Emperor Wu's stood on stone platforms in front of the door of light. Each of the 5 Emperor Wu's corresponded to a race: the human race, the fiend race, the deity race, the fiend race, and the corpse race. Seeing this scene, even a fool could guess that the heavenly dew divine spring should be behind the door of light, a place guarded by the 5 races. Not far from the flat ground, there was a flight of stairs that led to a higher place. From afar, it was impossible to tell how many steps there were. The flight of stairs at the end of his sight was hidden in the clouds, ethereal and ethereal. Xiaochen looked around. In midair, the fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race's emperor-class warships had already arrived. Only the celestial race's warships were nowhere to be seen. There were no peerless demonic geniuses of the younger generation on the battleships of the 3 races. They must have all gone down. On the stone platform below, Emperor Wu of the human clan looked at the battleship of the Bushan Palace, nodded slightly to the blue-robed emperor in his official robe on the bow, and then immediately closed his eyes. The blue-robed emperor said in a deep voice, The 10 of you, follow me down. The rest of you, don't move. Just wait here. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen and the others were lifted up by an irresistible force before they could even resist. When they regained control of their bodies, they were already standing on the platform, behind the human race's Emperor Wu. In that short instant, it was like teleportation. Xiao Chen and the others could not understand the blue-robed emperor's strength at all. It was simply incredible. Looking around, there were 10 young demonic geniuses with deep auras standing behind the fiend race's Emperor Wu, the ghost race's Emperor Wu, and the corpse race's Emperor Wu. When the geniuses of the other 3 races were placed together, one would discover that their auras were completely different. The fiend race's younger generation released their auras, berserk and ferocious. They did not hide their auras at all, as if they would erupt at any moment. The corpse race's younger generation all had dark complexions, and their skin looked as tough as iron. They all looked lifeless. However, the ferocious light in their eyes was withdrawn as they sized up Xiao Chen and the others, who had just landed, with malicious intent. As for the ghost race, they were like the corpse race cultivators, similarly lifeless. However, they appeared even more serene and deep. If the corpse race's lifeless appearance was just a facade, the berserk and madness in their hearts were no less than the fiend race cultivators. However, the ghost race cultivators were completely lifeless. They did not seem to have any signs of life at all. Their fair faces were as calm as still water, like they were carved from the same mold. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen knew all the young demonic geniuses of these 3 races. The fiend races was the little heavenly monkey, Feng. The corpse races was Wang Can, whose death throne Xiao Chen snatched away. The ghost races was the red-dressed woman with the 8 ghosts carrying the palanquin. The moment the first 2 appeared, they immediately cast hostile gazes at Xiao Chen. However, the little heavenly monkey seemed to be more patient. His hostile gaze disappeared in a flash. The hostility in Wang Can's eyes never faded. He even looked at Xiao Chen in disdain. As for the red-dressed girl, she did not even look at Xiao Chen from start to end. The deity race's younger generation had not arrived yet, so the door of light could not open for now. The other races seemed to be used to the deity race putting on airs, so they were not too surprised. There are really a lot of old acquaintances. Xiao Hoju, we are about to enter the divine spring. Do you dare to make a small bet with me? A burly, bare-chested youth with faint lion tattoos on both sides of his cheeks leaped out from behind the fiend race and mocked Xiao Hoju. This was the son of the human race's 3 holy masters. He had gone out to wander the outer realms long ago. He was rather famous in the entire Kunlun realm, so he would definitely have many grudges. Clearly, this fiend race genius had a story with Xiao Hoju. Shui Lingling whispered into Xiao Chen's ear. The one who leaped out is the Golden Lion race's Tu Zhe. He is considered the 3rd strongest person of the fiend race's younger generation. Once, Xiao Hoju tricked him in a secret realm in the profound domain. He has a spirit fiend bloodline in his body. In the ancient era, there were 100 fiend ancestors. These fiend ancestors were all powerful sovereign martial emperors. Some of these fiend ancestors' bloodlines were passed down. Their descendants were far stronger than the geniuses of the same generation. At the same time, they had some innate abilities. These bloodlines were known as spirit fiend bloodlines in the fiend domain. They were similar to the human race's sovereign clans that had survived for tens of thousands of years. Xiao Hoju smiled coldly and leaped out. He said, "Do you think I am afraid of you? What do you want to bet? Speak." Tu Zhe smiled confidently and said, "It's very simple. This place is not suitable for a real fight. We will just use our moves and not use our heavenly sage laws. I will not transform into my fiend form, and you will not use your holy beast martial spirit. Let's fight like this. The loser will give the winner 5,000 black astral coins." 1 black astral coin was equivalent to 100 ordinary astral coins. 5,000 black astral coins was 500,000 astral coins. Given the 2's status, this was not a large sum. The wager was not important. The main thing was that if they lost in front of so many geniuses, they would lose face. Xiao Hoju had some misgivings. This Tu Zhe clearly came prepared, waiting for him for a long time. Furthermore, the physical body of the fiend race was much stronger than that of humans. Without using quintessence or heavenly sage laws, the other party clearly held an advantage. However, if Xiaochen did not agree in front of so many people, it would seem like he was a coward. If word of this spread, his reputation would suffer. However, with my strength, as long as I am not at an absolute disadvantage, I should not have any problems remaining undefeated. Even if I lose, it will be fine as long as I do not lose terribly. After all, everyone knew that the physical body of humans was much weaker than the physical body of the fiend race. Thinking this, Xiao Hoju directly agreed, "I will gladly accompany you." Tu Zhe laughed loudly and said heavily, "Xiao Hoju, you are really reckless. Let's see how you embarrass yourself today." After Tu Zhe spoke, he stomped heavily on the ground. His figure flashed, and the friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing explosion. Then he punched at Xiao Hoju's face. Xiao Hoju felt that something was wrong. However, the other party's fist was already before him. Without much time to think, he executed a skillful move and threw a palm strike. Xiao Hoju wanted to strike the side of Tu Zhe's fist, using the technique of using little force to push away the other party. Pa! However, this palm strike landed heavily on Tu Zhe's fist, giving off an ear-splitting sound. Tu Zhe's straightforward punch did not budge at all, not deviating at all. Xiao Hoju was startled. He felt like he had struck a mountain, his palm aching. The other party's strength far surpassed his own. Xiao Hoju could not do anything about using skill. When the fist arrived, Xiao Hoju had no choice but to quickly extend his left hand to block his face, trying to block. Kasi. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Tu Zhe's punch contained an unknown amount of force. It directly fractured Xiao Hoju's left forearm. The force did not diminish, continuing to surge forward and striking Xia Hoju's face through his arm. Xia Hoju's body fell backward. Tu Zhe chuckled and took advantage of the situation to step forward. Then he punched the fallen Xiao Hoju again. With his left arm broken, Xiao Hoju's complexion paled. He appeared to be in incredible pain. He flipped twice in the air, dodging this punch. Boom! When the fist landed on the ground, cracks spread out. Shattered rocks flew everywhere in that instant. Since Xiao Hoju had underestimated Tu Zhe's strength at the start, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Tu Zhe forced him to dodge all over the place, not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. After 10 moves, Tu Zhe grabbed hold of an opportunity and kicked Xiao Hoju's chest, sending him flying. The fist contained a ferocious force. Helpless, Xiao Hoju could only forcefully use his quintessence to dissipate this force before he could stand firmly. In less than 10 moves, Tu Zhe forced Xiao Hoju to use his quintessence and kick him away. He even nearly fell to the ground. Xiao Hoju was in a sorry state. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Xiao Hoju's expression turned incredibly sullen. This time, Xiao Hoju had completely embarrassed himself. He tossed a ring with 1,000 black astral coins on it to the other party. Then he walked to the back of the group without saying a word. Tu Zhe caught the ring and laughed in a carefree manner. This old man just happened to attain a rank 1 physical body half a month ago. I can now punch out with 1,000 tons of force. Xiao Hoju, you are really reckless. How dare you compete with me in terms of physical strength? I defeated you in 10 moves. What dogs hit Holy Sun? He is not worth mentioning. Chapter 808. The others revealed expressions of understanding. The physical bodies of the fiend race had a great advantage over the humans in the first place. Now that Tu Zhe had a rank 1 sage body, he had an even greater advantage. Xiao Hoju's defeat was understandable. Actually, he should not have agreed to this bet in the first place. Xiao Hoju could only blame himself for being too conceited. After losing in such a sorry state and being humiliated by Tu Zhe, Xiao Hoju felt very sullen, so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Tu Zhe swept his gaze through the youths of the human race. Then, he said with some reluctance, "Is there anyone who wants to stand up for Xiao Hoju? I, Tu Zhe, will accompany you at any time." The others remained silent, not saying anything. In terms of strength, No one would fear Tu Ze in a one-on-one fight. However, they knew that Tu Ze had advanced to a rank 1 sage body, and his strength had reached 1,000 tons of force. In a situation where they could not use their quintessence or heavenly laws, how could they be willing to be spendthrift? It turns out that you are all a bunch of spineless cowards. You do not even have the guts to do this, and you still manage to obtain 10 spots. What a waste of the heavenly dew divine spring. Tu Ze's lips curled up in a cocky manner as he turned to leave. The youths of the human race were furious. However, they were still rational and did not make any rash decisions. When the little heavenly monkey of the fiend race saw this scene, it felt excited. Its lips moved as it sent a voice projection to Tu Ze. Then it looked coldly at Xiao Qin. When Tu Ze heard the little heavenly monkey's voice projection, he could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. You are Xiao Qin, that so-called white-robed bladesman, the only cultivator to come out of misleading Fog Lake in 10,000 years? Xiao Qin felt it was strange. He did not know how the other party noticed him. He replied calmly, whether I am or not, what does it have to do with you? A sinister look flashed in Tu Ze's eyes. He slowly walked over and said, very good. It looks like it really is you. Do you dare to make a bet? I, Tu Ze, will give you 3 moves. Give me 3 moves? After hearing this, Xiao Qin couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to die in such a way, right? Hearing Tu Ze call out Xiao Qin's name, the youths at the back of the demon clan suddenly raised their heads and looked over. Xiao Qin. Currently, this name was widely known in the demon region. According to the news that came from the Xian family of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race, this guy actually walked out of the misleading Fog Lake, the mysterious forbidden area that even Emperor Wu couldn't enter. Tu Ze sneered, why wouldn't I dare? You even dared to enter the misleading Fog Lake, yet you don't dare to accept this small challenge? Shui Lingling pulled Xiao Qin back and transmitted her voice to him, don't be impulsive. This guy is only good at talking. No one here will take him seriously. The other party was indeed nothing much. At the very least, in Xiao Qin's opinion, there were at least 5 people on the human side who could defeat the other party in a one-on-one fight. Even Xiao Hoju, who had been defeated in a sorry state, would not have ended up like this if he had not made a mistake at the start and did not expect the other party to have a rank 1 sage body. Xiao Qin merely had a rank 1 sage body and 1,000 tons of force. To Xiao Qin this was nothing. This was a fat sheep that delivered itself to his doorstep. It would be inexcusable not to take advantage of it. First senior sister, don't worry. Xiao Qin smiled gently and raised his head to look at the other party. He asked, how do we bet? Is it still the same as what you said earlier? Seeing that Xiao Qin had taken the bait, Tu Ze smiled happily and said, naturally, it is the same. The loser has to pay 5,000 black astral coins. Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, don't you think 5,000 black astral coins is too little? If we are going to play, let's play a little bigger. The loser has to pay 50,000 black astral coins. How about that? 50,000 black astral coins was equivalent to 5 million astral coins. This was a huge sum, enough to buy a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Even with so many astral coins, no one here could throw out so many black astral coins without batting an eyelid. The moment Tu Ze said that, Xiao Qin immediately felt several gazes directed at him. It was not just the fiend race and human cultivators. The youths of the ghost race and corpse race all looked over as well, looking at Xiao Qin like he was a madman. Xiao Qin clearly knew that the other party had a rank 1 sage body and 1,000 tons of force, yet he still dared to bet so much. This was simply too crazy. Only the corpse race's Wang Can could not help twitching his lips. He looked at Tu Ze with some sympathy. When Xiao Qin saw Tu Ze remain silent, he smiled casually and said, you do not dare. In that case, forget it. Given your status, you can only rely on words and make a small fuss. Xiao Qin's tone was calm, but his words struck at Tu Ze's weakness. Tu Ze smiled coldly and said, I do not dare? This old man has a rank 1 sage body. 1 punch from me can bring out 1,000 tons of force. Why would I be afraid of a spineless human like you? Scram out here for this old man. This old man will accept this bet. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and floated over to Tu Zhe. Not even a gust of wind could be heard. How obedient! This old man called you out and you came out. Tu Zhe chuckled, and the bones in his entire body crackled like beans being fried. His entire body swelled up once again. Now, Tu Zhe was 2 meters tall and muscular, looking like a small giant. A berserk aura spread out, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's clothes and head of black hair fluttered in the wind. Compared to Tu Zhe, he was like a child facing a strong man. It was extremely uncoordinated. This is the innate talent of Tu Zhe's spirit fiend bloodline, giant strength. After using it, his strength will increase by 20% for a short time, reaching 1,400 tons of force. This Xiao Chen is finished. When the others saw the gigantic Tu Zhe, they recalled that Tu Zhe still had the spirit fiend bloodline. They all inhaled sharply. Die! Tu Zhe shouted and pushed off the ground. He shot forward like a cannonball. The friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. Tu Zhe's gigantic fist carried the power to shatter mountains. He landed on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression remained the same. There were no fluctuations at all. The strong wind from his fist was like a knife, blowing his hair to the back of his head and revealing his delicate face. The firmament body tempering art circulated in his body. 1,500 tons of force surged out like a raging river, gushing endlessly. Using the techniques of the Dragon Claw Fist, Xiao Chen burned his vital qi. When he used his full power, his strength approached 1,500 tons of force. When Tu Zhe's fist was only 1 meter away, Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed Tu Zhe's wrist. Bang! Tu Zhe, who was charging over with an overwhelming aura, suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen grabbed his wrist, preventing him from moving forward. After struggling for a while, Tu Zhe could not move at all. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then he punched at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and raised his hand. Tu Zhe's body was lifted high into the air. Before Tu Zhe could react, Xiao Chen dropped him. Pa! He landed heavily on the ground. The entire process happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The crowd only saw the burly Tu Zhe with a startling aura charge over. In an instant, Xiao Chen lifted him up and flung him to the ground. Xiao Chen's close to 1,500 tons of force crushed Tu Zhe's opponent. Then, he flipped Tu Zhe's wrist and swung him again. Tu Zhe's tall body was flung to the ground like a whip. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He continued to swing Tu Zhe around casually, causing the ground to rumble and shake violently. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected the seemingly skinny Xiao Chen to erupt with such horrifying force. In just one exchange, he managed to toy with Tu Zhe in the palm of his hand. Tu Zhe's swollen body had already recovered to its normal size. His face was swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Wounds covered his entire body. Xiao Chen swung his hand, and Tu Zhe's body flew towards the fiend race with a huge impact. Just as he was about to land heavily, Tu Zhe circulated his fiend essence and twisted his body. Then he stood on the ground and took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Xiao Chen did not move at all from start to end. A cool breeze blew by. His expression remained the same, not changing at all. The surroundings fell silent. The youths of the fiend race, ghost race, corpse race, and even the humans all looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. On the other hand, a fiend race genius with a rank 1 sage body and the innate talent of a spirit fiend actually lost to Xiao Chen in a competition of physical strength. Tu Zhe, a fiend race genius with a rank 1 sage body and the innate talent of a spirit fiend, actually lost to Xiao Chen in a competition of physical strength, unable to retaliate at all. F***CKU. Tu Zhe cursed ferociously. His surging fiend essence surged, and his heavenly sage laws danced behind him. Then he roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen. Since when did he embarrass himself like this? To think that a bona fide fiend race genius was treated like a sandbag, toyed with casually. The others could not stop him in time. In the blink of an eye, Tuze circulated all the fiend essence in his body and charged over to Xiao Chen. His aura was like the wind, boundlessly ferocious. Xiao Chen could not help but smile mockingly. A defeat was a defeat. Furthermore, it was not a clean defeat. There was really no need for this Tuze to show him any respect. Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A divine light entered Xiao Chen's body, and his aura soared infinitely. Everything in the world seemed to want to worship him. Xiao Chen clashed with Tuze's full power strike without any fear. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Tuze, who had charged over like the wind, went flying back like lightning. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air. The strong wind did not stop blowing, and Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered. He did not move at all, only giving you one punch. Even if you did not submit, you would still be lucky. What's wrong? Are all the people of the fiend race so shameless? You can't even admit to your defeat? Xiao Chen asked indifferently as he watched the others catch Tuze. The person who caught Tuze wore luxurious purple robes embroidered with a peacock spreading its wings. He was handsome and elegant, looking cultured and refined. The purple-robed youth pushed with one hand and casually let Tuze fall. Then, he calmly tossed out a spatial ring and said in a clear voice, "You are really capable to be able to walk out of misleading Fog Lake. I, Kong Yuan, would like to experience your great moves." This is interesting. The top character of the fiend race, the grandson of the Peacock King, is going to make a move. This person seemed to have a great background. Seeing that he was going to make a move, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were 50,000 black astral coins, no more, no less. When he saw the Peacock King's grandson, he squinted and looked at it carefully. Chapter 809. Unexpectedly, the other party had more than 150 heavenly sage laws behind him. His cultivation was even higher than Xiao Chen's. However, the thickness of his heavenly sage laws was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. Before Xiao Chen could answer, a resonant sagely song suddenly came from the sky. A faint golden light shone down from the sky. A golden warship bathed in holy light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was bright and dazzling like the sun. The deity race's people are here. With the deity race's arrival, the door of light would open soon. Clearly, the fight between the Peacock Sovereign's grandson and Xiao Chen would not happen. This was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Now that the 5 races were gathered here, several of the strong geniuses of the other races would have to hide themselves. If Xiao Chen fought with Kong Yuan, he would definitely expose some of his trump cards. Under such circumstances, it would be disadvantageous for him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and returned to the human races group. In one trip, he had earned 5 million astral coins. Clearly, he had made a great profit on this trip. Only the Golden Lion race's Tengze had suffered. Since Kong Yuan had helped Xiao Chen fork out the astral coins, it was impossible for it to be free. A golden light flashed, and a group of white-haired deity race youths wearing golden armor appeared behind the deity race Emperor Wu. A careful count revealed that there were 15 deity race youths here, more than half the number of the other races. The 5 Emperor Wu on the stone platform opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other before slowly standing up. The white-haired deity race Emperor Wu glanced at the other 4 and said, "Since everyone is here, let's open the seal and enter the heavenly dew divine spring. You will be automatically sent out after 4 hours." The 5 Emperor Wu each took out a holy seal and sent out a rainbow light into the door of light. The seals on the door of light could be seen slowly opening. With every layer of seal that was opened, the color of the door of light dimmed significantly. The process of opening the door of light was extremely slow. The layers of seals seemed endless. The peerless monstrous geniuses of each race were unable to restrain their excitement. Even the ghost race members who had always been as calm as still water began to have heated eyes. The heavenly dew divine spring opened only once every 10,000 years. As long as one did not die prematurely, they would definitely advance to martial emperor within 100 years. It would be a lie to say that no one was tempted. After opening 100 seals, the door of light flickered and disappeared. With a flash of golden light, the 15 people of the god race flew in first. The warriors of the other races cursed under their breath and followed closely, not wanting to be left behind. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with waves of misty white spirit mist. Taking a breath of it caused one's mind to feel refreshed, and even one's vision became much clearer. Amidst the spiritual fog, Xiao Chen could not see his surroundings clearly. He could only rely on his senses to move higher. After walking for 1,000 meters, the spiritual fog slowly dissipated. A golden pool with a diameter of 500 meters appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The Protoss who had rushed in first had already jumped in. The deity race team formed a large semicircle. A man and a woman stood side by side in the center of the semicircle. They looked like they were of noble status. This is the heavenly dew divine spring. As long as one soaks in it, one's marrow and blood will be cleansed, and one's talent and aptitude will improve. One will be able to advance to Martial Emperor within 100 years. Several people sighed and jumped in. However, Xiao Chen remained rather calm. It was impossible to advance to Martial Emperor without doing anything by soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring. Even if one became Emperor Wu, one might not be able to advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor. In this age of geniuses, if one's goal was only to advance to Martial Emperor, it would be too simple. The sound of splashing water resounded as Xiao Chen jumped into the divine pool. Then he floated in the area occupied by the humans and quietly soaked in the pool. At first, Xiao Chen did not feel anything. It was like jumping into ordinary clear water. He closed his eyes and carefully observed the pool with his spiritual sense. Only then did he discover something. Motes of light that were hard to see with the naked eye floated in the golden divine spring. These motes of light would not take the initiative to enter a cultivator's body. A cultivator needed to circulate their cultivation technique to absorb these motes of light. From a distance, Xiao Chen could see that the deity race cultivators had already discovered this secret. The motes of light formed countless ribbons of light that quickly entered the bodies of the deity race cultivators. The ribbons of light around the two people in the semicircle were the most eye-catching. They could be seen with the naked eye. Beams of divine light flowed from the bottom of the pool and quickly entered the two's bodies. Some people absorbed the motes of light quickly, while others absorbed them slowly. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen roughly understood the mysteries behind this. The absorption speed should have something to do with the cultivation technique that the cultivator cultivated. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell that these two experts were of noble status. Their cultivation techniques were definitely better than the others. Among the fiend race cultivators, the grandson of the Peacock King, Kong Yuan, clearly absorbed the motes of light faster than the other fiend race experts. The light he formed was very bright. After understanding the secret behind this, Xiao Chen was not in a rush to absorb these motes of light. He continued to probe with his spiritual sense. He felt curious about what was at the bottom of this pool. In the end, when Xiao Chen's spiritual sense reached a kilometer down, a mysterious suction force swallowed it up, leaving nothing behind. This startled Xiao Chen. This was his first time encountering such a strange thing. Spiritual sense could be blocked by barriers or destroyed by strong energy. However, Xiao Chen had never encountered a situation where spiritual sense could be swallowed up. If it could even swallow up spiritual sense, what else could it not swallow up? Xiao Chen tested it out. He casually took out an astral coin and tossed it down. In the end, it reached a kilometer down before it was slowly swallowed up into nothing. The people in the pool were all anxiously absorbing the motes of light in the divine spring. They were not as idle as Xiao Chen. Hence, the others did not discover this secret. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about this problem. He sat cross-legged in the water and revealed half his body. Then, he started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation to absorb the motes of light. Hu Qi! The moment the purple thunder divine incantation circulated, the drifting motes of light in the divine spring quickly gathered into dazzling beams of light and headed for Xiao Chen's body. Each beam of light was the size of an infant's arm. The dazzling light was even more dazzling than the two deity race experts. When the beams of light entered Xiao Chen's body, he gave off a faint glow, looking very eye-catching among the large group of people. Even the two deity race experts only had a faint glow on the surface of their skin. However, Xiaochen directly gave off a glow. Such a strange movement would attract the attention of the others. They all looked over, clearly astonished. What exactly is the grade of this fellow's cultivation technique? The man and woman from the God clan, who were surrounded in the middle, also looked over. They seemed quite puzzled. Xiaochen closed his eyes, not noticing his strange movement. He was currently happily sensing the changes that the motes of light brought to his body. This kind of change was not directly reflected in his cultivation. Instead, it was on a deeper level. Xiaochen's mind became increasingly clearer. He slowly gained a sense of some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past. He could also solve some of the difficult problems he encountered in the martial Tao without a teacher. This was a sign that his comprehension ability was slowly strengthening. Furthermore, this was not a temporary increase. Even after he left the divine spring, it would still exist. Xiaochen's aptitude was also slowly changing. He could feel that the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed in his body was slowly increasing. Normally, talent referred to comprehension ability and aptitude. The former could allow one to quickly comprehend all sorts of martial techniques, even create one's own. The latter could increase a cultivator's cultivation speed. For example, if a cultivator with a strong aptitude cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation for someone with a weaker aptitude. Some might even be able to achieve 10 days of cultivation for someone with a stronger aptitude. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was not bad, it could even be said to be very high. However, his aptitude was slightly weaker. His cultivation speed could not compare to those demonic geniuses. However, after this, the situation would change completely. Xiaochen could not contain the joy in his heart. The speed at which he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation increased significantly. The number of strands of light in the divine spring increased as well. When the others saw this scene, they all cursed in their hearts. They all closed their eyes and did their best to absorb the strands of light. This was especially so for the deity race man and woman. Their bodies actually started to give off a glow as well, slightly weaker than Xiaochen's. The entire place fell silent. Everyone focused on absorbing the strands of light in the divine spring. They wanted to raise their aptitude and comprehension ability as much as possible in this limited time. No one noticed that the mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi, silently opened his eyes. He revealed a smile as he looked around. Then, his body slowly sank. Duan Yi sank lower and lower. In the blink of an eye, he had already sunk a kilometer. A suction force surged over. Clearly, Duan Yi knew how powerful that suction force was. After probing it cautiously, Duan Yi took out a black jade pendant and placed it in his mouth. His body slowly turned illusory as he passed through the suction force and continued sinking. The cultivators, who were all absorbed in absorbing the strands of light, did not notice such a scene, not even Xiaochen. As time slowly went by, the crowd slowly discovered something else. The strands of light in the divine spring were not limitless. The deity races group was the first to realize the consequences. They had the most people and were also the strongest. Within the circumscribed area, the light particles were the first to be completely absorbed. The pool water that was originally glistening with golden light became light and transparent, no different from ordinary pool water. This formed a sharp contrast with the glistening divine spring elsewhere. The deity race man in the middle looked around and said expressionlessly, "Do it. Chase them away." The two noble deity race cultivators did not move. The other 13 deity race cultivators slowly rose from the water and stood on the ripples. The white-haired man, who was sitting cross-legged, scanned the surroundings and uttered 2 words, "The demon race." The 13 deity race geniuses did not say a word. Their auras started to accumulate as they drew the golden swords at their